Chapter 376. 376 The Ancient Battlefield of the Netherworld. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a few terrifying auras filled the air as deep as the ocean. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw 4 figures above the countless stone peaks. These 4 figures stood in 4 different directions. Each figure was shining with a bright light, gold, red, or blue. It was impossible to see his real body clearly, but his aura was simply too shocking. A king, it's a king. The king has appeared. The entrance to the eastern nether ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the rest and the geniuses of the Thousand River region also eased. Buzz. Buzz. The 4 king tiers made their moves. One after another, dazzling beams of light shot out from their hands, entering the many stone peaks. At this moment, countless stone peaks glowed and countless runes flickered. Kid, you'd better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you now, you'll definitely die when you enter the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Autumn Water looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. Autumn Water's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once you enter the eastern nether ancient battlefield, just kill him directly. Not only do you have to kill him, but you also have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range that you see until they give in. Jiang Chun sneered. That's right. It's just what I want. It's time to let these barbarian-like things know our power. The handsome young man also sneered. Hearing this, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range changed their expressions. There were so many people in the Thousand River region and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld would be in danger. Damn it. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji growled in his heart. His combat power was not strong, and if he encountered an expert from the Thousand River waters, he would probably be in trouble. You guys go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Zhao Sui sneered and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Thousand River region looked at them with hostility, then followed Zhao Sui and flew to the side. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the light from the countless stone peaks became even more resplendent. Countless runes appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open. The 4 kings roared in unison. Suddenly, the array condensed and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This vortex was extremely huge, covering the endless stone peaks. Is this the entrance to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld? This is too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. All right, the eastern nether ancient battlefield is open. You can enter now. A majestic voice came from one of the kings. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the dense crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, it is more likely that you will be teleported to a similar distance. Wuxia ordered. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt that the world was spinning. Lu Ming and the rest had disappeared without a trace. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming began to feel dizzy. The next moment he heard earth-shattering shouts. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and his pupils contracted sharply. He was shocked. In front of him in the sky, there were countless figures crisscrossing each other, and the smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom. There was a giant hand that covered the sky, a sword chi that cut across the universe, a spear radiance that pierced through the heaven and earth, and a flame that burned everything. He was too strong. Countless unimaginable experts were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. One by one, the powerful experts were killed and their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this place? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a ray of sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword gleam seemed to have come from the depths of the universe. The space was torn apart and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was as insignificant as dust in front of this sword gleam. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He was not willing to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom. He felt his vision go black, and the next moment he opened his eyes. The gentle breeze and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nose. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland that was full of wild flowers. The terrifying battlefield had disappeared without a trace. Was everything just an illusion? This place is called the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene from back then. Lu Ming made a guess. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen that scene. It was formed by an immortal fighting spirit that flowed between heaven and earth. Even time would not be able to decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It's separated from the original world and has been refined by the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment his expression changed and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a piece of news that came from Jian Fengyun. He had gathered everyone in the Cloud King mountain range. It's in the north. Since it can be received through the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He intended to act alone, but since it wasn't far, there was no harm in taking a look. He rose into the air and headed north. The distance of less than 10,000 miles was covered in a moment. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. It was Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're really looking for death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but I don't have such concerns in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. Lan Yun said. The voices of Yan Feishuan and the others were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just you trash? What a joke. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you scored higher than me in the preliminaries, you are more powerful than me. Now I'll let you know how powerful I am. Divine Sun Fist. Yan Feishuan let out a long howl. His fist glowed as he threw a punch. A dazzling sun appeared and shot towards Lu Ming. The power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's fist of the Great Sun. Boom. Lu Ming was very direct. He swept his long spear and fused the power of wind and fire. Yan Feishuan's sun fist force was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear radiance didn't stop and continued to bombard Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed and flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed up blood and his face was pale. His eyes were full of horror. You still dare to say you're amazing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 377. 377 Conflict Departure. The whole place was dead silent. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming was too powerful. In the preliminary round, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it was not much higher. Their combat strength should be on the same level. Now Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood with one move. How could they be on the same level? Lan Yundao's expression froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he could not injure Yan Feishuan with a single move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength was already above his? How was that possible? On the side, Yang Liuji's face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength was too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've injured your own people and reduced the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Lan Yundao's eyes rolled and he suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of the 1,000 River Waters and you're making us take the blame. I suggest that we let Lu Ming leave the team. The people of the 1,000 River Waters want Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming is not around, the people of the 1,000 River Waters will not make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Lan Yundao, also shouted. If he could not defeat Lu Ming, he would use his power to suppress Lu Ming and make him leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Lan Yundao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming with unfriendly gazes. They felt that Lan Yundao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. If you want me to leave, I'll leave without you telling me. But before I leave, I'll kill you all first. Lu Ming sneered. Buzz. Lu Ming thrust his spear at Lan Yundao. The spear's radiance burst out. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Lan Yundao. A jet-black sword light slashed out and clashed with Lu Ming's spear radiance. Boom. The force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 3 steps back. Young Master Tianxi. The one who suddenly attacked was Young Master Tianxi. Young Master Tianxi's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You've done something wrong and implicated others. Now you want to kill someone? Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. It seems like you want to meddle in other people's business? Lu Ming sneered. What do you mean by being a busybody? Brother Lan is my best friend. Furthermore, what he said is right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others. Young Master Tianxi said in a gloomy voice. Insect, let's see if you can stop me. Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Young Master Tianxi burst out with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tianxi's body exuded a terrifying aura, which was much stronger than Lan Yundao and the others. Young Master Tianxi, ranked second on the Cloud Emperor ranking list, was able to compete with Jian Fengyun. Lan Yundao was definitely no match for him. Their combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not their match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was no match, it was impossible for young Master Tianxi to kill him. Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Keeping him alive will only get us killed. Why don't we attack together and kill him? At this moment, Lan Yundao called out to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. That's right, I agree with what Brother Lan said. Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. I also agree. More than a dozen people stepped forward in succession. Together with young Master Tianxi and Lan Yundao, they formed a powerful force and pressed toward Lu Ming. Among them were geniuses like Ji Rufeng, who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor ranking. However, there were also some people who stood still. Lu Ming, you've become public enemy. Surrender. Lan Yundao sneered. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered, not afraid at all. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Fengyun walked out and frowned. The incident at the Thousand River region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. The Thousand River region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they won't show us any mercy. What's wrong? Jian Fengyun, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tianxi said. I'm not trying to protect anyone, I'm just telling the truth. Jian Fengyun's brows furrowed even more. Jian Fengyun, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then we can't work together anymore. Let's leave. Young Master Tianxi said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others. His killing intent flickered as he said, Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet I'll definitely kill you. Today, Lu Ming had originally wanted to kill Lan Yundao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to get rid of future trouble. But with young Master Tianxi's interference, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, Lu Ming predicted that Jian Fengyun would definitely intervene if a huge battle were to break out. Jian Fengyun wouldn't side with any of them, but it would be impossible to kill Lan Yundao and the others with his interference. In that case, it was better to leave first and improve his cultivation and combat strength. Next time he would kill Lan Yundao and young Master Tianxi. And Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, but he did not see Qiu Changkong. It seemed that Qiu Changkong hadn't teleported to the nearby area. Next time, you're the one who's going to die. Young Master Tianxi sneered. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming, but he knew that it was impossible with Jian Fengyun's interference. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. He moved and left the place quickly. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the rest sneered as they watched Lu Ming leave. It's extremely dangerous at night in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to survive on your own. There's still a next time? In your dreams. Lan Yundao was laughing in his heart. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky. A moment later he was already 10,000 miles away. I must find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to achieve anything in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Ming pondered. This area was full of vitality, unlike the desolate and silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had already recovered its vitality. From time to time he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels and Lu Ming had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before dark. Otherwise it'll be very dangerous. Lu Ming frowned. 2 days ago he had also studied the ancient records regarding the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield would become extremely strange and dangerous at night. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. In the vast mountains ancient trees reached the sky, and the roars of beasts echoed. Lu Ming did not stop and flew over the mountain. Gah! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A giant strange bird rushed out of the forest, its wings flapping and bringing with it gusts of strong wind. A pair of sharp iron claws clawed at Lu Ming. A Class 7 Level 4 demonic beast. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Chapter 378. 378. A terrifying night. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast was equivalent to a Class 7 martial ancestor realm martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast has appeared. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand and a long spear was formed. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the strange bird's chest. The strange bird let out a shrill cry as a large hole exploded in its chest. It fell from the sky without any signs of life. Buzz! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to devour the strange bird's blood essence. At the same time he struck out with his palm and split the strange bird's body open. He took out a demonic core from within. Lu Ming would not miss the demonic core of a 7th grade 4th level demonic beast. The bloodline of the 9 dragons swallowed the demonic pill and began to refine it. A portion of the energy from the blood essence in the monster core was converted into genuine qi. It was a pity that with Lu Ming's current cultivation at the 5th tier martial arts grandmaster realm, the blood essence and demonic core of a 7th tier 4th level demonic beast had limited effects on him. It seems like there are high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, a loud roar was heard. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads charged out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. A moment later, the tiger's blood essence and demonic core were converted into Lu Ming's essential qi. The mountain forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 to 6 hours but he still had not left the mountain forest. During this process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen 7th and 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts, refining their blood essence and demonic cores. Lu Ming's cultivation had only reached the peak of the early stage of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, not even the middle stage. This made Lu Ming somewhat speechless. At this time the sun set and night began to fall. Ever since the sun had set, the forest had become completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Other than the sound of the wind, all other sounds seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all the other living beings had disappeared. The world was silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the mountain forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest, not even a single insect. Lu Ming was walking in the forest scanning the area. After a while he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped monstrous beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering as if it was extremely afraid. Lu Ming frowned. He left the underground cave and continued to move forward. At some point in time the sky had been covered with thick dark clouds and the world was dark. With Lu Ming's cultivation he could only see a few hundred meters away. Hoo-hoo. A cold wind blew and it was particularly eerie. Lu Ming frowned. He moved and landed on a big tree to observe his surroundings. All of a sudden, a series of strange cries rang out from afar. The sound was getting closer and closer as if it was rushing toward Lu Ming. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing but from many. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A cold gust of wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Buzz. A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree where he had just landed. The tree was cut in half and fell to the ground. Chi-chi-chi. The strange cry was heard again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die. Lu Ming held the long spear and swept it out. However, Lu Ming felt that when the long spear swept out, it was as if it was sweeping through the air and there was no place to exert force. The next moment, a cold and sinister force attacked Lu Ming from behind. Buzz. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw clearly what had attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in the shape of humans with unclear facial features were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. This damn thing, it can't be a real ghost, right? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless living beings had died in battle. Blood flowed like a river and resentment soared into the sky. It was also possible for evil beings like the spirit race to be born. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz. An inexplicable tremor was felt and a terrifying force exploded from under Lu Ming's feet. There was even the faint roar of a dragon. The black specter seemed to be terrified and let out ear-piercing screeches. However, under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it instantly turned into dust and dissipated. It seems like the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps has a miraculous effect on this damn thing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Thinking about it, dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all living things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was named as the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. It naturally contained the will of 9 dragons. With one step, evil spirits would retreat and spirits would dissipate. However, the black spirits were defeated, and the strange ear-piercing cries rang out in the distance again. More spirits were rushing over. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew rapidly into the distance. In the pitch-black sky and earth, there were constant strange cries. Lu Ming looked around and saw black shadows flying everywhere. It was as if a group of demons were dancing wildly. Chi-chi-chi, a few spirits flew toward Lu Ming and shot out cold and sinister energy. Boom. Lu Ming swept his long spear out. 100-meter-long spear ray dispersed the cold and sinister aura, scattering a few spirits at the same time. However, the next moment the spirits gathered together again, but their bodies seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. It's still effective to attack with an aura force, but the effect is weaker. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. Buzz. Then he struck out 2 more times with his spear. A thick spear ray shot out containing a powerful wind and fire force. A few spirits were scattered again, and when they regathered, their bodies were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past them. There were spirits blocking the way in front. Lu Ming used the same method to disperse them. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire force, which was extremely powerful. If it was just a single force, even if it was perfected, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, although it was effective, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not cast it unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming kept charging forward. However, after 100 miles he suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. In front of them there was an army in iron armor. However, the armor on each soldier was tattered and full of sword marks. It was filled with the aura of time. Each soldier held a black iron sword and was full of fighting spirit. However, the most terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see each soldier's face clearly. At first glance it was just a mass of black fog. In the position of their eyes, there were two masses of scarlet light. Could this be the legendary Nether soldier? Lu Ming gasped in shock. A group of Nether soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it's said to be extremely dangerous at night. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he took a detour and continued to move forward. Chapter 379. 379 The Song Siblings. In this way Lu Ming moved forward very slowly. After a few hours, Lu Ming had only advanced a few thousand miles. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front as well as the strange cry of a ghost. Someone was being attacked by the spirits. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he went closer. He then realized that it was a young man and woman who were surrounded by more than 10 black spirits. These two young men and women were both at the early stage of the 5th rank and could be considered geniuses. However, among the geniuses who had entered this time, they were considered to be at the lower end. At this time he was already surrounded by danger and his body was covered in wounds. It was clearly the doing of the black spirit. "Little sister, run. I'll hold them back." The young man roared. "Big brother, if you want to go, you go. I'll hold them back." The young woman also called out. However, with their battle prowess and their mastery of Shi, they did little damage to the spirits and were unable to escape the encirclement of the black spirits. The two of them charged left and right, but it was useless. Instead they attracted more spirits. "Damn things, I'm going to kill you." The young man roared as he crazily slashed with his saber. However, it was useless. After the spirits were chopped apart, they gathered together again and did not shrink much. On the contrary, he had a few more wounds on his body. "Big brother." The young woman screamed in despair. "Little sister, let's go." The young man didn't care and continued to attack the spirits. But everything was in vain. Just as the two of them were in despair. Boom. In the distance, spears were shot out and stabbed the spirits. Immediately the spirits were scattered. The young man and woman were stunned at first, but then they were ecstatic. They rushed out together and broke away from the encirclement of the spirits. The next moment the spirits gathered together again, but they were much smaller. "It's so much smaller." The two young men and women were extremely shocked. The two of them were at the middle stages of the phenomenal success stage, but their attacks had little effect on the spirit life forms. However, the spear light just now had caused the spirit to shrink by a large size. The force contained in the spear light was simply unbelievable. Even a Shi couldn't have this kind of power. The two of them hurriedly looked in the direction where the spear ray came from. A young figure walked over. He was too young, not even 20 years old. This person was, of course, Lu Ming. Gaga. At that moment the spirits pounced toward Lu Ming and the other two. "Not good, this brother, quickly leave." The young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted. "If we don't get rid of these spirits, I'll be able to leave, but you won't." Lu Ming said indifferently. "Solavir, these specters are difficult to deal with. Brother, I beg you, please save my little sister. I'll hold these specters back." The young man called out anxiously. He raised his saber and was about to step forward. "No, we'll leave together." The young woman also called out. "Little sister, don't be willful. Otherwise you won't be able to leave." The young man roared. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber radiance slashed out, cutting the spirits in half. However, it was of no use. The spirits recovered immediately and continued to pounce. "Let's go." The young man shouted. "Your little sister is right. If we're leaving, we'll leave together." At this moment Lu Ming smiled faintly and suddenly took a step forward. Boom. and NBSP, a terrifying energy began to spread forward. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen spirits exploded like balloons. After they exploded, they could not be condensed at all. They turned into energy and dissipated. The young man and woman were stunned. With a single kick, more than a dozen spirits were crushed and they could not even condense. What kind of strength was this? Or rather, what kind of force was this that it was so terrifying? According to their understanding, these specters were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a picture wouldn't have much of an effect. Those peerless geniuses had extremely profound cultivation, but if they encountered these specters alone, they would most likely be in danger. Only those peerless geniuses who had already comprehended a trace of intent through force could quickly kill these spirits. However, there shouldn't be many of such geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Xianxia region. To comprehend a trace of intent through force, as long as one's cultivation reached the peak of martial ancestor 9 Dan, they could be called a half-step king. How many people could reach this stage in their 20s? Could it be that this young man who was not even 20 years old was a genius of that level? The young man and woman let their imagination run wild. Let's go now. Lu Ming interrupted their daze and took the lead to fly forward. The two young men and women hurriedly followed. The reason why Lu Ming had saved the two of them was not because he had a burst of compassion. It was just that he felt that the two of them had a deep brother-sister relationship and were willing to sacrifice themselves for others in the face of danger. Lu Ming was touched and saved them in passing. With Lu Ming leading the way, as long as they did not encounter too many spirits, it would not be a big problem. The three of them continued on their way and time passed slowly. 5 or 6 hours later, the first ray of light appeared on the horizon. Purple chi rose from the east and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The moment the sun appeared, all the spirits in the world disappeared without a trace. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. Then the sound of insects and beasts could be heard. The scene was full of vitality and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief and were secretly amazed. This ancient battlefield of the netherworld was truly wondrous. Brother, I'm Song Yu and this is my sister Song Jing. I really have to thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have died in this ancient battlefield. The young man bowed to Lu Ming. Brother Song, you don't have to be so polite. I was just passing by. Lu Ming said with a smile. No matter what, we will always remember your kindness. Oh right, may I know your name? Song Yu cupped her fists and said. Song Jing was obviously more shy. She blinked her big eyes at Lu Ming and did not say anything. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's Brother Lu. Song Yu cupped her fists again. I don't know what the two of you are planning to do next. To be honest, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you go out at night. Lu Ming asked. We were quite unlucky. When we were teleported here, we were separated from the people in our area. We don't know how far away we were, so we could only find a city to hide in. According to our family elders, there should be a small city not far from this forest. We wanted to hide there, but before we arrived, the sky turned dark. Song Yu explained. Is there a small city up ahead? Lu Ming asked. An elder of our family once participated in the selection in the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield 100 years ago. According to him, there should be a small city ahead. It shouldn't be wrong. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Song Yu explained and invited him. Chapter 380. 380 Chapter 380 Yumo Palace. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to find a city to settle down. Otherwise he would not be in the mood to cultivate at night. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Song Yu and Song Jing were overjoyed. Immediately, the three of them continued along the mountain range. Tens of thousands of miles passed by in a flash. After that, he finally walked out of the forest. After the forest was a plain. The three of them flew for a few more hours before a small city finally appeared in front of them. The three of them were overjoyed and hurriedly flew over. The small city was not big, only a few miles in radius. There are people in the city. Song Jing whispered. Lu Ming and the rest saw it too. It seemed that someone had arrived at the city earlier. On the city wall there were about a dozen people standing. Outside the city, there were one or two people who seemed to be talking to the people on the city wall, but they were too far away to hear clearly. The three of them flew directly toward the city. Whoosh, whoosh. However, when the three of them approached the city, a few sharp sword chi shot towards them. The three of them changed their expressions and stopped abruptly. They dodged the sword chi and stared at the city wall with unsightly expressions. The sword chi just now had come from the city wall. What are you guys doing? Why are you stopping us from entering the city? Song Yu shouted. Hee hee, you can enter the city if you pay 10 million spiritual crystals each. A young man on the city wall sneered. This young man was wearing a black robe with a skull embroidered on it. In fact, the other dozen or so youths on the city wall were all dressed in the same way. They were all wearing black skeletal robes and they were obviously from the same force. 10 million spiritual crystals. You're clearly trying to loot a burning house. Song Yu shouted. Robbery? Don't make it sound so bad. This is called a refugee fee. If you pay spiritual crystals, you can take refuge in the city. The previous black-robed skeleton man laughed. On what basis? This city is a public place, why should we pay you shelter fees? At the bottom of the city wall, there were two young men who had arrived earlier than Lu Ming and the rest. They were shouting loudly. On what basis? Just because we are stronger, just because we are the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. Hurry up and hand it over. If you don't, then get lost. If you don't, then you will end up like that. The skeletal black-robed youth shouted coldly and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a few corpses. They were all young men. Those who have paid the spiritual crystals have all gone in to rest. Those who didn't pay the spiritual crystals and still want to break in can only end up like this. The black-robed skeletal man shouted coldly. The two young men, as well as Song Yu and Song Jing, had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were too overbearing. Furthermore, the 10 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were all emitting a powerful aura. There were a total of 13 people, and 6 of them exuded the aura of a peak 5th level martial ancestor. The other 7 people were all in the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. 2 of them even exuded the aura of a peak 6th level martial ancestor realm expert. Those who could enter the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield were all geniuses and could fight at least 2 levels above them. Some could even exceed 2 levels. This was an extremely powerful force. Even the weakest among them could be ranked on the Emperor Yun list in the 36 countries. The 2 strongest youths were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. They were definitely not weaker than Lan Yundao. As for Song Yu and Song Jing, they were only in the early stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The other 2 young men were only in the late stage of the 5th level martial grandmaster realm. The difference was too great. At this moment, should he retreat or advance? If they retreated, they would have to face countless spirits at night and there might be even more bizarre things. Only death would await them. However, if they entered, each person would have to pay almost 10 million spiritual crystals. 10 million spiritual crystals was a huge sum even for martial arts grandmasters like them. Although they could afford it, it would hurt their bones. We'll pay. The other 2 young men hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. They gritted their teeth, took out a storage ring each and handed it to the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man examined it and revealed a satisfied smile. At least you know what's good for you. Go in. The 2 young men had ugly expressions as they flew into the city. Let's hand it over too. Song Yu let out a long sigh and said, Pay. I don't have the habit of giving spirit crystals to others for free. At this moment Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence naturally reached the ears of the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze and said, Kid, if you don't want to pay up, then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Otherwise I don't mind killing you. He could see Song Yu, Song Jing and Lu Ming's cultivation levels clearly. They were all trash in the early stage of the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. He did not care about them at all. Get lost? You're the ones who want to get out of here. Now get out of here. I want this city. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone present was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? He wanted the people of the Nether Demon Palace to scram? He wanted to occupy this city. Crazy, crazy, this kid must be crazy. Even Song Yu and Song Jing were shocked. What was Lu Ming doing? Could it be that he wanted to fight against the people from the Nether Demon Palace? But it was impossible for him to win. Although they knew that Lu Ming's force was extremely powerful, even stronger than a perfected force. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early phase of the 5th level of martial arts Grandmaster realm. No matter how strong his combat strength was, even if he was a rare 3rd-level genius, it was impossible for him to be a match for these people from the Nether Demon Palace. There was actually a common term for those geniuses who could cross levels and fight. They were called the genius of a few battles. For example, those who could cross one level to fight were called geniuses of one battle. Those who could cross 2 levels to fight were called geniuses of 2 battles. And those who could cross 3 levels to fight were called geniuses of 3 battles. Of course, the cross-level battle here was only within the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As for the other realms, they weren't called that. The majority of the peerless geniuses were second-rate geniuses. There were very few people who could surpass a World War II genius. And those who could reach the level of 3 battle geniuses were even rarer. For example, Lan Yundao, Li Qiushui, and even young Master Tianxi were in between World War II and World War III. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be a 3-man genius. Kid, what did you say? The black-robed skeleton man thought he had heard wrong. I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Haha, you want us to get lost? Just based on a piece of trash in the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm level 5, you're dead for sure today. Even if you're a genius, you'll still die today. Kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Die. Immediately, a disciple of the Nether Demon Palace flew out and a sharp sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. This young man had a cultivation at the peak of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was a World War II genius. Unless Lu Ming was a World War III genius, he would definitely die. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a step forward. At the same time, a spear's gleam burst out. Puchi. The spear light directly pierced through the chest of the UMO Palace youth. The youngster from the Nether Demon Palace cried out in pain as his body was sent flying by the spear light. With a clang, he was stuck on the city wall. A single spear had killed a 5th-level peak martial ancestor realm genius. Chapter 381. 381 Chapter 381 One Step to Death. What? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened. The commotion here had already alarmed the people in the city. 7 or 8 people had flown up into the sky to watch. These people had obviously paid 10 million spiritual crystals to take refuge in the city. How audacious! The black-robed skeletal man roared. The eyes of the other young men from the Dark Demon Palace turned cold as well. A powerful aura burst out from their bodies and pressed toward Lu Ming. To be able to kill a martial arts Grandmaster 5 Dan Pinnacle 2nd-level genius with a single spear strike, he was definitely a 3rd-level genius. Brat, you dare to kill the people of my Nether Demon Palace. Even if you are a genius of 3 battles, you will die today. One of the young men from the Nether Demon Palace shouted coldly. The aura that he exuded was extremely terrifying. It had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He and the black-robed skeletal man who had been talking earlier were the 2 strongest among the 10-odd youths from the Nether Demon Palace. Oh really? Then let's see who kills who? Lu Ming held the spear in one hand and walked towards the city, step by step. Kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The black-robed skeletal man waved his hand. Instantly, the dozen youths from the Nether Demon Palace howled and their bodies flashed rapidly. Black light emanated from their bodies as they slashed at Lu Ming with their swords. With more than a dozen experts joining hands, even an ordinary expert in the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm would be instantly blown into pieces. Even if Lu Ming was a level 4 genius, he would still die, let alone a level 3 genius. However, was it possible for him to have won 4 battles? However, they would never have dreamed that Lu Ming was already a level 4 genius before his wind force had broken through to the phenomenal success stage. Now he had surpassed level 4. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He then took a step forward. This step incorporated the power of wind and fire. Boom. It was as if the 9 dragons had stepped into the sky and were surveying the world. This step, regardless of the number of people, exploded. Bang. Bang. The dozens of geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace, who were below the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, had their bodies exploded. They did not even have the chance to scream. As for those above the 6th martial ancestor realm, they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies crackled and it was unknown how many bones they had broken. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. This. Song Yu, Song Jing, and the dozen or so young men who had entered the city to take refuge were all staring with their eyes wide open. Their mouths were wide open and they could not help but gasp. The scene was too terrifying. With a single step, a dozen geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace were either dead or injured. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were spitting out blood. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only in the early phase of the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? How many battles did he have to fight? How could there be such an expert in the world? Damn it. Let's go. This man is a peerless monster. Let's leave first and wait for senior brother Yu and the others to come back before killing him. The black-robed skeletal man roared. He was simply scared out of his wits. You want to leave now? It's too late. Lu Ming sneered and then took another step forward. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. The heavens and earth shook. The severely injured disciples of the Dark Demon Palace at the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm screamed in pain. Their bodies could no longer take it and exploded. Even the 2 geniuses at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm felt as if they had been hit by a 10,000-meter tall mountain. Their bodies crackled and blood spurted out of their mouths. The 2 of them were both monstrous geniuses who had slightly surpassed the level of a World War II genius. Their combat strength had barely reached the early stage of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm, which was why they were able to take 2 kicks without dying. Run. The 2 of them roared madly in their hearts. They were extremely afraid. They turned into 2 streaks of light and fled frantically. Die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand forcefully and 2 spear lights burst out. They crossed the space in an instant and stabbed at the 2 of them. Poochie. One of them was pierced through the heart by the spear ray. He let out an unwilling roar and fell to the ground. As for the black-robed skeletal man, his reaction was slightly faster and he managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts. However, one of his arms was pierced by the spear radiance and exploded. Beast, my Nether Demon Palace will never let you off. Next time I will tear you into pieces. A voice filled with hatred came from afar. In an instant the black-robed skeleton disappeared. You want to leave? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took another step forward and his body disappeared in an instant. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Each step he took covered a distance of 5 kilometers. When he appeared 5 kilometers away, he frowned. The aura of the young man from the Nether Demon Palace suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming swept his gaze around but did not find any traces. It seems like the other party has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique or possesses some kind of treasure. He's concealing his aura and hiding his tracks. Lu Ming searched for a moment but still could not find any traces. He had no choice but to give up and return to the city. The corpses of the 10 or so disciples of the Nether Demon Palace lay on the ground, not moving at all, and not a single storage ring was missing. The people in the city did not dare to touch them as they were Lu Ming's spoils of war. In a flash, Lu Ming kept the storage rings of the youths from the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time he also devoured their blood essence. Brother Lu. At this moment Song Yu and Song Jing flew over. Song Yu looked at Lu Ming with some respect. Brother Song, let's enter the city first, Lu Ming said. Then the three of them flew into the city. After flying into the city, Lu Ming was a little surprised because he saw a few young men flying out. Lu Ming pulled a burly young man and asked, "Brother, why are they flying out?" "AI." The burly youth sighed and said, "This brother, although you are strong, you don't know that the Dark Devil Palace is an extremely powerful sect. The area where the Dark Devil Palace is located is called the Dark Devil Mountain area. There are high-ranked empires in that area, but the Dark Devil Palace is undoubtedly the overlord of that area. Even the high-ranked empires have to listen to the Dark Devil Palace. Almost all the geniuses in that area have joined the Dark Devil Palace and become their disciples. In this city there is a group of disciples from the UMO Palace. Those people just now are not the strongest in this group. 7 of them have gone to other cities to investigate this morning. However, they will be back in 2 days at most. At that time we will all be dead. That's why they left this place and would rather find another city to settle down." The burly young man was kind and explained everything to Lu Ming in detail. "I see." Lu Ming had a sudden realization. "What is the cultivation of the 7 people who left?" he asked. "Almost all of them are above the late 6th level of martial ancestor realm. 2 of them are even geniuses at the early 7th level of martial ancestor realm. They are in the middle of the 2nd and 3rd battles and are extremely powerful. Although you are strong, you are not their match. It is better to leave this place quickly," the burly young man advised. "Thank you for the information." Lu Ming cupped his fists, but he had no intention of leaving. Seeing this, the burly young man did not say anything. He shook his head and left. Chapter 382. 382 Heaven's Path Palm completed. Outside, although it was dangerous at night if they stayed here, once the people from the Nether Demon Palace returned, they would definitely be killed as well. It would be better to leave earlier. "Brother Song, what are your plans?" Lu Ming looked at Song Yu and Song Jing. "After leaving the city, I'm sure he'll be in trouble at night. I believe in Brother Lu," Song Yu said firmly, planning to stay behind. Song Jing nodded and followed Song Yu. "Alright then, you guys should rest first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then randomly found a room in the city and sat cross-legged. Recently, his understanding of the Heaven Path Palm had become deeper and deeper, and he felt that he could make a breakthrough at any time. Once he had a breakthrough in the Heaven Path Palm, he would have another killer move. In his mind, the aura that he had remembered from the Heaven's Gate kept flowing. He did not know why, but as time passed, the aura became weaker and weaker. It was estimated that Lu Ming would forget about the aura soon. As he had forgotten, he had disappeared from his memory. Therefore he had to master the Heavenly Path Palm within this period of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The aura on the Heaven Gate and the Heavenly Path Palm were constantly corroborating and deliberating with each other. Lu Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Palm was getting deeper and deeper. He felt that there was only a layer of paper between them. As long as he could break through this layer of paper, Lu Ming would be able to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Dao Palm. Time passed and night slowly fell. Heaven and earth fell into darkness once again, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Ga ga ga. In the outside world, strange cries were constantly heard. It was abnormally terrifying. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He looked into the distance and could see many black shadows flickering outside the city. However, the city emitted a layer of hazy light, like a semicircle which enveloped the entire city. The spirits seemed to be very afraid of this light. They were wandering outside and didn't dare to rush in. These radiances were formed by the inscription formation. The supreme experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had all set up supreme formations in all the cities in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld to facilitate the smooth progress of the selection. Lu Ming saw that in the city, other than Song Yu and Song Jing, there were still a few people who had not left, including the burly young man. He had returned. He saw Lu Ming and smiled brightly. Lu Ming watched for a while and returned to his room to start comprehending the Heavenly Dao Palm. Very soon a day had passed. When night came the next day, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He had finally made a major breakthrough in his comprehension of the Heaven's Path palm. He felt that he had successfully comprehended it. I'll go out and test it out during the day. Following that, Lu Ming continued to comprehend and deepen his understanding of the Heavenly Path palm. Time passed and soon the darkness receded and light returned to the world. Lu Ming left the city and flew into the distance. Very soon he arrived at a huge mountain. Heaven's Path palm. Suddenly Lu Ming shouted and slapped his palm towards the sky. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out from Lu Ming's palm. Then a huge palm print was formed in the sky. This palm print was transparent like a human palm, but it had 9 fingers. The palm print was dozens of meters long and wide. Came down from the sky and hit a mountain peak that was 1,000 meters tall. Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the 1,000-meter mountain exploded. All the trees and stones were annihilated and turned into dust. It didn't explode into gravel but was directly annihilated. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was gone. What a powerful force. Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. The 3 Path Palms secret book recorded the 3rd palm, the Heaven Path palm. Since ancient times, only a few people had been able to master it. Once it was mastered, it would have the power infinitely close to that of a heaven-grade martial technique. Moreover, it was not the 1st or 2nd level but the strongest power could be directly displayed. Haha, the power of the Heavenly Path palm has completely surpassed the 1st step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. It has become my strongest killing move. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Unless Lu Ming cultivated the 2nd step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps, he would not be able to surpass the power of the Heavenly Way palm. Boom. Then Lu Ming started to cultivate again. Each palm was extremely powerful. 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. When it hit the mountain exploded and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to strike more than 10 times before he stopped. As the Heavenly Path palm consumed too much energy, with Lu Ming's current cultivation he could only unleash a dozen palm strikes before his essential qi ran out. Lu Ming took out a pile of spiritual crystals and absorbed their energy to recover his essential qi. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had completely recovered. Let's go back to the city and figure it out. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a flash, he flew back to the city. Ah. When they were still some distance away from the city, a miserable scream came from the distance. Lu Ming's expression changed and he sped towards the city. At this moment there were 8 more figures in the city. Each one of them was wearing a black skeleton robe. One of them was pale and had lost an arm. He was the man who had escaped from Lu Ming 2 days ago. These were all experts from the Nether Demon Palace. As for Song Yu, Song Jing, the burly young man and the other 5 people who remained in the city, they were all captured by the people from the Nether Demon Palace. One of them had one of his arms cut off by a young man from the UMO Palace. The scream just now was from him. Speak, where did that little bastard go? The young man who had escaped 2 days ago had a cold expression on his face. He stared at Song Yu and the others like a fierce ghost. I really don't know. He was still here this morning but he went out after that. I beg you, please let me go. The youth whose arm had been cut off shrieked miserably. I'll let you go. You were there in the battle 2 days ago. Since you were there, why didn't you help us kill that bastard? You saw it. If you don't help us, you'll be sentenced to death. The face of the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace turned cold. With a slash of his sword, the head of the young man flew off. The faces of Song Yu, Song Jing and the others were as pale as paper. The 2 of you are in cahoots with that beast. Don't worry, the 2 of you won't die so easily. I'll let the 2 of you taste the greatest pain in the world before I let you die. The escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace said coldly. On the side, the other 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace looked on coldly. Their eyes were extremely cold. Song Yu and Song Jing were trembling in fear. Are you afraid now? If you're afraid, then quickly think of a way to call that little bastard back. The escaped Nether Demon Palace disciple laughed madly. No need to shout, I'm here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up. Lu Ming stood high up in the sky and looked down. His expression was extremely cold and his eyes were as cold as ice. He did not expect that the people from the Nether Demon Palace would arrive so soon after he went out to cultivate. Little bastard, you're finally back. After the escaping disciple of the Nether Demon Palace was stunned for a moment, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Chapter 383. 383. I won't play with you guys anymore. Brother Lui, hurry up and run. When Song Yu saw Lu Ming, she was initially overjoyed. But then she thought of something and shouted. The Nether Demon Palace was too powerful. Other than the young man who had escaped earlier, the other 7 people were at least in the later stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 6th realm. Among them, 2 of them were in the late stage of the 6th level, 3 of them were in the peak of the 6th level, and 2 of them were in the early stage of the 7th level. The power gathered together was too strong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for it. Although Song Yu was looking forward to a miracle and Lu Ming could save them, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Leave? Today none of you shall leave. The one who spoke was a green-haired youth. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had a slender figure and an oppressive aura. He had long green hair that reached his waist and was filled with an evil aura. His gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Ming. You are the one who killed the people of my Nether Demon Palace? Good, very good. You will pay a heavy price for this. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then I'll let you experience it. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired youth's body exploded with a violent aura. 3 strikes of the spirit demon spirit severing. Die. The green-haired young man shouted as a dark green sword chi shot out from his hand. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming's glabella. Metal force complete. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh. The demon's subduing spear appeared and stabbed forward. The power of wind and fire erupted. Boom. The spear radiance and the sword chi collided, and a dazzling light burst out at the point of intersection. Then the spear radiance and the sword chi disappeared together. They were equally matched. This person is not weaker than young Master Tianxia. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could roughly determine the other party's combat strength. Without a doubt, the other party was a genius who was in the middle of a second battle and a third battle. With his cultivation in the early stage of Martial Ancestor 7th Realm, he should be able to explode with the fighting power of a Martial Ancestor 9th Realm late stage. Kid, you have some skills. Take this Yumo triple kill Godslayer. The green-haired youth roared. Dark green light burst out from his body. It was extremely dazzling. Then he became one with his sword, turning into a dazzling dark green sword radiance that charged at Lu Ming. In an instant it crossed a distance of several thousand meters. The sky was slashed by the sword light, and the air currents surged and split into 2 sides. It was extremely shocking. The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. It had truly reached the combat strength of a Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9 late stage. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and the world rumbled. A terrifying force surged forward. Boom. The sky once again let out a terrifying roar, and the air waves swept out, sending sand and stones flying. Bang, bang, bang. A figure flew back and took 3 steps in the sky, causing the air to explode and emitting a violent boom. It was the green-haired youth. On the other side, Lu Ming's body swayed slightly. He took a step back and then stood firmly. Lu Ming had the upper hand. The green-robed youth's face instantly turned greener than his hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he growled, "How is that possible? You're only in the early stage of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm and you can actually block my killing move. How is this possible?" He simply couldn't bear it. If Lu Ming could fight him at the early stage of the 5th level Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, it meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed a level 4 talent and was between level 4 and level 5. This was too shocking. Not to mention being between a level 4 and a level 5, there was not even a level 4 talent in the Nether Demon Palace where geniuses were as common as clouds. Who was this kid? Which region did he come from? Junior brother, let's attack together and kill this person. Since we're already mortal enemies, the more talented this person is, the more we have to kill him. A figure flashed and a tall young man appeared beside the green-haired young man. This young man was the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius. Alright, let's attack together. We'll set up the UMO 7 slaughter formation and kill this man. The green-haired youth instructed. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, in the city below, the other disciples of the Nether Demon Palace appeared behind the green-haired young man and the white-haired young man. There was a total of 7 of them and they stood in a strange posture forming a joint attack formation. As for the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace who had escaped, he stood at the side with a cold smile and stared at Lu Ming with a murderous look. A joint attack formation. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. As for Song Yu, Song Jing and the others, they were looking at the sky nervously. Now they could only wait and hope for a miracle. Kill. Kill. Suddenly 7 voices filled with killing intent rang out. Immediately after, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace moved. The 7 of them moved in a strange trajectory and flashed rapidly, turning into countless light shadows that surrounded Lu Ming. Chi. All of a sudden, 7 beams of sword chi shot toward Lu Ming from 7 different directions. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly and dodged the 6 sword chi. However, there was one that he could not avoid no matter what. Whoosh. The long spear was drawn out. Of course, it contained the power of wind and fire. Boom. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The power of this sword was even stronger than the green-haired youth's second sword. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and was instantly at a disadvantage. Whoosh. Whoosh. While Lu Ming was retreating, a few more sword chis behind him slashed at his back. Every step was filled with killing intent and it was unavoidable. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long roar and a dragon's roar was heard. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure instantly turned into a flash of light and disappeared in a flash. Not only did he avoid the sword light behind him, but he also directly left the joint attack formation of the Nether Demon Palace and appeared in the sky not far away. How is this possible? What kind of movement technique is this? Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Their combined attack formation was the famous guarding technique of the Nether Demon Palace. When the 7 of them worked together, their combat power would increase by several times. Moreover, those who were trapped would not be able to escape at all and would only be killed. With the strength of the 7 of them, even a peak 9th level martial ancestor realm warrior would be killed by this array. Only a half-step king could escape. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 5th level martial arts grandmaster realm. How was this possible? This combined attack formation is indeed amazing. Alright, I've seen it, so I won't play with you anymore. Lu Ming said indifferently. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. It turned out that Lu Ming had deliberately been surrounded by the joint attack formation. He wanted to see the power of the formation. Big brother, aren't you taking this too lightly? Song Yu and the others all wanted to roar. As for the few from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were extremely dark. You're not going to play with us? What big words. Let me tell you, even if you leave today, your friend will end up in an extremely miserable state because of you. The green-haired young man glanced at Song Yu and the others below and said with a ferocious expression. Given Lu Ming's movement technique, they could not stop him if he wanted to leave. However, Song Yu and the rest could not leave. Brother Lu, don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Song Yu shouted again. Leave? Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 384. 384 The Power of the Heavens Path Palm. Not leaving. What did he mean by not leaving and not playing with them? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned. What I mean is to quickly finish you off. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? To deal with us? The people from the Nether Demon Palace were stunned for a moment before they started to laugh crazily. Ah, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue when you talk big? This brat is talking nonsense on purpose to disturb our state of mind. Don't talk anymore. Let's use our full strength and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace started to shine with Esilavira light. They were all chakra, the chakra of king-level bloodlines. Among the 7, 2 of them had second-level king-class bloodlines, 3 had third-level king-class bloodlines, and the 2 strongest had fourth-level king-class bloodlines. Their chakra glowed and their bloodlines burst forth, raising the auras of the 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace to the peak. Kill. The 7 disciples of the Dark Demon Palace formed a huge formation. Sword chi glowed as they charged towards Lu Ming. I have a bloodline too. Lu Ming smiled faintly and activated his second blood meridian. A tall and blurry stone tablet with 4 Esilavir chakras flashed and disappeared. A 4th-level king bloodline. It's strong, but what's the use? The green-haired young man let out a long howl and his sword chi burst forth, shrouding Lu Ming. What if I add this? Lu Ming sneered. Groan. A dragon's roar resounded as the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed out and roared towards the sky. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace, as well as Song Yu and the others, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. King-level bloodline? How could he have 2 king-level bloodlines? Could he be an innate king-level? Natural king-level? It's impossible. The mental array of the Nether Demon Palace all cried out in disbelief, and even the operation of the array stopped. Nothing is impossible. Follow. Lu Ming shouted. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring power was produced from its mouth and enveloped the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace. What's going on? I feel that my bloodline power is a little unstable. My blood essence is beating. Everyone from the Nether Demon Palace shouted out in fear. The 2 bloodlines of a martial grandmaster could be activated at the same time. However, for most martial artists, the first bloodline was only at the mortal level. For martial arts grandmasters and above, the effect of using the mortal bloodline was extremely limited and negligible. That was why most people would only activate their second bloodline. Very few people would activate both bloodlines at the same time. However, Lu Ming was different. Both of his bloodlines were king level and had different effects on his body. He could unleash them as much as he wanted. It's just a small trick. Hold on, go kill him. The green-haired youth roared. Oh really? Then let's continue. Heaven's path palm. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly blasted a palm. Hoo-hoo. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been sucked out. A huge transparent palm print appeared, carrying a violent offensive power. It pressed down on the 7 people from the Nether Demon Palace like Mount Tai. A terrifyingly huge pressure caused the world to tremble violently. The sword chi from the Nether Demon's Palace instantly crumbled. Arg! What kind of battle technique was this? How can it be so terrifying? The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace shouted in fear. It was simply unbelievable. Hold on. We'll hold them together. The green-robed young man's eyes turned red as he desperately howled. The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used all their strength and activated the combined formation to the extreme. The 7 of them joined forces and slashed out a shocking sword chi towards the heavenly path palm print. Boom! The sword chi struck the palm of the Heaven Dao palm print and immediately caused an earth-shaking boom. A terrifying wave of air swept out, sweeping away all the clouds in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Even the city below began to tremble violently. Song Yu and the others were blown against the wall by the strong wind before they could stand firm. But they couldn't care less about their sorry state. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sky. Which side would win? Bang! Suddenly, the sword light shook and exploded, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. Boom! Even though a portion of the Heaven's Path Palm Strike's power had been neutralized, the remaining power was still terrifying as it continued to press down. Bang! Bang! The 7 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were like toads. They could not move at all and were forced to sink into the mud. The 2 with the weakest cultivation screamed in pain and stopped breathing. As for the 3 peak 6th level martial ancestor realm geniuses, although they were not dead, they were half dead. There were only 2 7th-level martial arts grandmasters in the world. They only spat out a mouthful of blood, but they still maintained a certain amount of combat power. Let's go. The green-robed young man roared and was about to use a secret skill to escape. However, Lu Ming's second palm strike was immediately released. Boom. Another huge palm print formed and pressed down on the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. I'm not afraid. The green-haired youth and the others roared in despair. The palm of the Great Path was incomparably mysterious. It had completely locked onto them and they had no way to escape. Boom. Even if the remaining 2 tried their best, they would not be able to resist. Boom. 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 Smoke and dust filled the air as the 2 of them were blasted into the ground, creating 2 huge pits. They lay in the pits, unable to move. At that moment, Song Yu, Song Jing and the others were dumbfounded. They could not come back to their senses. The 7 geniuses from the Nether Demon Palace had set up a joint attack formation, but Lu Ming had defeated them with 2 palm strikes. This was too terrifying. On one side of the sky, the disciple of the UMO Palace who had escaped last time was now trembling non-stop. His lips were trembling and his face was pale without a trace of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Demon monster, this is my fault. Run, run, I want to get away from this monster, run. He roared in his heart and was about to use a secret technique to escape. At this moment, Puchi. A ray of spear light pierced through his back. The disciple of the Dark Demon Palace bellowed and turned his head desperately, only to see Lu Ming's cold eyes. I let you escape last time. Do you think there will be a second time? He said. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then with a shake of the spear radiance destroyed the life force of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. His corpse then fell to the ground. Then Lu Ming took another step forward and walked toward the green-haired young man and the other man. At this moment the 2 couldn't move. They were terrified. Wait a minute, don't kill us. We are disciples of the Dark Devil Palace. The geniuses of the Dark Devil Palace are as numerous as the clouds. This time around there are more than 500 geniuses who have entered. We are just a small portion of them. There are still many stronger geniuses in other cities. If you kill us, the disciples of the Dark Devil Palace will not let you off. The green-haired youth shouted. Hee, as long as I kill all of you, how will the other people from the Nether Demon Palace know that I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. Of course I know. I might as well tell you that I have already used the shadow-breathing talisman to copy your image and sent it to the strongest genius of the Nether Demon Palace. You can't escape. The green-haired youth shouted. So it's the shadow-resting talisman. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Like the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman, the shadow-dissipating talisman was made by an inscription master. The shadow breath talisman could copy the appearance of a certain scene or a certain person and send it to another person who also had the shadow breath talisman. It was a very magical item. Chapter 385. 385 Chapter 385 Kill them all. Seeing that Lu Ming was in deep thought, the green-haired young man thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He was overjoyed and his face lit up. How about this? As long as you let us go, I will plead with the experts from the Nether Demon Palace to spare your life. Then we will pretend that today's incident never happened. The green-haired youth said. Since Lu Ming was afraid, he believed that Lu Ming would accept this condition. A venomous killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared in his heart. As long as he escaped this danger, he would definitely make the more powerful people in the Nether Demon Palace go all out to hunt down Lu Ming. He would make him die without a burial place and make him regret offending him. Are you done? Lu Ming suddenly smiled faintly and said. What? The green-haired youth was stunned. If you're done, you can be on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a cold, murderous intent. You're scared? No, don't be scared. The green-haired youth and the other 7th-level martial ancestor realm genius screamed in fear. Just now they thought that they had seen hope and that Lu Ming would let them off. But the next moment they fell from heaven to hell. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. The spear's gleam burst out and killed the 2 of them. After that he killed the other injured people one by one, took their storage rings and swallowed their blood essence. Brother Lu Xuan, we have to thank you again for saving us this time. Song Yu flew over and stuttered. In his heart, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious and unattainable. No need to thank me. I'm the one who dragged you guys down this time. And Brother Song, what are your plans next? This city has already been exposed. I'm afraid that there will be experts from the Nether Demon Palace coming. Lu Ming said. We've received news that there's a small city in the north. There are experts in our area there and we plan to rush over and meet them. Song Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. This was good too. He was not a kind person. He could not possibly spend his time helping them all the time. They would have to rely on themselves. Immediately after, Song Yu and her sister as well as the burly young man bade farewell to Lu Ming and left the place for the north. Lu Ming walked into one of the rooms and sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence that he had just devoured. It was the blood essence of a 6th or 7th grade martial arts grandmaster. It was not of much help to Lu Ming. After refining it, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the early 5th grade martial arts grandmaster realm. Now that I've successfully cultivated the Heaven Path Palm, my combat strength has increased greatly. Although I haven't reached the level of a battle prodigy of 5, I've reached the peak of a battle prodigy of 4. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power and open up his blood meridian, his combat strength would reach the peak of a level 4 fighter with the heavenly Dao Palm and the power of wind and fire. Just now he had used this move to defeat everyone from the Nether Demon Palace. However, the peak of a level 4 talent was only one step away from level 5. Although it seemed like there was only one step, this one step was a world of difference. It would be extremely difficult to become one of the top 5. Even if Lu Ming managed to cultivate the second step of the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, he would not be able to reach the level of a 5-man talent. Now, if I want to quickly increase my combat strength, I can only quickly increase my cultivation. Lu Ming pondered. The power of the palm of the Great Path was already extremely terrifying. Even if he cultivated the second step of 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, its power would not be much stronger than the palm of the Great Path. Unless he cultivated it to the third step, then his combat power would be greatly improved. However, he had not even mastered the second step, let alone the third step. In terms of force, the force of wind and fire were both at the limit of large success. The two were balanced, and the power of the fusion was extremely terrifying. Even if one of Lu Ming's forces broke through to perfection, the power would not be much stronger after the fusion of the two forces. Unless both forces had reached perfection. However, this was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. Therefore, if Lu Ming wanted to improve his combat strength in the short term, the only way was to improve his cultivation. In this selection, his weakness was his cultivation. Find a place with powerful demonic beasts, kill them and improve your cultivation. Lu Ming made up his mind and left the small city heading west. They headed west in search of places with powerful demonic beasts. Slowly night fell and night came again. However, with Lu Ming's wind and fire power, as long as he did not encounter anything too strange, he would not be in any danger. Those specters couldn't do anything to him. He charged forward until the day came again and the world regained its vitality. During the day, Lu Ming sped up. Very quickly he crossed the distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, Lu Ming stopped in the middle of a vast mountain. The mountain was full of life. From the depths of the mountain, roars came out, accompanied by powerful auras that soared into the sky. Lu Ming could sense at least 10 auras of 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts. He could even sense the aura of a class 9 level 4 demonic beast. Alright, this is the place. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This boundless mountain seemed to have nurtured many powerful demonic beasts. Lu Ming rushed into the mountain without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss. Not long after he rushed in, a python that was more than 50 meters long pounced at Lu Ming. The python exuded a powerful aura of class 8 level 4. Good. Lu Ming grinned and thrust his long spear forward. With a plop, he pierced a huge hole in the python's head. The python hissed and rolled its huge body, crushing a few trees that were large enough for several people to hug. After rolling a few times, he finally stopped breathing. Lu Ming stepped forward and swallowed the python's blood essence. At the same time, he took out the demonic pill and swallowed it as well. The blood essence and demonic core of a Class 8 Level 4 demonic beast were much more effective. A moment later, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He had finally broken through to the middle stage of the 5th level martial ancestor realm. Then he continued to hunt demonic beasts. Half a day later, Lu Ming had killed a total of 8 8th grade 4th level demonic beasts and 1 9th grade 4th level demonic beast. His cultivation had reached the peak of the middle 5th grade martial ancestor realm, not far from the late 5th grade martial ancestor realm. At this moment, night fell once again and all the demonic beasts went into hiding. Lu Ming followed a demonic beast and hid in a cave that was more than 10 meters underground. But soon the specter found him. This led Lu Ming to a conclusion. It was useless for outsiders like them to hide. The spirit would still find them. On the other hand, the spirit race wouldn't look for the demon beasts if they hid. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only resist and wait for the time to pass. When the day arrived, Lu Ming meditated and regulated his breathing for a while. After he had recovered, he continued to venture deep into the forest to hunt demonic beasts. Buzz. Half an hour later, Lu Ming dashed out of a valley at high speed, frantically fleeing into the distance. A loud cry came from the valley, shaking the earth and making countless trees shake. Then, a huge toad that was more than 50 meters tall and the size of a small mountain rushed out of the valley. Whoosh! The giant toad opened its mouth and a scarlet tongue pierced through the space of several miles in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. His figure appeared 10 miles away, avoiding the attack. Chapter 386. 386 The Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Boom. The giant toad's scarlet tongue did not hit Lu Ming. Instead, it hit a mountain peak that was thousands of meters high. The giant toad was furious. It flicked its scarlet tongue and the mountain peak rumbled. The mountain peak, which was thousands of meters high, exploded and broke in half. The section of the mountain peak whizzed toward Lu Ming. Whoa, this toad is too strong. It's definitely a half-step king. Lu Ming was shocked. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and traveled 10 miles in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, the mountain hit the ground with a deafening boom. This attack had killed countless living beings. Lu Ming did not stop. He took a few more steps before he completely shook off the giant toad. This time he was really unlucky. He had only casually barged into a valley and had already alerted such a powerful existence. Seems like I have to be careful. Who knows what kind of existences are living in this ancient battlefield? If I encounter a real monster king, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming pondered. Then he focused his attention and observed carefully, continuing to hunt demonic beasts. A rich medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming had yet to walk 100 miles when he suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. On the left. Lu Ming tried to identify it and realized that the medicinal fragrance was coming from the left. He immediately went to the left. In front of them were 2 mountain peaks that were 7,000 to 8,000 meters tall. They pierced through the clouds and were exceptionally majestic. In the middle of the 2 mountain peaks, a huge canyon was formed. The medicinal fragrance came from there. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. In the mountain forest, several corpses of demonic beasts lay on the ground. They had sword wounds on their bodies, and from the looks of it, they had not been dead for long. There are already people here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming immediately focused and continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw many demonic beast corpses. Buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 8 young men and women appeared in front of Lu Ming. Stop. This place has been occupied by my Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Friend, please go back. The 8 young men and women sized Lu Ming up. One of the blue-robed young men said, Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Flying Tiger Mountain Range was a small area to the south of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Although it was bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range, it was not much bigger. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You've occupied it? I've never heard of any place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld or which region it belongs to. If you can come here, I can come here too. It was obvious that there were treasures in the canyon. The people from Flying Tiger Mountain Range wanted to occupy this place and eliminate the demonic beasts here to obtain the treasures. Lu Ming had finally encountered it. How could he miss it? Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're only in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm and you dare to bargain with us? Since you're not leaving, then you'll stay here forever. The blue-robed young man's face darkened and killing intent burst forth from him. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're just a mere 5th level martial ancestor realm and you dare to be so arrogant. You're looking for death. Next to the blue-robed young man, a cold-looking young man in the early stage of the 6th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm took a big step forward and sent a palm towards Lu Ming. Roar. A ferocious tiger with flower spots appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. This young man was a second-rate warrior. He believed that he could definitely suppress Lu Ming with his cultivation of the early 6th level martial ancestor realm. But the next moment his expression changed. Lu Ming casually swung his palm and the tiger that he had condensed was easily dispersed. Following that, Lu Ming's slap continued. Pa. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The cold-looking young man let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into 2 trees that were large enough for several people to wrap their arms around before he finally stopped. He lay there twitching non-stop and had already passed out. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Let's attack together. The blue-robed youth reacted and shouted. Following that, a Silavir chakra glinted as his bloodline burst forth, and 7 powerful auras rose. Among them, the blue-robed youth's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He focused his gaze and a long spear appeared in his hand. He swept it out. Bang. Bang. With 6 consecutive booms except for the blue-robed young man, the other 6 people were all sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. As for the blue-robed young man, he was forced back 100 meters and coughed up blood. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with his attack. The so-called 3 battle geniuses and 4 battle geniuses were not things that could be achieved with a casual attack. Instead, it referred to the combat power he had when he used his full strength and executed his ultimate move. When Lu Ming used the Heavenly Path Palm, he could reach the peak of a level 4 fighter. And the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was only a little more than the 4 battle geniuses. As for the power of wind and fire, without the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step or the Heavenly Path Palm, he could only reach the level of a level 4 fighter. He was not satisfied with himself, but the blue-robed young man and the others were terrified. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment the sound of something breaking through the air was heard again. From the direction of the canyon, dozens of figures flew out. It was obvious that these people were all geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Just now they had already been alerted. You're all alone, yet you dare to go against so many people in the Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Are you looking for death? Dozens of people stood in front of Lu Ming. A burly young man shouted coldly. This place doesn't belong to your Flying Tiger Mountain Range. I can't come and go as I please. You're the ones who are too overbearing. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, which region are you from? The one who spoke was a young man standing in the middle of the dozens of people. This young man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His arms were especially long and could reach his knees if they were casually placed. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. Lu Ming looked at the person and frowned. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Lu Ming said. There was nothing to hide. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. After hearing Lu Ming's words, the dozens of people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range were visibly relieved. The long-armed young man in the lead even sneered. So you are from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Hee, since you dared to hurt so many of us, you can stay here forever. The long-armed young man sneered. The reason why he said so much just now was that he was afraid that Lu Ming was a genius from a large area. If that was the case, he would have to think twice. No, there was no need for that. Brother Fei, you're the #1 expert in our Flying Tiger Mountain range. You don't need to use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. There's no need for you to do it. I'll go and kill him. The burly young man from before strode out. With every step he took, the earth rumbled and cracked. A huge black bear appeared above his head, with 4 Esilavir chakra shining brightly. He was in the early stage of the martial ancestor 7 stage. Without a doubt, this person was a genius who was not weaker than young Master Xianxia. Die. A saber appeared in the burly young man's hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. This blade seemed to be able to split a mountain. Chapter 387. 387 The Giant Toad. 9 Dragons Trampling the Heavens. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste time with the other party. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom. With a loud bang, the burly young man's body slid back for thousands of meters, leaving a deep gully along the way. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sisigu. Gasps of shock could be heard. The geniuses from the Flying Tiger Mountain range looked at Lu Ming in shock. It was unbelievable that he could injure the burly youth with one move with his cultivation of the 5th martial ancestor realm. The long-armed young man was shocked at first, then his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. I didn't expect that a monstrous genius like you would appear in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm afraid even Jian Fengyun is far inferior to you. Skid. I'll kill you before you rise to power. Otherwise, you'll be a disaster to the Flying Tiger Mountain range in the future. The long-armed young man said coldly. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, his body pounced toward Lu Ming like a cannonball and he threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the burly young man's. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again and took a step forward. Boom. With a deafening sound, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was blocked. At the same time, a powerful force surged and Lu Ming was forced to retreat. The cultivation of the later stage of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a strong power. Lu Ming was shocked. Roar. With a roar, a majestic giant ape appeared above the long-armed young man's head. There were 5 astonishing Esilavir chakras on the giant ape's body. King Class 5th Level Bloodline Violent Steel Ape. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man roared and threw another punch. A ray of fist light like the fist of a giant ape came flying towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. This person was definitely a 3-man expert who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming cast his strongest move without any hesitation. The Heaven's Path palm print condensed and collided with the Great Ape King's divine fist. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the area within a radius of several dozen miles began to shake violently. The fist and palm collided, forming a terrifying hurricane that swept through the sky and the earth. Some of the weaker young men from the Flying Tiger Mountain range were swept away by the hurricane and were pushed back. Boom. After the loud noise, a figure flew back rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He flew for thousands of meters and stood in the air. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The long-armed young man was too strong. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the 7th level martial grandmaster realm, which was more than 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. In addition to his 3-man talent, he was more than 5 levels higher than Lu Ming. Lu Ming had not reached level 5. How could he be his match? He didn't die even after this. However, he didn't know that the long-armed young man's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming's combat strength shocked him so much that he had goosebumps all over. He had also ventured to those large areas before. But even in the larger regions, there was no such terrifying genius. Not to mention anything else, he had only heard of a 4-battle genius, but had never seen one. As for Lu Ming, he had obviously surpassed the top 4. Die, I must die. The long-armed young man roared in his heart and then shouted, I've already injured him. Let's attack together. We can't let this person leave alive. Having said that, he quickly attacked Lu Ming. Kill. The other people from the Flying Tiger Mountain range all shouted. The scene of dozens of people attacking together was indeed shocking. These young men were the strongest group of people in the Flying Tiger Mountain range. It was as if all the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had attacked together. How shocking was the momentum. I'm too lazy to play with you guys. Lu Ming turned and left. He used the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. In the next moment he was already 10 miles away. What a joke. He was fighting with so many people and one of them was a long-armed young man. Lu Ming was not stupid. Since he was no match for them, what harm was there in temporarily retreating? Moreover, Lu Ming already had a plan in mind. Chase. The long-armed young man shouted. However, their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. He disappeared without a trace in a few moments. Detestable. The long-armed young man was filled with hatred. Let's go back. We must get the level 5 spiritual herbs in the valley. The long-armed young man shouted. Then the group of people from Flying Tiger Mountain range went back to the canyon to clear out the demonic beast. Lu Ming covered 10 miles with a single step. His speed was so fast that he arrived outside a valley not long after. In this valley there was a half-step demonic beast King Toad. That was right. Lu Ming came here to borrow strength. He wanted to use the giant toad's power to disrupt the battle and then seize the opportunity to seize the spiritual herbs in the canyon. Based on the herbal fragrance that the spiritual medicine was emitting, Lu Ming speculated that it was very likely a level 5 spiritual medicine. This was because level 4 spiritual herbs definitely did not have that kind of medicinal fragrance. Level 5 spiritual medicine. Lu Ming was a little excited at the thought of it. Level 5 spiritual medicine was a rare treasure that even kings needed. It was extremely precious. If he had level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming would be able to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body and advance his physical body to the 6th grade in one fell swoop. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming dashed into the valley. Buzz. A moment later an earth-shattering cry rang out, and the vegetation rustled and trembled. Then they saw Lu Ming rushing out of the valley as if his butt was on fire. Buzz. A mountain-sized toad rushed out of the valley in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps and appeared 10 miles away in an instant. Buzz. The giant toad exerted force on its 4 limbs and its incomparably huge body shot up into the sky. In an instant it crossed a distance of 7 to 8 li and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground cracked. Then in the smoke and dust, the giant toad's body rushed out once again and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took another step forward, causing the giant toad to miss its target. 1 man and 1 toad, one chasing and one escaping in the blink of an eye, they were dozens of miles away. When the giant toad stopped and did not want to give chase, Lu Ming also stopped and shot it. Immediately the giant toad flew into a rage and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Very soon Lu Ming came to the huge canyon again. Lu Ming did not stop. He dashed toward the canyon. Who is it? With a loud shout a few figures rushed out from below. One of them was the burly young man who had been injured by Lu Ming earlier. You again? You still dare to come? You're looking for death. The burly teenager roared angrily when he saw that it was Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. More than a dozen figures rushed out from below. Brat, I won't let you off this time. The long-armed young man also rushed out. I brought you guys a present, don't thank me. Lu Ming smiled. What? The long-armed young man and the others were stunned. Buzz. A loud roar came from the distance. Then they saw a mountain-like figure rushing over from the distance. That's the referee. Not good, quickly retreat. The long-armed young man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming smiled and rushed inside. However, there were a few people in Flying Tiger Mountain range who could not react in time and were directly crushed by the giant toad's figure. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air and blood splattered. Those people were crushed to death by the giant toad. Chapter 388. 388 Chapter 388 Spiritual Herbs in Hand. Whoosh. Then the giant toad's scarlet tongue shot out. 5 or 6 geniuses from Flying Tiger Mountain Range couldn't dodge in time and were caught by the tongue. Save me! The 5 or 6 young men shouted in fear. In the next moment the tongue retracted back into the giant toad's mouth, and the cry stopped abruptly. Lu Ming took the opportunity to rush into the canyon. Damn it, you animal, don't even think about it. The long-armed young man roared and rushed into the canyon. The remaining people scattered in all directions. Some fled to the outside of the canyon while others rushed into the canyon. Buzz! The giant toad cried out and also rushed into the canyon. Along the way Lu Ming saw many corpses of demonic beasts. Wherever there were spirit herbs, there would definitely be powerful demonic beasts guarding it. The valley was very wide and deep, formed by 2 huge mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger the medicinal fragrance became. Roar! Roar! At this time, more than a dozen demonic beasts rushed out of the canyon. Each of these demonic beasts was very powerful. The weakest one was at 8th grade 4th level, 7 to 8 were at 9th grade 4th level, and 2 of them had even reached the peak of 9th grade 4th level, only a step away from the half-step Demon King realm. This was the most powerful group of demonic beasts in the canyon. The long-armed young man and the others had been afraid of these demonic beasts and had not rushed in. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly soared into the sky, appearing high in the sky. Then he took another step forward. This time his target was the depths of the canyon. Roar! Some demonic beasts roared angrily and tried to stop him, but Lu Ming was too fast and they could not make it in time. At this moment the giant toad rushed in again. Buzz! The giant toad roared loudly. Whether it was a human or a demonic beast, it attacked everyone. Instantly, the giant toad and a dozen powerful demonic beasts were in a chaotic battle. Damn it, damn it! The long-armed young man roared. The people from the Flying Tiger Mountain Range were the first to be affected by the demonic beasts on both sides. A few more people died in the mouths of the demonic beast. The spirit herbs are mine. The long-armed young man roared and used all his strength to break out of the encirclement, heading toward the depths of the canyon. At this moment, Lu Ming had already rushed to the depths of the canyon. This is... At the sight of the scene in front of him, Lu Ming was taken aback, then he was overjoyed. What appeared in front of them was actually a medicinal field. That's right, even though many years had passed, one could still vaguely see that it was a medicinal field. There were 7 to 8 spiritual herbs growing in the herbal field. Each spirit herb was shining with a faint spiritual light and emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. That's a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and a phoenix-shaped lingji. Lu Ming saw a few types that he recognized at a glance. The 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was as thick as a child's arm. It was blood-red in color and flickered with a blood-red light. It was extraordinary at first glance. There was also the phoenix-shaped lingzi, which actually grew like a phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. These 2 spiritual herbs were both level 5 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, it seemed to be aged and its medicinal strength was extremely powerful. There were a few other herbs that Lu Ming did not recognize. However, they did not seem to be inferior to the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and the phoenix-shaped lingji. They were definitely level 5 spiritual herbs. Upper level 5. These spiritual herbs are definitely upper level 5 spiritual herbs. Even a martial king would drool at them. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing. Haha, with these spiritual herbs, my body can break through to the 6th realm. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell on a small tree in the depths of the herbal field. This small tree was not tall, only a little more than 1 meter. There was not a single leaf on the branches, but there were 9 fist-sized fruits hanging on it. The fruit was bright red and crystal clear. Around the fruit, there was a dense fiery red mist as if a flame was burning and jumping. Could this be the vermilion red fruit? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He could not hide his crazed joy. The vermilion scarlet fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was said that if martial arts grandmasters and ancient martial art practitioners consumed it, they could quickly improve their cultivation without any side effects. Aha, even the heavens are helping me. With the vermilion fruit, my cultivation will be able to increase by a level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz. At this moment, the long-armed young man was flying towards them at high speed. Then his eyes flickered as he saw the spiritual herbs and vermilion fruit in the herb field. Vermilion fruit, that's the vermilion fruit. With these 9 vermilion fruits, my cultivation will definitely reach the 8th or even 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Then I won't have to be afraid of anyone in the ancient battlefield of the netherworld. The long-armed young man roared in his heart. However, in the next moment his expression became extremely ferocious and he shouted, "Bastard, what are you doing? These spirit herbs are mine." Lu Ming pounced on the spiritual herbs. Is this guy's brain damaged? Hearing the long-armed young man's words, Lu Ming pursed his lips speechlessly. With a wave of his hand, a vast amount of genuine qi gushed out and turned into genuine qi shovels, digging out all 7 spiritual herbs of different colors. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and all the spirit herbs were kept in the supreme shrine. Following that, Lu Ming pounced on the 9 vermilion fruit. Bastard, stop. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red. He roared madly and pounced at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, unleashing his strongest combat strength. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The long-armed young man threw a punch. Boom. A terrifying tremor was emitted as the Heaven Dao palm print was pierced through by this punch. However, the long-armed young man's figure was also blocked for a moment. Buzz. Lu Ming was sent flying backward by the force of the punch and happened to pass by the vermilion red fruit tree. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming kept all 9 scarlet vermilion fruits into the supreme shrine. Bang! Lu Ming's body slammed heavily against the wall of the canyon. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hand over the spiritual medicine and the vermilion fruit. The long-armed young man roared. Idiot! Lu Ming sneered and took a step into the sky. In an instant he appeared in the sky. Then he took another step and flew 10 miles away. Animal, animal, stop right there. The long-armed young man shouted hysterically. This was originally an opportunity that belonged to him. If he could use the vermilion fruit to increase his cultivation, he would be able to use it as a foundation to fight for more resources. Now all of them were taken away by Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him. He cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps continuously and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye, without a trace. Damn it, damn it. When we leave the ancient battlefield of the netherworld, I will lead the experts to the Cloud Emperor mountain range to find you and your family. I want them to die without a burial place. The long-armed young man's eyes flashed with extreme resentment. Then he gritted his teeth and went to save the other geniuses in Flying Tiger Mountain Range. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning. Not long after, he arrived at a quiet place 10,000 miles away. With a thought, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Now I'll start cultivating the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm and began to activate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Soon, the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng began to transform into wisps of qi of myriad spirits and seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical body, which had already reached a bottleneck, began to improve again. Chapter 389. 389 6th grade fleshly body. The medicinal effect of an upper level 5 spiritual medicine was too strong. It was extremely rich and continuously transformed into the qi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was glowing, shimmering and dazzling. Moreover, his qi and blood circulated, full of endless vitality. A day later, a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng had been completely refined. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones were making crisp sounds. His muscles were as tight as steel wires, buzzing. His physical body was beginning to break through the bottleneck. After another half a day, the strange phenomenon disappeared and Lu Ming opened his eyes. 6th grade physical body. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he looked happy. After refining an upper level 5 spiritual medicine, Lu Ming's physical body finally made a breakthrough. Even some martial king realm martial artists had to specially cultivate their bodies to reach the 6th grade body. What a powerful force. With my current physical body, how strong will I be when I combine it with my true qi? With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared outside the Supreme Shrine. At this time it was already the evening of the next day outside. Last night I was safe and sound. I was really stupid. I only couldn't enter the Supreme Shrine when it was in danger. As long as I could enter the Supreme Shrine before nightfall, I wouldn't have to avoid the attacks of those spirits. Lu Ming was slightly stunned and secretly scolded himself for being silly. If he didn't use the Supreme Shrine, why would he bother with those spirits every night? Let's test my strength first. The demon-subduing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Then he shook the long spear and suddenly struck the ground. Boom! The earth let out a violent roar and trembled violently. The ground exploded and gravel flew. A spear-shaped gully appeared on the ground and spread forward. It only stopped after spreading for more than 200 meters. On the ground, a 10-meter deep and 200-meter long ditch appeared. The power of a casual attack has indeed increased a lot. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The attack just now was purely the combination of genuine qi and physical strength. He didn't use any martial arts techniques or combine the power of wind and fire. Let's try something else. Next, Lu Ming added in the wind and fire force and started experimenting. After that, he continued to test out the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Step and the Heavenly Path Palm. It seems that my strongest combat strength hasn't improved much. I can't reach the level of 5 fighters. After a round of experiments, Lu Ming came to a conclusion. When he used the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, the physical body was still greatly affected. The breakthrough of the physical body greatly enhanced the power of the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps, but it did not surpass the power of the Heavenly Path Palm. It was only close to the power of the Heavenly Path Palm. However, the power of the Heaven's Path Palm did not increase by much. The power of the Heavenly Path Palm was mainly due to the mysterious Heavenly Path aura. It had little to do with the physical body. Therefore, the breakthrough of the physical body did not have much effect on the improvement of the Heaven's Path Palm. However, it did not mean that Lu Ming's combat strength had not improved. His basic combat power had increased by a large margin, and the power of any ordinary martial technique or attack would increase greatly. It could be said that Lu Ming did not need to use the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps or the Heavenly Way Palm. He mainly added the power of wind and fire to his attack, and it would reach or even surpass the power of a level 4 genius. Moreover, this was a battle that could last for a long time, unlike the Heavenly Path Palm, which consumed a lot of energy. Although he had not reached the level of a level 5 talent, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Continue to improve my physical body. The next moment, Lu Ming returned to the Supreme Shrine. He took out another level 5 spiritual medicine and began to transform it into the qi of myriad spirits to improve his physical body. However, the amount of energy required for a 6th grade body was simply too much. It was at least 10 times more than what a 5th grade body needed. A day later, after Lu Ming refined the spiritual medicine, his physical body only improved a little. He did not know how far he was from achieving rank 6. Continue. Lu Ming started to refine the spiritual medicine continuously. Another 5 days had passed. The remaining 5 jeweled spiritual herbs had all been refined. Lu Ming's physical body had only reached the peak of the initial success of the 6th stage and had not broken through to the upper tier. The amount of energy required is too terrifying. I don't know how much more energy is needed to cultivate a 7th grade body. Whatever, I'll continue to refine those low-grade spiritual herbs. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of spiritual herbs appeared in front of him. Like a small mountain, there were level 2, level 3 and level 4. They were all obtained from other people's storage rings after killing them. Refine. In Lu Ming's hands, There was an inexplicable aura that enveloped the hundreds of spiritual herbs. These spirit herbs were too weak to be compared to level 5 spirit herbs. Therefore Lu Ming planned to refine a few hundred of them at once. Buzz. Lu Ming activated the 10,000 spirit war body. Some of the spirit herbs shook and turned into ashes. Lu Ming absorbed the medicinal effects and transformed them into the qi of 10,000 spirits, nourishing his body. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the pills. Time flew by and another 10 days passed. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined no less than 10,000 spiritual herbs of various levels. He had swept away all the spiritual herbs that he had accumulated during this period. At this moment, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the peak of upper-tier rank 6. He was just a step away from complete rank 6. This made Lu Ming sigh. Cultivating the physical body was really a money-burning task. The value of so many spiritual herbs was simply unimaginable, but they didn't have much effect on the improvement of the body. Alright, I'll stop here for now. Now I'll raise my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out a vermilion fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The 9-dragon bloodline refined it to increase his cultivation. The vermilion scarlet fruit was indeed a supreme treasure that could increase one's cultivation. The energy it contained was incomparably vast, and it continuously condensed true qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the later stage of the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and continued to improve. 3 days later, all 9 vermilion fruit were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of the 6th level martial arts Grandmaster realm. 9 vermilion red fruits. To others, I'm afraid you can advance 2 levels, but to me it's not even 1 level. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He needed too much energy for every step he advanced. However, there was a benefit to it. The scarlet vermilion fruit's cultivation was extremely pure and had a solid foundation. Lu Ming could continue to devour the blood essence of demonic beasts to improve his cultivation. He didn't need to spend time to polish and stabilize his foundation. It's been more than 20 days since I entered seclusion. It's time to go out and take a walk. As he thought of this, he left the Supreme Shrine. It was still daytime outside. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed west. Following that, Lu Ming went on adventures during the day in search of opportunities. Before nightfall, he would enter the Supreme Shrine to comprehend force and cultivate martial arts techniques. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. These 7 days there weren't many big waves. There's a city up ahead. Lu Ming saw a city ahead. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew toward the city. This city is huge. When Lu Ming neared, he realized that this city was very majestic. It was much larger than the previous one. Chapter 390. 390 Overbearing Suppression. This was considered a big city in the eastern Nether ancient battlefield. Lu Ming discovered many figures in the air. His body moved and he landed in the city. He sensed that there were powerful auras surging in some buildings in the city. It was clear that many young geniuses were cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then walked toward the place with the most aura. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the center of the city. There were many people gathered there. Ancient remnant weapon, obtained in a secret place. It even contains a trace of spirituality. Exchange it for a piece of meteoric metal. An ancient elixir recipe from the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. It must be of high quality. I only want a high-level Earth-grade martial arts technique. You can take it. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he heard shouts. It was as if he had arrived at the market outside. Lu Ming was stunned. Then he pulled a young girl to his side and asked. The young girl was kind. She briefly explained and Lu Ming came to a realization. This was equivalent to a small market. The first 3 months of the Detian Divine Guard selection was a time for people to gain experience, search for opportunities and raise their cultivation. During this period of time, everyone might have gained something and obtained some treasures, but they might not be able to use them. Therefore, in some big cities, Many geniuses would gather together and take out the treasures that they didn't need to exchange with others for the treasures they needed. Thus, this small market city was created. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He also strolled around to see if he could find anything he needed. There were about 500 to 600 people here. They were shouting non-stop, and the items they took out were also strange. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. However, he did not see anything that tempted Lu Ming. "You animal, it's you." All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura enveloping him. Lu Ming turned around quickly and saw a few young men walking toward him in big strides. Lu Ming could not help but smile. Wasn't this the long-armed young man from the Flying Tiger Mountain range? He was really an enemy, a road butcher. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are red. The long-armed young man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. "Little bastard, I didn't expect to meet you here. This time I won't let you escape. Also, where's the spirit herb? Hand it over now or you'll die a horrible death." The long-armed young man said in a sinister voice. "Are you stupid? It's been so many days and you still have spirit herbs? If you really want it, I can still remember where it is. I can take you there, but I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste." Lu Ming said with a smile. This was an insult. This was an insult. The long-armed young man's eyes turned red at once. The bloodline in his body burst out and a violent aura rose. "Die. Die, you animal, go to hell." The long-armed young man roared. Buzz. Lu Ming soared into the sky and hovered in the air. "If you want to fight, come up." Buzz. The long-armed young man also rushed into the sky. Their actions naturally alerted the others. That's the flying ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain range. It's the strongest expert in the Flying Tiger Mountain range. It's said that it's a genius of 3 battles. Who is the other person? He dared to fight with the flying ape? Could it be that he is also the most powerful expert in a certain region? I don't know him. The others were all talking among themselves as they stared at the sky. In the sky, Lu Ming and the long-armed teenager flying ape stood opposite each other. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. They turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward each other. Then they collided in the air like 2 meteors. Boom. With a deafening boom, the 2 figures quickly retreated. Kill. Great Ape King Divine Fist. The flying ape roared again and charged at Lu Ming with a punch. A terrifying fist radiance streaked across the sky and headed straight for Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming's body glowed and he took a step forward. Wherever he stepped, the space trembled violently, turning into a violent force that surged forward. Boom. This time an even more shocking tremor spread out. The sound was vast and shocking. Whoosh. Then a figure flew backward like a shooting star. It was the flying ape. The flying ape was defeated. The flying ape was actually defeated. Who is this person? It's so terrifying. Could it be one of those monstrous talents from the high-tier empires? Can't you guys see? This person is only in the early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, but he was able to defeat the flying ape. How many battles did he have to go through? Oh my god, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have realized it. It's true. Isn't this too terrifying? The hundreds of geniuses below all took in a cold breath. In the air, the flying ape flew 1,000 meters and stopped in the air. Blood kept flowing out of its mouth, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! He growled. He was a genius who had won 3 battles and was the best in the Flying Tiger Mountain range. Countless so-called geniuses were trash in front of him. He had always been the one to defeat people of a higher level than him. Now Lu Ming was the one who defeated him. He could not accept this. Nothing is impossible. Die. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and his figure soared into the sky. He appeared above the flying ape and looked down from above as he took a step forward. Boom. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was falling from the sky. Block it. The flying ape roared. At this moment his body suddenly swelled up. His body was a lot bigger and his arms were thick and solid. He looked more like a giant ape. This was a secret skill that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and released a powerful devouring force on the flying ape. The flying ape's body trembled. He felt his blood and essence shake, wanting to leave his body. His aura suddenly dropped. Boom. At this moment, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the flying ape clashed. The flying ape let out a blood-curdling screech, and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. There was a large area of ancient houses. Boom. The flying ape crashed heavily into these houses, causing the earth to rumble violently. Heaven's Path Palm. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. The Heaven's Path palm print condensed and slammed down. Ah! The flying ape had just charged out from below when it saw the Heaven's Path palm print flying toward it. It immediately let out a cry of horror and despair. He was already injured and he was no match for the palm. He was like a fly that was being suppressed by the heavenly Dao palm. There was another earth-shaking boom. A large area of ancient houses was shattered. Dust filled the air and gravel flew everywhere. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he condensed more than 10 long spears in his hand. He threw them out and they turned into more than 10 bolts of lightning shooting down. Ah! A shrill scream rang out and then there was no more sound. Many figures were floating in the sky above the city. At this moment, all of them were staring at the city in a daze, their eyes filled with shock. Just now, Lu Ming's series of attacks were swift, ruthless, and like a storm. There was no way to avoid them and it shocked everyone. Chapter 391. 391 Four Symbols Key, Ancient Ruins. Facing such an attack, how was the flying ape? Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared down, waiting for the result. Soon the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing the scene below. First, a huge palm print that was dozens of meters wide came into view. In the huge palm print, the flying ape lay there like a dead dog. Several long spears condensed from true energy pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The flying ape's eyes were wide open. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it no longer had the slightest breath. He was dead. The flying ape was killed. This was the strongest expert in this region, a genius who had only won 3 battles. Yet he was killed just like that. Everyone gasped and felt cold. Even in large regions and great empires, geniuses who had won 3 battles were extremely rare. They were exceptionally powerful. If such a person did not die, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the Martial King realm in the future. He could even reach an even higher realm. Now he had died just like that. Everything was for nothing. A general's success was built upon thousands of bones. Every peak expert had stepped over piles of bones and the corpses of other geniuses to reach the top. At this moment, the other young men who came with the flying ape from the Flying Tiger Mountain range were trembling in fear, and their faces were pale. They left sneakily. The flying ape was already killed. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Lu Ming could not be bothered with a few small fries. He moved and appeared beside the flying ape's corpse. He used his essential qi to sweep up the storage ring and devoured the blood essence. Immediately, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the place. At the north of the city, Lu Ming landed and found a room to enter. Then he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. During this period of time, he had obtained too many storage rings and had not carefully cleaned them up. He had only roughly cleaned up the place and removed the spirit herbs. As for the spiritual crystals and weapons, he didn't have time to clear them. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained many things left behind by geniuses who were at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. There were simply too many of them. The items inside were also extremely rich. Lu Ming counted them one by one. There were all sorts of lower, middle, and even upper spiritual crystals. One middle spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 lower spiritual crystals. One upper spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 middle spiritual crystals and 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. Lu Ming stored the spiritual crystals in a few storage rings. He did not count them carefully, but if all the spiritual crystals were converted into low-grade spiritual crystals, Lu Ming estimated that there would be at least 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion crystals. During this period of time, Lu Ming had accumulated too many spirit crystals and he had not spent them. Lu Ming calculated that after the Detian Divine Guard selection he would go out and purchase demonic beast blood essence in bulk to upgrade his bloodline. Apart from spirit crystals, there were also many spirit weapons. Of course, Lu Ming had already refined the spiritual herbs. There were also some blacksmithing materials, cultivation technique manuals, and all sorts of other items. They piled up into a few storage rings. However, there was nothing too precious and it would not be of much help to Lu Ming. After all these things were cleared, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine and strolled around the streets. Buzz. Buzz. However, Lu Ming had not walked for long on the street when he heard the sound of flying. One figure after another flew over and stopped in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. These people were not from the same group but were divided into 3 groups. They were obviously from 3 different forces. But what was the meaning of these 3 different forces standing in front of him? He had never seen these people before. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am the cold flow tree of the Hangushan area. One of the group of people was dressed in long snow-white robes. One of them was a young man in his mid-20s with a handsome face. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and smiled. The Hangushan district. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had heard of this area before. It was a small area not much larger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The cold flow wood in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and he might be the strongest person in the Hangushan area. I'm Wu Hui from the Mingyan Peak area. I'm Yi Tianan from the Swallow Sparrow Lake area. One person from each of the other 2 groups cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Clearly, these 2 people were the leaders of their respective forces. Mingyan Peak area, Yen K area. Lu Ming muttered. These 2 regions were small regions just like the Hangushan region. However, Lu Ming had never dealt with people from these areas. Why were they looking for him? May I know your name, brother? Cold Flow would said with a smile. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's just a name. There was nothing to hide. So it's Brother Lu. We have something to discuss with Brother Lu. Can we talk in private? Cold Flow would said as he pointed to the sky. What is it? There's no harm in saying it here. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Brother Lu, this Involivier's an ancient ruin. I'm afraid it's not good to let others know. Yi Tianan of Swallow Sparrow Lake said in a low voice. An ancient ruin. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He felt even more puzzled. Could it be that these people were looking for him for help? All right. Lu Ming nodded and flew to the sky. Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tianan and Wu Hui also flew into the sky. Lu Ming was not afraid of any tricks. Although the Cold Flow Wood and the other 2 gave off the feeling that they were extremely powerful, even stronger than the flying ape, he was not afraid of them. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if the 3 of them joined forces and he was no match for them, it would not be too difficult for him to escape. Tell me, what do you want from me? I don't believe that there are ancient ruins and that you would be so kind to find me. Lu Ming went straight to the point when they were high up in the sky. Brother Lu, please don't misunderstand. We need 4 keys to open the ancient ruins. The 3 of us each have 1 and the 4th key is with you. Cold Flow would said with a smile. On me. Lu Ming was stunned. I'm not happy with Brother Lu. Actually, that key was originally with the flying ape. You killed the flying ape and took his storage ring. Of course that key is with Brother Lu. Cold Flow would laughed. I see. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. Brother Lu, did you see a palm-sized key in the shape of a tiger in the flying ape's storage ring? Cold Flow would asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then with a move of his hand, a black palm-sized tiger-shaped metal piece appeared in his hand. Is it this one? Lu Ming asked. When he was tidying up earlier, he had indeed found this metal piece in the flying ape's storage ring. However, he had taken a look at it and didn't know what use it had, so he had thrown it aside. Could it be the key to some ancient ruins? This is the one. Cold Flow Wood and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. Then their hands glowed and a dragon-shaped, turtle-shaped and phoenix-shaped iron plate appeared in their hands. The 4 symbols key has been gathered. We can finally open the ancient ruins. Cold Flow Wood was pleasantly surprised. After that, Cold Flow would explain to Lu Ming. Chapter 392. 392 Chapter 392 Oriole Behind. It turned out that they had discovered an ancient ruin by accident. According to speculation, it was the cave dwelling of an expert in the eastern nether ancient battlefield. However, the cave was covered in inscriptions and there was no way to enter. One could only enter after gathering all 4 keys. Previously, 3 people including the flying ape had arrived. They had been waiting for Ming Yen Peak's return. It was only today that Wu Hui of Bright Splendor Peak arrived at this place. However, the tiger-shaped key had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. That was why they had come to look for Lu Ming together. Lu Ming nodded. This was more reasonable. Brother Lu, now that you have the tiger key, you will naturally have a share of the ancient ruins. How about exploring the ancient ruins with us? Cold Flow Wood said. All right, when do we leave? Lu Ming asked. We can set off in a few hours. The Cold Flow Tree and the others were overjoyed. Brother Lu, you can make some preparations. We will meet outside the city in 3 hours. Yi Tianan said. Lu Ming nodded and the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming strolled around casually and returned to the previous room. He closed his eyes to rest. 3 hours later, his figure flashed and he left the city. When he arrived outside the city, he found that the people from Cold Flow Tree, No Return, and Yi Tianan had already arrived. There were a total of 100 people from the 3 forces and they were going together. However, Lu Ming was alone. He was rather special. If Lu Ming had not killed the flying ape in a domineering manner a few days ago and displayed his astonishing combat strength, most likely no one would have taken him seriously. Brother Lu, you're here. The cold flowing wood revealed a happy expression. All right. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's go then. Immediately, more than 100 people rose into the air and headed north. 4 hours later, the group had already flown more than 100,000 miles. The surrounding environment became more and more remote and there were mountains everywhere. After flying for another few thousand miles, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was endless, like a crouching dragon. Everyone landed at the head of the mountain range. At the foot of the mountain there was a huge stone door that was tightly closed. This is the ancient ruin and the stone door is the entrance. We tried our best but we couldn't break the stone door at all. We can only use the key to activate the inscriptions from the 4 statues to enter. Cold Flow Wood pointed to the front of the stone door. Lu Ming looked in that direction. Indeed, he saw 4 statues outside the stone door. The 4 statues were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. It corresponded to their 4 keys. Lu Ming, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tianan and Wu Hui exchanged glances and flew forward. Lu Ming came before the White Tiger statue. Then an iron plate appeared in each of their hands. Open! The 4 of them shouted and poured their Jin Qi into the metal plate. The 4 metal plates immediately emitted a hazy radiance. In the next moment the 4 statues started to glow as well. Runes appeared one after another, flowing with light and vibrant colors. The light from the statue resonated with the light from the 4 metal pieces. Then the light from the 4 statues gathered together and shot towards the stone door. Ka-ka! When the light hit the stone door, it began to make a cracking sound and slowly opened. Aha, the opening of the ancient ruins. We've spent a few days waiting. We didn't wait in vain. At this moment an excited laugh came from the distant sky. Many black figures were approaching from the distance. Not good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've been targeted. The Cold Flow Tree's expression changed greatly. The people from the Nether Demon Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In the distant sky, the figures that were flying over at high speed were all wearing black skeleton robes. Weren't they the clothes of the Nether Demon Palace? The Nether Devil Palace, it's the Nether Devil Palace. The geniuses of Han Shanggu Ming Yen Peak, and the other two forces all exclaimed. Since you've opened the ancient monument, I can let you go. Hurry up and get lost. A cold voice came from afar. The speed of the people from the Nether Demon Palace was extremely fast. At the start they were still a few dozen miles away. Now they were already close and would arrive soon. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He reached out and grabbed the tiger-shaped key. In a flash, his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed into the stone door. Who is it? Damn it, you still dare to rush in, you're looking for death. A furious roar was heard. It's him. I can see that he has killed a few junior brothers of our Nether Demon Palace. One of the junior brothers has sent me an image. It's that kid. A cold voice sounded. Let's charge too. Cold Flow would gritted his teeth and also rushed towards the stone door. Then Yi Tiannan and No Return's forces both rushed towards the stone gate. All of this happened in the span of a few breaths. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. When Yi Tiannan and the others entered the stone door, more than 100 figures appeared in front of the stone door. All of them were experts from the Nether Demon Palace. The person in the lead had a slender figure and a cold expression. He exuded a terrifying aura. It was an aura that was several times stronger than the flying ape. Charge! The cold-looking young man ordered. In an instant, with a flash, the over 100 people from the Nether Demon Palace also rushed through the stone gate. But once they entered the stone door, they could not help but stop. That was because 4 paths had appeared in front of him and he had no idea where they led to. Senior brother, what should we do? A 2-meter-tall young man looked at the cold young man. This cold young man was the strongest person in the Nether Demon Palace, Yu Feiyu. Let's chase them in groups. Junior brother Fei, sure, take some people and chase this one. Junior brother Fei Yi, take some people and chase this one. Yu Feiyu immediately ordered. Alright, I'll definitely make those who walk this path regret it. The tall young man shouted coldly and led the 20 young men to the far left. They chased after a road with a stone carving of a white tiger and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The others from the Nether Demon Palace also led their men and chased after the other 3 paths. The moment Lu Ming rushed through the stone door, he did not hesitate and dashed toward the leftmost road, which had a white tiger engraved on it. The road was very long and they rushed for more than 10 miles before they found something strange. There were a few stone rooms on both sides of the road. Lu Ming walked in to take a look and was a little disappointed. From these stone rooms, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a pill refining room. However, too much time had passed and everything inside had been reduced to dust. Even the pill furnace had rotted away, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Suddenly his figure stopped abruptly. This was because he felt as if his entire body had suddenly become several times heavier. There seemed to be an endless pressure acting on his body from all around. There's an inscription formation in this area and it's extremely powerful. Let alone flying, even walking is difficult, Zhou Xian said. Lu Ming pondered to himself. He tensed his body and circulated his essential qi to resist the external pressure and continued to move forward. However, in this way Lu Ming's speed was greatly reduced. 10 minutes later, there was a fiery red light in front of them and a huge platform appeared. Chapter 393. 393 Chapter 393 Falling into a dangerous place. Lu Ming walked onto the platform and felt waves of hot air blowing in his face. It was as if he was in a furnace. In front of the platform there was a deep pit and the road ahead was blocked. In the deep pit there was a hot wave of steam rising. Lu Ming walked to the side of the platform and realized that the deep pit was round and had a diameter of at least 1,000 meters. Flames filled the deep pit. What was amazing was that this flame had 3 colors. The 3-colored flame danced and was extremely gorgeous. Could this be the 3-colored primordial fire? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3-colored true fire was a strange fire in the world. It was much more magical than ordinary flames and was also much more powerful. On the other side of the deep pit was another platform. In front of the platform was a passage that went straight ahead, leading to an unknown place. Lu Ming frowned. If he was outside, he would be able to cover the distance of 1,000 meters with a slight sway of his body. But here, under the suppression of the inscription formation, he couldn't even cross 100 meters, let alone 1,000. Then Lu Ming found 2 chains on the left and right sides of the deep pit. Could it be that he passed through these 2 chains? Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps were heard. Following that, more than 20 young men from the Nether Demon Palace appeared. The leader was that tall youth Euphasor. The moment Euphasor saw Lu Ming, he immediately roared, "Kid, senior brother Fei, you said that you have killed many disciples of my Nether Demon Palace. How dare you kill my disciples? You are courting death." With that, the 21 young experts, including the tall young man, charged toward Lu Ming. All 21 of them exuded a powerful aura. Especially Euphasor, who was the leader, his aura was extremely terrifying. Early 8th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming frowned. Euphasor's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 8th level Martial Ancestor Realm. The other 3 youths had reached the peak of the 7th level Martial Ancestor Realm. The strength of their auras was even a little stronger than the flying ape. Lu Ming had no doubt that each of these people was a genius who had won 3 battles. Apart from these 4, the remaining dozen or so people were not weak either. The 21 people quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Brat die. Euphasor revealed a hideous smile. A beam of sword light was incomparably dazzling as it charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack was undoubtedly displayed. He was definitely a genius of 3 battles. You can't take it head-on. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In the early stage of Martial Ancestor 8 realm, coupled with 3 battle geniuses, her combat power had already exceeded his. If he took it head-on, he would be in a very passive position. Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying to avoid the sword light. Chi. The next moment, dozens of sword lights flew toward him. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and the space trembled. Bang! Bang! More than 10 sword gleams were shattered instantly, but there were still a few sword gleams that persevered and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. Puchi! A sword light still hit him, leaving a sword wound on his chest and blood flowed out. Dark Demon Life-Death Sword. Die! Euphasor shouted and swung his sword. 2 sword radiances, one black and one white, shot out and enveloped Lu Ming. He could not avoid it. This sword was completely locked on Lu Ming. There was no way to avoid it. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming pushed his palm forward and a huge palm print blasted forward. Bang! First, it was a black sword light that exuded a sharp killing intent, clashing with the Heavenly Path palm print. With a loud boom, the black sword radiance dispersed. However, the Heaven Path palm print was also penetrated. The white sword radiance flashed past and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Block it! With a shake of the long spear, the spear's radiance shot out like a dragon. Boom! Spear radiance and sword chi swept in all directions. The demon-subduing spear in Lu Ming's hand actually bent, and an extremely powerful force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat backward. Behind him was the deep pit that contained the 3-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming's body floated off the platform and was suspended in the air. From below, a scorching aura surged up. At the critical moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and a chain condensed from essential chi wrapped around the iron chains on both sides of the deep pit. You still want to struggle? Die! Euphasor slashed out a few more sword chis, aiming at Lu Ming's essential chi chain. The true energy chain was cut off and Lu Ming's body fell rapidly into the deep pit. You dared to kill my Nether Demon Palace's people. Dying in the sea of fire is already letting you off easy. Euphasor sneered as he watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the sea of fire. The temperature of the 3-colored primordial fire was extremely terrifying. It was dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary flames. Lu Ming circulated his essential chi to resist, but it was useless. His essential chi actually started to burn. One had to know that he cultivated the true war dragon technique's true qi, which was much stronger than ordinary true qi. If he couldn't even withstand this, then ordinary true qi would probably be burned to nothing in an instant. Despite this, Lu Ming could not resist for long. In all directions, there was an endless three-colored true fire, burning fiercely and scorching. Lu Ming's essential qi was being consumed at a rapid rate. Some parts of his essential qi had even been burned through. The scorching flames surged in and Lu Ming's body made sizzling sounds. If his physical body had not reached the upper tier of the 6th stage, he would have been burnt to ashes. What do we do? If this goes on, we'll be dead. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. It was difficult to fly in this place. Lu Ming's body kept falling, and the lower he fell, the more powerful the three-colored primordial fire was. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, a change occurred. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and something suddenly rushed out. This is Yi's stone egg. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't this the stone egg that had shot out of the Heaven's Gate in the Qianjiang water area? He could sense a weak life aura from the stone egg. However, Lu Ming had used all sorts of methods, but he could not make the stone egg react at all. Lu Ming thought that it was a useless egg. However, the stone egg had rushed out of the Supreme Shrine on its own. Most importantly, he had placed the stone egg in the Supreme Shrine. It was unbelievable that the stone egg could rush out of the Supreme Shrine on its own. Buzz. The stone egg flew out and hovered above Lu Ming's head. It shook slightly and a cool aura spread out and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the flames around him retreat. He felt a cool sensation all over his body and there was no heat at all. Although he was still falling, the three-colored primordial fire could no longer hurt him. His body continued to fall, and in the blink of an eye, he had fallen a few thousand meters. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. Lu Ming rushed out of the area of the three-colored primordial fire. Lu Ming could see the ground tens of meters below him. He flew down and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked up. There seemed to be a barrier dozens of meters above him that separated the three-colored primordial fire. Where is this place? Immediately, Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his mind was greatly shaken. Chapter 394. 394 Chapter 394 Supreme Treasure Pill. He discovered that the ground beneath his feet was not ordinary but a type of metal. It was a dark red metal with strange patterns carved on it. The entire ground was made of this metal. Lu Ming walked to the side. After about 600 meters he saw the wall. The wall was also made of this kind of metal and there were floral patterns on it. Buzz. Lu Ming took out a level 4 saber from a storage ring and slashed at the metal wall. The saber shook and was bounced away. There was not even a mark on the metal wall. This can't be an alchemy furnace, right? Lu Ming suddenly had a bold guess. The deep pit and the surrounding metal walls made Lu Ming think of an alchemy furnace. It was an alchemy furnace with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and a depth of several thousand meters. At the thought of this, Lu Ming gasped in shock. With such a huge alchemy furnace, what kind of elixir was he going to refine? Buzz. At this moment, the stone egg trembled and actually flew in a direction of its own accord. Lu Ming then realized that there was still this stone egg. Just now, Lu Ming's attention was drawn to the stone egg and he had forgotten about it. This time the stone egg seemed to have come alive. It was like a living creature, making Lu Ming extremely surprised. Previously he had spent a lot of effort but nothing had happened. Could there be something here that's attracting the stone egg? At the thought of this, Lu Ming ran after him. When they arrived at the center of the deep pit, the stone egg shot up into the sky. The surface of the stone egg emitted a strange aura that caused the three-colored primordial fire to avoid it. The three-colored primordial fire dodged and a vacuum was revealed. A golden pill the size of a dragon's eye was floating there. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out. There was actually a pill here. Furthermore, this medicinal pill looked too extraordinary. Its entire body was golden, like the legendary golden core of the Great Path. On the surface of the pill, There were true dragons and divine phoenixes dancing. It was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, Lu Ming could feel that this pill contained an endless amount of energy essence. It was definitely a treasure pill. Could it be that such a large pill furnace was used to refine this pill? Could it be that the stone egg's abnormality was also because of this pill? The answer was obvious. The stone egg rushed to the side of the elixir. Its round body was trembling slightly as if it was excited. Then a crack suddenly appeared on the stone egg as if it had opened its mouth and it swallowed the golden pill. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He then wailed, "No. You should at least leave some for me." The pill was a supreme treasure. It was unknown how many years had passed, but its spiritual essence had not been lost. From this one could see how terrifying it was. If it was taken out, its value would definitely be terrifying. Now it was actually swallowed by the stone egg in one bite. Wastrel! Lu Ming roared angrily. Kacha kacha! The stone egg chewed the pill as if it was eating candy, making a crunching sound. The next moment, Lu Ming saw traces of golden powder floating down from the stone egg. This was the residue that it had accidentally dropped when it was chewing on the pill. These fragments also rippled with powerful spiritual essence fluctuations. I can't waste it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and controlled his 9-dragon bloodline to open his mouth and suck in the debris. Boom. Boom. When he inhaled the debris, Lu Ming felt as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted. Endless energy essence burst out, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons swelled up like a balloon, almost bursting. Boundless energy swept through the area. It was simply too powerful. Lu Ming was almost scared to death. He then shouted, "Refine, refine." He controlled the bloodlines of the 9 dragons and started to refine them crazily. With the bloodline of the 9 dragons, he was 100 meters long and had the shape of a flood dragon. At this moment he had become a fat worm, round and bulging. Waves of immense energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. This energy was extremely pure and could be transformed into essential qi without any refining. In his dantian, the qi cyclone began to spin crazily. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to soar rapidly. Originally, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now it was rapidly improving. After a few breaths of time, he had reached the later stage of the 6th level of martial ancestor realm. However, it had no intention of stopping and continued to speed up. No, the energy is too strong. I can't transform it in time. Lu Ming realized that the speed of his cultivation was not as fast as the influx of energy. The boundless energy exerted a tremendous pressure on his body and meridians, as if they were about to burst. Absorb the bloodline. Lu Ming did not care anymore. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and absorbed the energy crazily. With the absorption of the blood meridian, the pressure on Lu Ming's body finally reduced a little. However, the speed of his cultivation was still terrifying. In just a minute, Lu Ming's cultivation had rushed to the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm. Roar. At this moment, the 9-dragon bloodline roared, and 3 Esilavir chakra appeared on its body. King level 3rd rank bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had actually advanced. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This pill might contain the blood essence of a supreme existence. Otherwise, it's impossible for the bloodline of the 9 dragons to advance. Lu Ming pondered. This was because ordinary energy could not advance a bloodline. But this was a good thing. With the advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline, the devouring and refining power became stronger, and the refining speed became faster. Boom. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming's body trembled and the cyclone spun wildly. 7th level of Wu Zone. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased by an entire level. This was simply inconceivable. However, it was not over yet. It was still going on. Roar. After a while, the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared again, and another Esilavir chakra appeared on his body. A 4th level king bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had advanced again. If others were to see this, they would probably be scared to death. And NBSP whoosh. His 9-dragon bloodline had increased by 2 levels and finally withstood the pressure. Although his body was still round, it was no longer in danger of exploding. The upgrade continued. Early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7, middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 7. Not long after, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the 7th level Martial Ancestor Realm. At this time, the 9-dragon bloodline actually advanced again to the 5th tier of the king level. It's time to upgrade my 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming had an idea. He began to control the bloodline of the 9 dragons and transferred a large amount of energy to the 2nd bloodline. Lu Ming felt that the 2nd bloodline was extraordinary. It was a huge stone tablet covered in mist. There seemed to be some words on it, but they were not clear. Lu Ming wanted to comprehend something from the stone tablet many times, but he always felt that he was blocked by a mysterious force and it was difficult to comprehend. Right now, the eruption of the 2nd blood meridian could only strengthen Lu Ming's strength and defense. He had not discovered any other magical uses, but Lu Ming guessed that it was because his level was not high enough. As long as his level increased, he might be able to discover something. Chapter 395. 395 Chapter 395 Crazy Improvement. Lu Ming was looking forward to the 2nd bloodline, as it was awakened from his body, unlike the 9 dragons bloodline, which was awakened by the blood essence of the 9 dragons. As the surging energy gushed in, the 2nd bloodline's chakra glowed brighter and brighter. The energy within the 9-dragon bloodline was finally about to be exhausted. A few more minutes passed. The 2nd bloodline trembled and let out a buzzing sound. On top of the original 4 Esilavir chakras, a 5th chakra was formed. His 2nd bloodline had advanced to the 5th tier of the king level. When the 2nd bloodline reached the 5th tier of the king class, the mist on the steel seemed to have thinned a little, but the words on the steel were still unclear. He could only vaguely make out 3 words. At that moment, a loud boom was heard from within Lu Ming's body. An extremely powerful aura soared into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the 3-colored primordial fire above his head. Lu Ming broke through to the early stage of the 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm in one go. At this time, the energy of the pill residue was finally completely refined. Buzz. Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, reaching hundreds of meters away. Martial Ancestor 8 Stage 2 Strong. Lu Ming felt the essential qi in his body that was more than 10 times stronger than before and was overjoyed. Not only that, even the 2 types of blood meridians had been upgraded to the 5th level of the king level. This had saved Lu Ming a lot of blood essence. Moreover, the 9-dragon bloodline had advanced 3 levels in a row, and its devouring power was more than 10 times stronger. When it was used, its influence on others would also be greatly enhanced. What kind of pill is that? It's just a tiny bit of residue, but it's able to raise my cultivation and bloodline at a crazy rate. How terrifying would it be if it was a whole pill? At the thought of this, Lu Ming hurriedly looked up. A stone egg the size of a human head was floating there, emitting a strong light. Unlike before, the stone egg was filled with a strong qi of life, unlike before where there was only a trace of it. What is this egg? He's actually able to refine an entire pill. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. He had only refined a trace of the residue and he had almost burst. If the entire pill were to be consumed, Lu Ming had no doubt that he would burst instantly. As for the stone egg, it was actually refined in its entirety. It was truly somewhat evil. The life force within the stone egg became stronger and stronger. What's inside? It can't be about to hatch, right? Lu Ming thought to himself and looked at the stone egg with anticipation. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After the stone egg emitted a bright light, it quickly fell silent. Even the fluctuations of life became silent. It didn't hatch but refined an entire pill without any floating essence? It can't be. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At this moment, the stone egg slowly floated down and landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, but it did not move. Why is it so heavy? Lu Ming began to exert his strength and burst out his essential qi at the same time. At this time, the stone egg was slowly lifted up by Lu Ming. Isn't this too heavy? Previously it was only about 1,000,000 jin, but now it's at least 10,000,000 jin. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. What kind of egg was this? It was ridiculously heavy. Collect. Lu Ming had an idea. He wanted to keep the stone egg in the supreme shrine, but the stone egg was in his hand and did not move at all. No way. It can't be taken in. Lu Ming was speechless. He continued to try but gave up after a while. Previously it could still be stored in the supreme shrine. However, now it could not even store the supreme shrine, let alone a storage ring. It was completely useless. Don't tell me that I have to carry this stone egg that weighs 10,000,000 jin and walk around randomly in the future? Then I'll be dead tired. Lu Ming's eyes were wide open, staring at the stone egg. He was speechless. However, he could not bear to throw away the stone egg. This stone egg was too strange. It might have an extraordinary origin. Lu Ming could not bear to give it up. Buzz. At this moment the stone egg in Lu Ming's hand moved. It emitted a faint glow and flew a few rounds in the air. At the same time the stone egg's size began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it shrank to the size of a fingertip and landed on a strand of Lu Ming's hair beside his ear. It hung on his hair and swayed, but he could not feel any weight at all. This works too. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a while he was overjoyed. This was also good. He had so levered a big problem. Now, people of the Nether Demon Palace, wait for me. Lu Ming looked up, his eyes shining. Immediately, Lu Ming walked to the side of the furnace and climbed up the mountain. There was an inscription formation here, so he couldn't fly. Lu Ming was like a monkey climbing up the walls of the furnace. When he entered the three-colored primordial fire, the stone egg in his hair glowed faintly and a cooling sensation spread through his body. The three-colored primordial fire had no effect on Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the layers of flames and returned to the platform. Above there was no one else. The people from the Nether Demon Palace must have followed the two chains and entered the tunnel ahead. Lu Ming moved. He stepped on the iron chain and dashed to the opposite side. When he reached the opposite side he ran forward at top speed. After a few miles Lu Ming felt his body become lighter. The surrounding pressure had disappeared and Lu Ming could fly again. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure instantly sped up by dozens of times as he rushed forward. After a few breaths, they had rushed through the long passage and a shout came from ahead. Quick, quick, dig up these spiritual herbs. Some of them are extinct in the outside world. If we bring them back to the sect and sell them, their value will be immeasurable. A rough voice sounded. From the voice, it was the voice of the tall youth from the Nether Demon Palace. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure dashed out and a wide grassland came into view. The grassland was a few hundred mu wide. On the grassland there were all kinds of spiritual herbs. There were level 1, level 2, level 3 and all the way to level 4 spirit herbs. There were all kinds of them, full of vitality, and some of them had strange shapes that he had never seen before. This was a real herbal field. However, he did not find any traces of level 5 spiritual herbs. It's you. The moment Lu Ming rushed out, he naturally alerted the people from the Nether Demon Palace. More than 20 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. When they saw Lu Ming they could not help but be stunned. Brat, you fell into the three-colored primordial fire and you didn't die. Euphasure called out in disbelief. If you're not dead, how can I be dead? Lu Ming smiled faintly and his eyes turned cold. Ha kid, I don't know if you're stupid or brainless. I don't know what method you used to escape from the three-colored primordial fire, but since you've escaped, you didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead you came here to die. You're the only one in the world. Euphasure laughed out loud, his tone was filled with contempt. Laugh all you want. As a dying man it doesn't matter if you laugh a little longer. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Brat, you're the one who's going to die. Buzz. With a cold shout, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. An expert at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm made his move. Chapter 396. 396 I have to thank you. This was one of the strongest experts of the Nether Devil Palace, other than Xianxia. With a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, he had fought 3 battles before and was even stronger than the flying ape. The space trembled as the sword light flashed. The first one. At this moment Lu Ming muttered softly. With a move of his hand, his essential qi condensed into a long spear and he directly whipped it at his opponent. Bang! As the long spear swept across, the sword light crumbled like tofu. The spear's body heavily struck the expert from the Nether Demon Palace. Bang! In an instant the man's eyes popped out. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded. Flesh, blood, bones and bones were all stimulated by the energy and pierced through the experts of the Nether Demon Palace. How did this happen? Be careful. The people from the Nether Demon Palace were first shocked, then chaos ensued. The true qi in his body erupted, blocking the flesh and bone armor that was piercing through. Pooh! It was as if bullets had hit their bodies. Instantly, more than a dozen disciples of the Nether Demon Palace with weaker cultivations had bloody holes in their bodies. They fell to the ground and screamed in pain. How did this happen? Xianxia let out a roar of disbelief. In one move he had instantly killed a martial arts Grandmaster 7 Dan Peak warrior of the 3rd stage, and the remaining energy could seriously injure more than a dozen experts. How was this possible? Even he couldn't do it. I have to thank you for this. With the help of the 3-colored primordial fire, I had a fortuitous encounter and my cultivation level skyrocketed. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Fuck no, that's impossible. Xianxia roared, finding it hard to accept. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming, but in the end he had helped Lu Ming and allowed him to have a fortuitous encounter. How could there be such a thing in the world? Thinking of this, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Boom! His figure moved and he took a step forward. 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. An unimaginable power erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Block it! Block it! Xianxia roared and joined forces with the remaining 5 or 6 people to resist with all their might. However, under Lu Ming's attack, everything was in vain. Bang! 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 Other than Xianxia, the other disciples of the UMO Palace screamed as their bodies exploded, including those who were injured. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline flew out and devoured everyone's blood essence. Xianxia's situation was not much better. Under Lu Ming's attack, many of his bones were broken and he lay on the ground like mud. Ah, how could it be? Xianxia roared, unable to bear it. Lu Ming had actually obtained a fortuitous encounter because of him and killed him instead. This was simply ridiculous. He really wanted to roar at the sky and ask why the heavens were treating him like this. What is it called? You can be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. He flicked his finger and a ray of spear radiance flew out, piercing Xianxia's throat. Lu Ming was now in the early stage of the 8th level martial arts Grandmaster realm, close to the 5th level. Killing Xianxia and the others was as easy as cutting grass. After killing Xianxia, he devoured his blood essence and kept the storage ring of the disciple of the Nether Demon Palace. Immediately, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. There were all kinds of spiritual herbs in the surrounding herbal field. However, they were all level 1, level 2, level 3 and the highest was level 4. Although there were some very rare spiritual herbs, they were too low level. To Lu Ming they were not of much use. Why aren't there any level 5 spiritual herbs? Lu Ming pondered and then took out the storage ring of the nether flying stone. He was overjoyed when he took a look. In Xianxia's storage ring, there were more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs that gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. It was not that there were no level 5 spirit herbs here, but they had already been dug away by Xianxia and the others. He took another look at the low-level spiritual herbs. Then Lu Ming took action and picked some level 4 spiritual herbs. As for the low-level spiritual herbs, Lu Ming could not be bothered to take action. Even if there were some that were rarer in the outside world, Lu Ming was not an alchemist and did not know how to plant herbs. He reckoned that they would be dead after digging them out for a period of time. After picking the level 4 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming moved forward. At the end of the herbal field there was a passageway. Lu Ming dashed into the passageway and disappeared. At this moment, there was a huge bronze palace in the depths of the ruins. The bronze palace's gate was tightly shut. There were 4 small statues at the gate. They were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It was about a meter tall. At this moment, there were more than 100 people gathered in front of the bronze statue. Cold Flow, Wood Yitan and Wu Hui and the others were all among them. However, at this moment they were in a sorry state, especially Cold Flow, Wood Yi Tianan and the others. They were injured all over and their breathing was shallow. As for the 3 forces, they originally had more than 100 people, but now they only had a few dozen people left. The other people present were all disciples of the Nether Demon Palace in black robes. They surrounded Cold Flow Wood and the rest. Yufeiyu, we have given you the key to this relic. Now can you let us go? Cold Flow Wood looked at the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. This person was the most powerful person in the Nether Demon Palace. Yufeiyu. Let you go? There are only 3 4 symbol secret keys and we are still short of the White Tiger secret key. Before the 4 secret keys are gathered, none of you can leave. Yufeiyu sneered. We have already said that the White Tiger key is not with us. Cold Flow Wood gritted his teeth. I don't care about that. You came in together. You can't enter this bronze hall without the 4 keys. You'd better stay here. Yufeiyu said indifferently, his tone unquestionable. Damn it, Yufeiyu, don't you go too far. You have killed so many people from our 3 sides. Now that we have given you the key, you want to go back on your word? Yi Tianan roared. Hee hee. Yufeiyu sneered and said with a mocking look, I'm bullying you, so what? Can you resist? In this world the weak don't have the right to speak. Right now your fates are all in my hands. Whether I let you go or not depends on my mood, do you understand? Yufeiyu looked down at Cold Flow Wood Yitianan and the others, his tone full of arrogance. Giggle. Han Liumu gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Humiliation, incomparable humiliation filled their hearts, and they almost exploded. However, they knew that if they resisted they would die. Thus they could only endure it. Yufeiyu glanced at Cold Flow Wood and the others indifferently, then stopped paying attention to them. She looked at the passage on the left and frowned. The Yufeishi still hadn't arrived. This made him a little unhappy. What's that Yufeishi doing? Taking so much time to deal with a small fry, this guy is getting more and more unreliable. A young man with a big nose said beside Yufeiyu. Maybe it's because of some matter. Another person said. He couldn't have been killed, right? Hee hee, senior brother Feiyu, let me go and see what's going on. The big-nosed young man sneered. Chapter 397. 397 The Wonderful Stone Egg. N. Yufeiyu nodded. Junior brother Fei, go and check it out. See what's going on. Find junior brother Feisher and ask him to bring the White Tiger key as soon as possible and meet us. Yes. The big-nosed young man cupped his fists and was about to leave. At this moment a voice sounded, No need, your junior brothers won't be able to come. Who is it? The big-nosed youngster Yufei shouted coldly. Yufeiyu and the others could not help but look at the tunnel on the left. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old walked out. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Cold Flow Wood Yitinan, and the others all exclaimed when they saw this young man. The young man was Lu Ming. He followed the path in the herb field and came here. When he arrived he heard the conversation between Yufeiyu and the others. It's you? Kid, you're still alive? The big-nosed young man shouted coldly. Of course I'm still alive. Are you blind? Lu Ming pursed his lips and berated. You win. The big-nosed young man's breathing stagnated. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, Kid, it seems like Yufeishi and the others didn't find you. They let you escape but you barged in here. This is really fate, no one can save you. Hurry up, hand over the White Tiger key and I can give you a quick death. The big-nosed young man rebuked with an arrogant and haughty expression. There was a big guy just now who was as arrogant as you. In the end I sent him on his way. It seems that I will send you on your way too. Lu Ming smiled faintly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? You killed Xianxia? I'd like to see how much you're worth. The big-nosed young man took a step forward. His sword light flashed and a cold sword light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as fast as lightning. In the early stage of martial ancestor 8 stage, this big-nosed youth was not inferior to Xianxia. With a flick of his finger, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming was about to swing the spear. At this time, the stone egg hanging in his hair suddenly flew out and turned into the size of a human head. It directly ignored the sword light and rushed past, then smashed fiercely at the big-nosed young man's face. It hit the big-nosed young man's nose precisely. Gotcha! A sound that made one's teeth ache was heard. The big-nosed young man screamed and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The stone egg flew back and floated in front of Lu Ming. It bounced around like a naughty ball. He seemed to be extremely excited. This fuck. Lu Ming was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Yu Feiyu, Cold Flow Wood and the others were also dumbfounded. This works too. What kind of stone was this? Lu Ming threw a stone and it injured the big-nosed young man with one hit. What kind of treasure was this? At that moment the big-nosed young man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. It was terrible. His face was covered in blood, and the area around his nose had completely caved in. Even his facial features could not be seen clearly. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they watched. It was really tragic. This stone egg goo. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He reached out to hold the stone egg but he did not expect it to be so lively. It jumped a few times in the air and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming could not feel any weight at all. Ah, this stone egg is so intelligent. What is it? Lu Ming was even more curious. He suddenly felt that the entire pill had not been wasted. Let's attack together. Be careful of that stone egg. Yu Feiyu gave the order and looked at the stone egg on Lu Ming's shoulder with a grave expression. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the big-nosed young man with one strike. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, the disciples of the Dark Demon Palace surrounded Lu Ming and looked at the stone egg with fear. No one wanted to be attacked. As for Lu Ming, they had ignored him. As for Cold Flow Wood and the rest, their eyes shone with hope. They were in despair. Even though Lu Ming had arrived, they still did not have much hope. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was similar to theirs. It was impossible for them to be a match for the many experts from the Nether Demon Palace. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly throw out a stone egg and knock out the big-nosed young man with one blow. This gave them hope. The stone egg on his shoulder glowed. Buzz. Suddenly, the stone egg flew out again and smashed down on a martial arts Grandmaster 7 Dan genius. The genius was shocked. He roared and used all his strength. The power of his bloodline and true chi burst out without regard for his life, laying out more than a dozen defenses. However, it was useless. Bang! The stone egg instantly passed through these defenses and smashed into the young man's head. The young man screamed as his head split open like a watermelon. He fell to the ground and died. A one-hit kill. Everyone gasped. Especially those from the Nether Demon Palace, their faces were filled with fear. Even Yu Feiyu was shocked and fearful. Buzz. After the stone egg killed one person, it flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. Let's attack together. That stone egg can only deal with one person at a time. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. That stone egg will become ownerless and we won't have to fear it anymore. Yu Feiyu shouted. Kill. Kill. A total of 70 to 80 disciples of the UMO Palace charged towards Lu Ming. Immediately, 70 to 80 sword chi enveloped Lu Ming from all directions. The space immediately boiled and was thrown into chaos by the sword chi. The power of 70 to 80 geniuses attacking together was too shocking. Then all of you shall die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Boom. Boom. The second blood meridian burst out, causing Lu Ming's strength to increase greatly. At the same time, the bloodline of the 9 dragons flew out, opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying devouring power burst forth and enveloped the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. He was instantly stunned. Arg, not good, my bloodline strength is going to leave my body. The blood essence is unstable, it's about to rush out of my body. The disciple of the Nether Demon Palace let out a terrified roar. In an instant the sword light was in chaos. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly and his 9-dragon bloodline had risen 3 levels in a row, how terrifying was the devouring power. Those whose cultivation levels were lower than Lu Ming's almost lost control of their blood meridian power and were devoured. They could not even unleash much of their combat strength. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At that moment Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! The entire space shook. Then dash. Bang. Bang. The disciples of the Nether Demon Palace exploded like rotten sweet potatoes, and their blood essence flew into the mouths of the 9 dragons. 81 people. With this kick, a total of 81 people were killed. Only Yu Feiyu and the other 2 disciples of the Nether Demon Palace were still alive. The 3 of them were all at least in the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm, but they were all half dead. Even Yu Feiyu was the same. The number 1 genius of the Nether Demon Palace had reached the middle of the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm. His combat strength had even surpassed that of a genius of 3 battles. However, Lu Ming's kick still left him severely injured. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. How could this be? How did this happen? Yu Feiyu shouted hysterically as if he had gone crazy. He found it hard to accept all this. In just one move, the most elite group of people from the Nether Demon Palace had all died. How could he be so strong? Back then, when the disciples of the Nether Demon Palace used the Shadow Exterminating Talisman to transmit the images, Lu Ming was far from being this powerful. Chapter 398. 398 Power Upanishad Crystals. Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his abilities? Yu Feiyu thought she was dreaming. Brother, let me go. I beg you to let me go. I can give you everything I have. Yu Feiyu shouted. He didn't want to die, he didn't want to die at all. He was the strongest expert among the younger generation in the Nether Demon Palace. In the future he would definitely inherit the position of the Palace Master of the Nether Demon Palace and become the overlord of a large region. He would rule over the vast mountains and rivers, hundreds of millions of citizens and countless beauties. He could get whatever he wanted. How could he bear to die when his bright future was right in front of him? What was face compared to life? Let you go? After I kill you, all your belongings will still be mine. Lu Ming sneered. No, don't kill me. I know a treasure. If you let me go, I'll tell you the address of the treasure. Yu Feiyu shouted. On the side, Cold Flow Wood Yi Tianan, and the others watched the scene with complicated feelings. Yu Feiyu, who had been so high and mighty and controlled their life and death, was now begging for mercy like a pug in front of Lu Ming. The world changed so quickly, it was really amazing. This was the change brought about by strength. In the world of martial Dao, the strong reigned supreme. Only the strong could dominate everything. It was no wonder that most of the warriors were willing to risk their lives to improve their cultivation. Treasure. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Then tell me the address of the treasure, he said. Promise to let me go first, then I'll tell you the location of the treasure. Yu Feiyu shouted, his eyes flickering. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be interested in the treasure, hope was ignited in his heart. He was thinking about how to negotiate with Lu Ming. But in the next moment, dash. Whoosh. A ray of spear light shot out and pierced through Yu Feiyu's heart. The powerful force crushed Yu Feiyu's heart into pieces. Why? Yu Feiyu let out a desperate roar. His eyes popped out like a dead fish, full of disbelief. He could not figure out why Lu Ming wanted to kill him all of a sudden. Wasn't he already moved? Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or whether there is such a treasure. Even if there is such a treasure, I will not let you go. I don't want to leave behind future trouble for myself because of an unknown treasure. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Yu Feiyu roared unwillingly and stopped breathing. After that, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he killed the remaining disciples of the Nether Demon Palace. At the same time, he did not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. On the side, Cold Flow Wood, Yi Tianan and the others were dumbfounded. Lu. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. The Cold Flow tree stepped forward and cupped its fists to thank Lu Ming. Nothing much. I just did it in passing. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he walked toward the bronze hall's door. Cold Flow Wood and the others watched from behind, not following. Lu Ming walked to the door and waved his hand. 4 keys appeared in his hands. Lu Ming did not return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. He had gotten it from Yu Feiyu and it naturally became his spoils of war. He was not so kind as to return it to the Cold Flow Wood and the rest. Buzz. The moment the 4 keys appeared, they aimed at the 4 statues and flew into their mouths. Ka-ka. The door of the bronze hall slowly opened, revealing the dark environment inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. In a flash, he rushed into the door and disappeared. Behind them, Cold Flow Wood, Yiden, and the others looked at the gate with uncertain expressions. Brother Han, should we go in? Yi Tianan asked Cold Flow Wood. Cold Flowing Wood's eyes flickered continuously as if he was hesitating. After a long while he sighed and said, You've all seen Lu Ming's strength. Simply unfathomable. I reckon that he's completely hidden his strength in his battle with the flying ape. He's definitely a top monster in some super region. The temper of such a person is unpredictable. If we enter and cause him to be unhappy, we'll only be able to die in his anger. Cold Flow Wood looked into the door, his eyes filled with fear. I agree with Brother Han's opinion. We can't afford to offend such a person. Let's leave this place. Wu Hui also said. Yi Tianan sighed. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Immediately, Cold Flow Wood and the others left the place one by one and went back. They also searched for any treasures left behind. The bronze hall was deathly silent. After Lu Ming rushed through the door, he saw a large hall. There were some huge alchemy furnaces in the hall. However, all of these alchemy furnaces had been corroded and lost their spirituality. Lu Ming walked around the hall but found nothing. At the back of the hall, there was another bronze door that was closed. Lu Ming pushed hard and the bronze door opened with a click. It did not need a key. The bronze door opened and Lu Ming walked in. This was a secret room much smaller than the main hall. There were 2 chandeliers on both sides and on the chandeliers there were some bottles. In the middle of the room there was an alchemy furnace. On one side there was a table. Lu Ming was the first to walk to the chandeliers and pick up the bottles and jars. Unfortunately, although there were pills inside, they had turned into ashes after being eroded by the passage of time. All the pills and spirit herbs were useless. Lu Ming was greatly disappointed. He walked towards the table again. On the table there were 2 items. One was a box. It was made of an unknown material and it was still intact even after so many years. Lu Ming picked up the box and opened it. He was stunned. There were dozens of crystals in the box. Each of them was about the size of a longan and was of many different colors. There were yellow ones, blue ones, red ones, green ones. The most important thing was that each of the crystals gave off a mysterious aura. It was similar to control force, but it was many times more mysterious. Lu Ming reached out and picked up a fiery red crystal. He examined it carefully, then his body trembled slightly and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. This is an intent crystal. Ah, this is definitely an intent crystal. Lu Ming almost burst out laughing. And NBSP, he had never imagined that he would actually obtain intent crystals here, and dozens of them at that. Power Upanishad crystals were born from the power Upanishads of heaven and earth. It would take a long time to produce one. Intent crystals contained dense intent of heaven and earth that could be used to comprehend intent of heaven and earth. After their force had reached the peak, they could quickly comprehend the true intent if they used the intent crystal. On the other hand, if a martial king used the intent crystal to cultivate, their comprehension of the intent would be greatly accelerated. It could be said that intent crystals were treasures that even martial kings would be envious of. Profound meaning crystals were divided into various attributes, such as wind, fire, and lightning. However, no matter what attribute they were, they could be sold for at least 1 billion lower spiritual crystals on the market. That's right, it was 1 billion spiritual crystals. The price was terrifying. Chapter 399. 399 Chapter 399 Meeting people on the Cloud Emperor ranking again. Lu Ming did a count. There were a total of 29 intent crystals. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He didn't need any other gains. Just these intent crystals were enough for him to make a killing. Lu Ming closed the box and kept it in the Supreme Shrine. After that, Lu Ming picked up the notebook and flipped it open. This time Lu Ming was a little disappointed. This was not a secret cultivation technique or martial arts technique book. Instead, it was a book on the experience of refining pills. It seemed that this ancient ruin was the residence of an alchemy grandmaster, and everything was related to alchemy. Lu Ming did not know much about the Tao of inscription. He flipped through a few pages and put it away. Finally, he walked towards the pill furnace. The pill furnace was as tall as a person. It had an ancient and simple design, and there were all sorts of flower patterns carved on it. However, it looked pitch black. Although it didn't decay like the other pill furnaces, it didn't seem to have any spirituality. Forget it, I'll keep it first. Maybe I can sell it for a good price. Lu Ming smiled and kept the alchemy furnace in his storage ring. After making another round and finding nothing, Lu Ming walked out of the bronze hall. He realized that Han Lu Mu and the rest were no longer there. Lu Ming smiled. He did not mind. He randomly chose a path and headed out. After leaving the legacy site, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to the city. When Lu Ming returned to the city, he heard a piece of shocking news. The dragon's den had opened. A dragon's den. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. A dragon's cave was said to be the lair of a dragon. In the distant past, there were true dragons that rested. It was a very famous, wondrous place in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. However, the dragon's cave, as well as the surrounding wide area, was shrouded in runes and could not be opened at all. It was said that even the experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace could not open it. The last time it opened was a few thousand years ago. Now it actually opened again. It was a land of peerless treasures. It was said that there were countless spiritual medicines and even secret treasures left behind by true dragons. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion as they left the city and headed for the dragon's cave. A dragon's cave. I can't miss this. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes shining. He cultivated the true war dragon technique in the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, and he had awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Everything was related to dragons, so how could he miss a dragon's cave? The true war dragon technique had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, and it was difficult to break through. If he could obtain a treasure related to the true dragon, he might be able to break through. At once, Lu Ming rose into the air and headed in the direction of the dragon's cave. The dragon's cave was located in a vast mountain range in the west. It was more than 1,000,000 miles away from this place. Lu Ming sped along. When night fell, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine. Then he took out the level 5 spirit herbs he had obtained from Euphasher and the others and activated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to improve his physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly again. The next day, Lu Ming continued on his journey. Boom, boom. When Lu Ming passed by a forest, he heard a roar coming from ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming's figure moved and he leaped into the forest like a ghost. The rumbling sound grew louder and louder. Lu Ming approached quickly and flew onto a big tree that required several people to hug it. He hid in the branches and looked ahead. A few thousand meters away, more than 100 figures surrounded a figure. Sword Wind Cloud. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the figure who was surrounded was the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking, Jian Fengyun. Young Master Tong Tianxi, Lan Yundao and Yan Feishuan are also here. Lu Ming swept his gaze and saw young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, and the others among the people who had surrounded Jian Fengyun. Not only that, but there were also geniuses from the Thousand River region. Lu Ming saw Autumn Water, Jiang Chun, and a young man who was as elegant as jade. This person was ranked 18th in the Thousand River region and had once left a scar on Jian Fingyun's face. In addition, there were many experts from the waters of the Thousand Rivers who Lu Ming did not know. Jian Fengyun, I advise you to stop your futile struggle. You will die today. Young Master Xianxia sneered. Xianxia, you're so despicable. How dare you surrender to the Thousand River region and become their lackeys? I, Jian Fengyun, am ashamed to be on the same side as you. Jian Fengyun roared. At this moment, there were no less than 10 wounds on his body, and he was drenched in blood. Jian Fengyun, don't be so rude. This is called, a wise man submits to circumstances. The geniuses of the Thousand Rivers and Waters have the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They are all outstanding talents. You can't compare to them. I joined them because I want to learn from them. Jian Fengyun, if you surrender now, I can help you plead for mercy and let you live. Young Master Xianxia shouted. Young Master Xianxia was originally proud and arrogant, thinking that he was a rare genius in the world. However, after entering the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield, he realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. There were too many geniuses and any one of them was no weaker than him. There were also many who were stronger than him. Especially when they encountered the experts of the Thousand River region, he immediately surrendered. Of course, Lan Yundao, Yan Feishuan, and the others also surrendered. As the lackeys of the Thousand River region, they killed those on the Cloud Emperor ranking who didn't surrender and surrounded Jian Fengyun. This Xianxia as a dog is quite suitable. Among the crowd, a young man in a blue robe with a big river on it said with a smile. Brother Wan is right. The reason why I didn't kill them is because I think I can use them to better control the Cloud Emperor mountain range in the future. It's better than killing them. The young man with the title of God replied. With his talent, he appeared very respectful beside this young man. Not bad. The blue-robed youth nodded. At this moment, Jian Fingyun's hair stood on end as he shouted, Wei Yi, you're shameless and afraid of death. Why would I, Jian Fengyun, be afraid of death? They're just a bunch of lackeys. Enough. Young Master Xianxia shouted in anger. Being called a lackey by Jian Fengyun, young Master Xianxia's face turned red. Jian Fengyun, isn't this all your fault? And that bastard Lu Ming, you guys were blind and audacious to have offended the geniuses of the Thousand River region. If you had been honest and sought refuge with the geniuses of the Thousand Rivers, there wouldn't have been so many problems today. Young Master Xianxia roared hysterically. That's right. Jian Fengyun, you've brought this upon yourself. You failed to recognize a formidable person, especially Lu Ming, that little bastard. He even dared to injure a heaven's favorite of the Thousand River region. He deserves to die. Lan Yundao also shouted. Ha, a bunch of scum, the most shameless of them all. Back then I should have worked with Lu Ming to kill all of you. Jian Fengyun laughed out loud. Jian Fengyun, you don't have the chance to do so now. Prepare to die. Also, Lu Ming, that bastard, will die sooner or later. When the time comes, you two will be companions. Young Master Xianxia sneered. Oh really? I'm right here, let's see how you kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Chapter 400. 400 Chapter 400 Slapped to death. A voice rang out and a figure stepped out from a large tree. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Who is it? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. Young Master Xianxia, Lan Yundao, and the rest could not help but exclaim in shock when they saw Lu Ming. Ah, Lu Ming, I don't know if you're stupid. You actually dared to walk out on your own. I really admire your intelligence. But this is good. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. Lan Yundao's face was filled with ecstasy. Little bastard, are you here to beg for mercy? It's too late to beg for mercy now. How about this? If you agree to be my dog for 20 years, I can plead with the heavens favorites of the Thousand River region to spare your dog life. Autumn Water also sneered. The way he looked at Lu Ming was extremely cold and vicious. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. He had thought that Lu Ming had come out to beg for mercy. However, how could he agree so easily? He wanted to humiliate Lu Ming before killing him. Where did these idiots come from? Lu Ming glanced at Lan Yun indifferently. He glanced at Autumn Water and the rest and said indifferently. This sentence, coupled with Lu Ming's disdainful expression, almost made Lan Yundao and Li Qiushui's mouths twist in anger. You're looking for death, you're looking for death. Li Qiushui roared. Lu Ming, leave quickly and escape. You must expose the shameless acts of young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the rest to the public. Don't let the world be deceived by them. Jian Fengyun shouted. Don't even think about it. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their actions must never be spread out. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Buzz. Buzz. Young Master Tianxi, Lan Yundao, Ji Ruffing Yang Liuji, and the rest moved and pounced on Lu Ming. However, there was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Shadows flickered. Young Master Tianxi and the rest of the group surrounded Lu Ming. Ha, let's see where you can run to now. Young Master Tianxi sneered. AI. Seeing this, Jian Fengyun let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with despair. Lu Ming was surrounded. No one would spread the news of the despicable behavior of young Master Tianxi and the rest. Was the Cloud King mountain range going to fall into the hands of these people and be controlled by the Thousand Rivers? Jian Fengyun couldn't accept this. Lu Ming, you managed to escape last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Lan Yundao looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Oh, do you think I won't slap you to death if you do? Lu Ming cast a glance at Lan Yundao and said. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. Watch how I kill you. Lan Yundao shouted with a confident expression. Boom. A powerful aura rose from Lan Yundao's body. Early stage of martial ancestor 7 Dan. During this period of time, Lan Yundao's cultivation had made another breakthrough. He had reached the early stage of the 7th level of martial ancestor realm. No wonder he was so confident. Ha, Lu Ming, die. I'll kill you as easily as killing a chicken. Lan Yundao laughed out loud. Blue light burst out from his body and a dazzling saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. He was indeed much stronger than before. The people of the Thousand River region sneered and gloated. However, Lu Ming did not move in the face of such a saber gleam. Don't tell me that he was shocked by Lan Yundao's breakthrough. Young Master Tianxi chuckled. Die, Lu Ming. Die. Yang Liuji growled. He was about to see Lu Ming die in front of him and he felt extremely comfortable. Ever since he had met Lu Ming in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming in every way. He had been hoping that Lu Ming would die at all times. Now it was finally going to come true. Buzz. The blue saber light looked like it was condensed from blue gemstones. It was crystal clear, resplendent and powerful. It was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment Lu Ming moved. To everyone's shock, he actually slapped out. Bang. A palm landed on the blue blade light. The blue blade light burst like a fragile bubble. Then the palm did not stop and continued to slap toward Lan Yundao's face. Pa. A crisp sound rang out and Lan Yundao let out a blood-curdling screech. His body spun a few dozen times in the air under the force of the slap before he fell heavily to the ground. Fuck me, fuck me. Lan Yundao glared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, with a plop, Lan Yundao's body was torn into pieces and his blood flowed all over the ground. He was dead. Lan Yundao was dead. He was slapped to death by Lu Ming. This. Young Master Tianxi, Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, and Li Qiushui's eyes were as big as eggs, and their mouths were so wide open that they could swallow a dead rat. How is that possible? You're cheating, you're definitely cheating. After a while, Yang Liuji reacted and shouted hysterically. Lan Yundao, who was many times more powerful than him, was killed by Lu Ming with one slap. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He found it hard to accept. On the other side, the Jade God Seal youth, the blue-robed youth, and the other geniuses from the Thousand River region also became serious. You're just an ant. You're so annoying making a fuss all day. I'll send you to accompany him. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Yang Liuji. Don't. Yang Liuji was shocked and quickly retreated. But dash. Whoosh. And NBSP. A spear light shot out and pierced through Yang Liuji's throat. Yang Liuji clutched his throat tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end he fell to the ground, not breathing. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming turned his gaze to young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan and the rest. The expressions of young Master Tianxi and the others changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. The geniuses of the Thousand River region are here. They won't tolerate you. Young Master Tianxi shouted. Lu Ming's combat strength made his heart tremble. Although he was more powerful than Lan Yundao, he could not kill him with one slap. Lu Ming's combat strength was definitely above his. Kill him. I have to kill him with the Thousand River waters. Otherwise, there will be another Jian Fengyun and the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I won't be able to stand out anymore. Young Master Tianxi roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming, his heart filled with jealousy. Thousand Rivers? They won't be able to leave. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, his words caused an uproar among the people in the Thousand River region. What? What did this kid mean? Do you think he's going to spare our lives? What an arrogant brat. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. You think you're invincible just because you have some skills. This brat deserves to die. He dared to talk back to us even before he entered the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield. We can't let him live in this world. A cold voice came from the Thousand River. Even Jian Fengyun was stunned. He did not know what Lu Ming's intention was. However, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was really stupid to be so arrogant. They did not need to do anything now. The paragons of the Thousand River region would definitely not let him off. As expected, dash. I'll kill you. A purple-clad young man strode out with a lightning-like gaze. Chapter 401. 401. Let's attack together. This young man was dressed in purple clothes, purple boots, a purple jade belt, and even his sword was purple. He looked very noble. Zidong, the 19th place in the Thousand River region. As soon as this young man appeared, someone immediately whispered. He was ranked 19th in the Thousand River region. He was already an expert on the same level as Jian Fengyun. Zidong was very arrogant. He looked at Lu Ming coldly and exuded a powerful aura. Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, you're too arrogant. However, I can give you a chance. If you can survive 3 of my sword strikes, I can consider sparing your life. I'm still alive after taking 3 of your sword strikes? If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I can give you a chance to use your sword. You'd better use all your trump cards. After that, you won't have another chance. Lu Ming said indifferently. Who didn't know how to be crazy? Arrogant, then die. Zidong's killing intent burst out and his body emitted a strong purple light. Extreme purple sword technique, one sword from the east. Zidong let out a long roar and unsheathed his sword. In an instant the sky was filled with purple chi. Then a purple sword radiance shot out from the purple clouds and headed toward Lu Ming like a fairy from heaven. The speed was so fast that a long trace appeared in the sky. Bang! However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming did not use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. It was just an ordinary kick, but it contained a powerful essential chi and the power of wind and fire. With this kick, the purple sword light fell apart. This kick directly landed on Zidong's face. In an instant, Zidong's face was deformed. He didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying backward. He crashed into 7 or 8 trees and left a deep trail on the ground. He lay on the ground 1,000 meters away, his body convulsing. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Wasn't this too overbearing? He had kicked Zidong half dead with one kick. What kind of combat power was this? Young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan and the others swallowed their saliva. They could feel cold sweat on their backs and their hands and feet were trembling. They could not help but wonder what the consequences would be if Lu Ming had kicked their faces. Jian Fengyun was stunned as well. Then his eyes lit up with hope. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded his expectations. The blue-robed young man from the Thousand River region and the 5 or 6 young men beside him all looked serious. I said you only have one chance. Lu Ming glanced at Zidong indifferently and did not look at him again. You're only in the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. Among us, there are at least 6 people who are not weaker than you. Those who can kill you are not few either. In the waters of the 1,000 rivers, a young man snorted coldly, and a cold killing intent burst out from his body. Oh, who didn't know how to shoot their mouths off? That's what that guy said just now, but in the end he couldn't even take a kick from me. I think you people from the 1,000 River region can only talk for fun, but once you start fighting you're all trash. Lu Ming cast a provocative look at the crowd at the 1,000 River area. Arrogant. You're looking for death. The people of the 1,000 River region were instantly enraged. With the blue-robed young man as the center, powerful auras burst out one by one. One after another, auras shot up into the sky like smoke signals. It was extremely terrifying. Cut the crap. You guys can come at me together. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. A contemptuous smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he said indifferently. What? You fuck. The genius from the 1,000 River region was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River region alone? This was a blatant insult and a blatant contempt. However, young Master Tianxi, Yan Feishuan and the rest were overjoyed. How Lu Ming is such an idiot. He's so arrogant now that he has some combat strength. He actually dares to challenge all the geniuses in the 1,000 River area? He's really looking for death. Jian Fengyun's expression changed as well. He shouted, Lu Ming, you can't. The top 10 geniuses of the 1,000 River region are all here. That blue-robed young man is Jiang Wantian, the number 1 genius of the 1,000 River region. You can't be careless. You'd better break out of the encirclement quickly. Judging from Lu Ming's attack, he was definitely stronger than him. Lu Ming had reached the 8th grade martial ancestor realm and was definitely a 3-man genius. If Lu Ming had tried his best to break out of the encirclement, he might have been able to kill his way out. However, if he challenged all the geniuses of the 1,000 River region, especially Jiang Wantian, he would basically die. Lu Ming ignored the others and continued to say in disdain, Hurry up. I've said it before. You can't leave today. If you don't want to do it, then let me do it. Arrogant and ignorant, I'll kill you. A cold-looking young man roared and stepped forward. A long spear appeared in his hand, emitting a shocking aura. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor realm level 8, and he was definitely a genius who had won 3 battles. Die. The cold-looking young man was very direct. He thrust his spear forward and a shocking spear radiance burst out. Your spear technique is not bad. Lu Ming smiled faintly and the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of his arm, the demon-subduing spear shot out. Clang. The spear's radiance rumbled as the 2 spears' tips stabbed into each other. A loud explosion caused ripples on the tips of the 2 spears. Explode. Lu Ming said softly. His surging essential qi gushed out madly. At the same time, the power of wind and fire suddenly erupted. Kacha. The cold-looking young man's spear, which was of upper level 4, made a cracking sound and cracked. Immediately, the cold-looking young man screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He flew hundreds of meters before he stopped. There were several gunshot wounds on his body and blood spurted out of his mouth. I've said it before. All you can do is talk. Once you start fighting, you're all useless. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. Then he shook the long spear and kept it. The demon-subduing spear should be a 4th-level spiritual weapon, but the material used was definitely a 5th-level spiritual weapon. It was extremely hard and could withstand Lu Ming's full-strength outburst. So you do have some skill. Then I can't let you go today. Let's attack together and kill this person. Jiang Wantian's face was extremely solemn as he spoke slowly. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too shocking. Even he was not confident that he could win. The only way was to gather the strength of everyone in the Thousand River region to kill Lu Ming. I told you all to attack together. Why did you wait until now? Alright, the warm-up is over. I'll send you all on your way now. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kill. Kill. Jiang Wantin was the first to shout, and a shocking aura rose from his body. Lu Ming felt that Jiang Wantin was not any weaker than Yu Feiyu. But so what? Other than Jiang Wantin, there were 5 other people who had also reached the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. In addition, there were more than a dozen 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts. With so many experts attacking together, the power was simply earth-shaking. Go to hell. Young Master Tian Shi and the others roared in their hearts. At the same time they retreated quickly, afraid that they would be affected. Lu Ming, be careful. Jian Fengyun shouted. He wanted to help, but with so many experts attacking him at the same time and him already injured, he simply had no strength. Chapter 402. 402 Chapter 402 Kill them all. Die. Nearly 20 geniuses of the 7th martial ancestor realm and above, each of whom was a World War II expert, attacked together. The entire space boiled as if it was about to explode. Sword chi, saber radiance, fist force, spear radiance and many other things gathered together and blasted toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground and his figure retreated rapidly. He retreated 1,000 meters in an instant. Then he took a deep breath and his figure suddenly rose. Heaven's path palm. Die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his palm. The spirit chi between heaven and earth instantly boiled and was drawn over. A huge palm print was formed and blasted towards Jiang Wantian and the others. The palm print had yet to arrive, but the terrifying chi movement already made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Jiang Wantian and the other geniuses from the Thousand River region were shocked because the power of this palm was too terrifying. Not good. Hold on. We must hold on. Jiang Wantian roared. Raging waves and stormy waves palm. Jiang Wantian bellowed and struck out with his palm. A huge river formed and with the power of the raging waves, it blasted towards the Heaven Dao palm print. At the same time, all sorts of sword gleams and fist forces exploded out toward the Heaven Dao palm. Boom. Boom. With so many people joining forces, the might was truly terrifying. All sorts of attacks slammed into the Heaven Path palm print, causing loud rumbles to ring out continuously. After each rumbles, the might of the Heaven Path palm print would weaken by a little. By the time the 20+ attacks were exhausted, the Heaven's Path palm print's power was also nearly exhausted. Ha, he blocked it. Someone in the Thousand River region laughed. They thought that Lu Ming could only unleash such a powerful attack once at most. Why are you so happy? The second palm. A calm voice rang out as the second Heaven's Path palm print was formed. Ah, why are there more? The experts of the Thousand River region were in despair. Then they burst out with all their strength and attacked. Boom. Once again it clashed with the Heaven Path palm print. But this time, before the second palm print could cancel out, a third palm print formed in the sky and slammed down. No. Jiang Wantian and the others shouted in fear and despair. Boom. The third palm print slammed down and they could no longer resist it. Some of the 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts' bodies cracked as they were hit to the ground by the palm force and died instantly. A few of the 8th-grade martial ancestor realm experts also spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. They were all seriously injured. Kill. Lu Ming did not give them any chance. With a wave of his hand, he condensed more than 10 long spears and shot them out. Jiang Wanchun and the others were all pierced by the long spear and nailed to the ground. In just a few breaths, the top 20 geniuses of the Thousand River region were all killed. At the scene, the remaining people looked at this scene in shock. Heavens, heavens, how could this be? How did this happen? Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun, who were from the Thousand River region, widened their eyes in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had killed one of the top 20 geniuses in the Thousand River region. How was this possible? They broke out in cold sweat and trembled. Young Master Xianxia, Yan Feishuan and the others were similar to Li Qiushui and the others. They were so scared that their guts were about to burst. Haven't you two always wanted to attack me? Now I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Li Qiushui and Jiang Chun. I. Plop. Li Autumn Water was at a loss for words. Suddenly he knelt down with a plop and let out a miserable cry. Lu Ming, no brother Lu, no master Lu, I was blind. You're a true dragon in the sky and I'm just a pitiful worm. Please spare me. Plop. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, another kneeling sound was heard. It was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was even more exaggerated. He was practically prostrating himself on the ground as he shouted, "Young hero Lu, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and an unmarried wife. They will rely on me in the future. As long as you spare me, I will be willing to be your slave in the future." He screamed so miserably that it really made people cry. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had been in this world for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a weirdo. Martial artists were all prideful. Even if they were afraid of death, they would not shamelessly beg for mercy. Lu Ming, don't listen to them. As far as I know, Jiang Chun doesn't have an 80-year-old mother or a fiancé. He's defiled quite a number of young girls from good families. Jian Fengyun shouted. Jian, why are you trying to harm me? Jiang Chun roared. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he waved his hand and two spear lights flew out. Li Autumn Water and Jiang Chun did not even have time to react and were nailed to the ground. Run, quickly run. There were still dozens of young men left in the Thousand River region, and they were running for their lives. Lu Ming took a glance but did not pursue. Most of the young men from the Thousand River region had no grudges with him. Lu Ming was not a bloodthirsty person and would not kill them all. Let's go. At this moment, young Master Xianxia and the others were also running in one direction. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Then he took a step forward and his figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already in front of young Master Xianxia and the rest. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I know you're from the Blazing Sun Empire. If you dare to touch me, my family will definitely trample your empire to the ground. Young Master Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale as he shouted. As long as all of you are dead, who will know it's me? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He looked at Jian Fengyun and said, Brother Jian, why don't we do this? I'll leave these people to you. Since they wanted to kill Jian Fengyun, it would be perfect to let Jian Fengyun take care of it. Good, just what I want. Jian Fengyun flew over and looked at young Master Xianxia with cold eyes. Wei Xianxia die. Jian Fengyun shouted coldly and unsheathed his sword. The powerful sword Qi pressed toward young Master Xianxia. Jian Fengyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Let's see who's stronger today. Seeing that he couldn't escape, young Master Xianxia went all out. Myriad snake sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh. Dense sword Qi suddenly shot out from young Master Xianxia's hand. The sword Qi was like a venomous snake heading towards Jian Fengyun. One sword, the wind and clouds rise. Jian Fengyun said softly. Then a beam of sword light suddenly rose and cut through the void. All the sword Qi released by young Master Xianxia was destroyed by the sword. Second sword, river of blood. Whoosh. The sword wind and cloud combined with the human world and the sword light flashed. Puchi. Young Master Xianxia's throat suddenly burst out with blood. One sword to break the roar. Jian Fengyun. Young Master Xianxia let out a hiss and died. Run. Yan Feishuan was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. He turned around and ran. Whoosh. With a flash of sword light, Yan Feishuan's head flew high up into the air. Then with a flash of sword light, the remaining people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range all died under Jian Fengyun's sword. A traitor doesn't need to live in this world. Jian Fengyun murmured. He shook his sword and the blood on it flew out. Then he sheathed his sword. Chapter 403. 403 The Dragon Cave. Lu Ming nodded his head. Jian Fingyun's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th tier martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 8th tier. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range he was indeed far ahead. He was much stronger than young Master Xianxia, who was in 2nd place. Of course he was an exception. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me this time. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of these despicable people. Jian Fengyun walked over and cupped his fists to thank Lu Ming. Brother Jian, you don't have to be so polite. These people have always been my enemies. Even if this didn't happen, I would still kill them. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Jian Fengyun could not help but sigh in his heart. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming's cultivation level had actually increased to a level that he could not even catch up to. It was truly shocking. He was certain that Lu Ming was not this powerful when he first entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. Otherwise he would not have let young Master Xianxia and the rest off. Brother Lu, are you heading to the Dragon's Cave? Jian Fengyun asked after a moment of silence. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded his head. That's great. We were going to the Dragon's Cave as well, but we didn't expect to meet the people from the Thousand River region on the way. Xianxia and the others actually surrendered to the Thousand River region. There were more than a dozen who didn't surrender, but they were all killed by them. Jian Fengyun said through gritted teeth. Brother Lu, why don't we go together? Then Jian Fengyun's tone changed. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Dragon's Cave. When it was close to evening, they arrived at a strange place. From high up in the sky, one could see a series of enormous mountain ranges lying on the ground in front of them like true dragons. It really did look like a real dragon. One could even vaguely distinguish the dragon's head and tail. This is where the dragon's den is. It's said that the real dragon's den is in the depths of this area. The vast area around the dragon's den is influenced by the dragon's den, causing the mountain range to take the shape of a dragon. Furthermore, there are many spiritual herbs and countless treasures. However, it's said that this area is usually covered by a large inscription formation. It's impossible to find or enter. I didn't expect it to really open now. Jian Fengyun muttered, his eyes bright. Ah, that means our group is lucky. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming flew forward in a flash. What? When he entered the dragon's den, he was surprised. This was because he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was even denser. It was very strange. There was only a thin line between them, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was completely different. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body was circulating faster. If he could cultivate here, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would be much faster than other places. After pondering for a while, the two of them continued forward. Soon night fell. When the two of them were on guard against those spirits, they realized that there were no spirits at all. Everything was normal. Could it be that the Dragon's Cave has isolated the entry of those spirits? Jian Fengyun made a guess. Lu Ming nodded. That was the only reason. However, this was a good thing. It saved him a lot of trouble. The two of them landed on a mountain peak and closed their eyes to meditate. Jian Fengyun had been slightly injured, but it was a good time to heal his injuries. After a night of silence, the two of them continued on their journey the next morning, towards the depths of this region. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from ahead. In front of him, a young man in black was running at high speed. Behind him, there were dozens of figures chasing him at high speed. Xiao, you can't escape. Just accept your death obediently. Someone called out from behind. The people who were with you are all dead. What's the point of you dragging out an ignoble existence? A cold laugh rang out. In front of him, the young man in black was running at full speed without a word. He's the strongest person in the Valleywind mountain range, Xiao. I've met him once. Jian Fengyun whispered. Lu Ming took a glance and stood in the air. He had no intention of interfering. Lu Ming was not a kind person. He would not cause unnecessary trouble for someone he did not know. Since Lu Ming did not move, Jian Fengyun naturally did not move either. Xiao Haoyu cast a glance at Lu Ming and the rest before he continued dashing forward. However, even if Lu Ming and the rest did not interfere, it did not mean that others would not cause trouble. Buzz. Buzz. With a flash, 7 to 8 figures surrounded Lu Ming. Xiao Haoyu die. Whoosh. A terrifying blade of light shot out from within that group of people, instantly shattering the void as it slashed towards Xiao Haoyu at an unbelievable speed. Xiao Haoyu let out a furious roar and tried his best to defend himself. However, he was struck so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment he was also surrounded by the group of people. Everyone, what are you all doing? We don't seem to have any grudges. Jian Fengyun's expression changed. What are you doing? You two hand over your storage rings. If you hand over your storage rings, I'll consider sparing your lives. Among the people surrounding them, a skinny young man sneered. My two brothers, don't listen to them. They are from the Savage Land, a large area. Even if you hand over your storage rings, they will still kill you. Not far away, Xiao Haoyu shouted. Savage Land. Jian Fengyun's expression changed. The Savage region was similar to the Thousand River region in that it was a large region. Among them there were high-tier empires. Hee Xiao Haoyu, what's the point of shouting so loudly? Do you think they can be spared from death if they don't hand over their storage rings? A young man with an unusually burly figure, about 2 to 3 meters tall and muscles all over his body, who looked like a small giant, sneered. Get lost. Suddenly a faint voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with coldness. The voice came from Lu Ming. The young man from the barbaric area was stunned for a moment. Then someone's expression changed and he said coldly, Kid, what did you say? I told you to get lost. Don't you understand human language? I'll give you the time of 3 breaths. If you don't get lost after 3 breaths, then don't get lost. Lu Ming's voice was still unhurried, but the coldness in his voice was even stronger. Brat, you're looking for death. I'll crush all the bones in your body right now. There were 8 strong young men surrounding Lu Ming and his group. They took a big step forward and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Bang! The next moment, the strong young man was sent flying a few thousand meters away by Lu Ming's kick. How dare you? How dare you fight back? Let's kill him together. The other 7 people roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Following that, there were 7 loud bangs. Each of the 7 young men was kicked by Lu Ming and they flew a few thousand meters away. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and their bodies almost exploded. The expressions of the youths surrounding Xiao Haoyu changed drastically. Even the unusually burly young man's expression turned serious. Among the 8 youths, there were 7th-level martial arts grandmaster geniuses. However, they were still sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming's ability was shocking. This time I'll be kind and spare your lives. Hurry up and get lost. Lu Ming berated. Brat, you have some strength. Let me test you. As long as you can defeat me, I'll turn around and leave. The unusually burly young man moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 404. 40 For the corpse whose blood was sucked dry. Brother, be careful. This person is the strongest in the desolate wildlands. His cultivation is in the middle of the martial arts grandmaster 8 Dan. He has surpassed the 3 battle geniuses and is extremely powerful. Xiao Haoyu shouted. It's too late to know now. Great desolation, divine fist. The burly young man roared and punched. This punch caused the entire world to shake. It was as if a continuous mountain range was crashing toward Lu Ming. Moreover, a vast mountain floated above the burly young man's head, and 5 Asilavir chakras shone brightly. The explosion of his bloodline made his punch even more powerful. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! 1 punch and 1 kick, they clashed together. Then everyone saw the burly young man's fist force collapse in an instant, and his steel-like muscles trembled rapidly. Bang! The next moment his body was like a deflated leather ball flying back madly. He flew all the way to 3,000 meters before he barely stopped, blood spurting out of his mouth. Go, quickly go. The burly young man roared and ran away without hesitation. The other people in the savage land were even more scared out of their wits. It was as if their butts were on fire as they jumped several thousand meters away. In an instant, all the people in the savage area fled. Lu Ming did not pursue them. He would just teach these people a lesson. You too, thank you for saving me. You're Jian Fengyun. At this moment, Xiao Haoyu flew over and looked at Jian Fengyun carefully. His eyes flashed as if he had recognized Jian Fengyun. Brother Xiao, it's been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Jian Fengyun laughed. Brother Jian, it's really you. I didn't recognize you just now. May I know who this is? Xiao Haoyu looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. He had easily defeated the most powerful expert in the savage land. With such strength, he could be ranked at the top among all the geniuses who entered the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld this time. Xiao Haoyu guessed that Lu Ming might be a genius from some super region. This is Lu Ming, Brother Lu. He's the supreme talent of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. As Jian Fengyun introduced Xiao Haoyu, his tone unknowingly carried a sense of pride. What? Brother Lu is a heaven's favorite of the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Xiao Haoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What's wrong? Brother Xiao doesn't believe it, there's nothing to hide. Jian Fengyun said. I am indeed from the Cloud Emperor mountain range, Lu Ming smiled. I didn't expect the Cloud Emperor mountain range to have a heaven's favorite like Brother Lu. It's really an eye-opener. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Hey Xiao Haoyu, what do you mean by that? It seems that our Cloud Emperor mountain range can't produce someone like Brother Lu? Jian Fengyun's eyes widened. Brother Jian, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. Xiao Haoyu smiled wryly and said hurriedly. Brother Lu, Brother Jian, are you going to the dragon's cave? He quickly changed the topic. Not bad. The two of them nodded. Then why don't we go together? Xiao Haoyu said. Lu Ming did not object. Since Lu Ming did not object, Jian Fengyun naturally did not object either. Lu Ming naturally had his own thoughts. Xiao Haoyu was the strongest person in his region, and his talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jian Fengyun's. It would not be much of a problem for him to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. In the future, when he joined the Detian Divine Guards, Lu Ming would not know a single person. There were only benefits and no disadvantages in befriending a few more people. The three of them moved forward together. On the way, Lu Ming also found out why Xiao Haoyu was being hunted down by the people in the savage land. The reason was that the experts from the various large regions were all hunting down the experts from the small regions, especially the strongest experts from the small regions. They all had hopes of joining the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, so if they killed these people, the competition in the large regions would become a little less, and perhaps more people would join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. It seems that the later it gets, the more chaotic it will be. Jian Fengyun sighed. Only a little more than a month had passed, and those big regions had already started to hunt down the masters from the small regions. He really didn't know how chaotic it would be in the later stages. This was the goal of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Only by withstanding the numerous dangers and tests could one become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. The three of them advanced, but their speed wasn't very fast. They were all flying at a low altitude, and as they flew, they searched for spirit herbs. The dragon's lair was a place where many heavenly treasures were born. However, along the way, the three of them didn't gain much. In many places they saw many pits. Obviously, others had been one step ahead and dug out the spiritual herbs. This area was really vast. The three of them had flown for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the real dragon's cave. Guys, look. There's a corpse over there. Jian Fengyun suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and Xiao Haoyu also saw that there were a large number of corpses lying in the valley below. Let's go and take a look. The three of them flew down, and their expressions changed when they saw what was inside. In the valley there were no less than 100 corpses. All of them were dead. The most shocking thing was that these corpses had all become mummies. It was as if all the blood and chi essence in his body had been sucked away. What a strange way of dying. Could it be some strange monster? Xiao Haoyu sucked in a breath of cold air and furrowed his brows. Lu Ming also frowned and pondered. His blood and essence had been sucked dry. It was truly evil. For example, the bloodline of the 9 dragons could only devour blood essence and bloodline power. It would not devour ordinary blood. Then the 3 of them continued to move forward. Not far away they saw another pile of corpses. They were also dried up. That's the people from the savage lands. Xiao Haoyu exclaimed. Some of these corpses were particularly burly, and from their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the savage area. Even the most powerful man in the savage land is dead. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Among the many corpses, one of them was particularly burly. According to his attire, he was the most powerful man in the savage land who had been chased away by Lu Ming. This area is too eerie. How did they die? Jian Fengyun said. Both Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu looked grim. Even the most powerful man in the savage land had died in this place. It was too terrifying. Let's leave this place, Lu Ming said. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu nodded. Immediately the 3 of them soared into the sky and left the place. However, hundreds of miles away, they saw dozens of corpses that had died in the same way as the previous ones. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen in this trip to the Dragon's Cave, Xiao Haoyu said in a low voice. After that, there was a moment of silence. Before long, the 3 of them had traveled another 10,000 miles. There are so many people there. What are they doing? Suddenly Jian Fengyun said. Not far to the right there was a huge cliff. Under the cliff one could see many people gathered. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them flew over. What a powerful sword intent that Gu has. As they flew closer, the 3 of them saw that there was a sword mark that was 100 meters long on the cliff. The sword mark emitted a mysterious sword intent. Chapter 405. 405 Super Region. Buzz. The 3 of them landed at the bottom of the cliff. There were already more than 20 people gathered at the bottom of the cliff. These 20 people were in different positions and were far away from each other. Some people were sitting cross-legged as if they were comprehending something. Some of them were looking at the sword marks on the cliff wall seriously. At this point they could see even more clearly. On the huge cliff wall, there was a slanted sword mark that was more than 100 meters long. It was deeply engraved on the cliff wall and was filled with an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had been passed down. An extremely profound sword essence spread out. Lu Ming stared at the sword mark carefully. All of a sudden the sword mark enlarged in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end the entire world changed. The heavens and earth turned into a battlefield, and the shouts of "kill" suppressed the heavens. Suddenly a sword light came from afar. It was boundless and indescribable. When the sword light came out the sky was split. The sword gleam was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. It contained an unparalleled killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming bellowed and retreated rapidly. The environment changed. Lu Ming realized that he was still under the cliff. He took 3 steps back, leaving 3 footprints on the ground. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The sword attack just now was like facing the god of death. Around him, some people glanced at him and then turned their heads away, not finding it strange. Brother Lu, are you all right? Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Brother Lu, you are truly a peerless talent. You were able to stay in that sword intent for half an hour, and when you woke up you only took 3 steps back. I only had 10 minutes just now and I almost vomited blood when I woke up. Xiao Haoyu said with a smile. It's a pity that Brother Lu doesn't cultivate the sword. Otherwise you'd definitely become a peerless swordsman. Jian Fengyun said. Half an hour. Lu Ming was very surprised. Just now he only felt that a while had passed. Unexpectedly, half an hour had already passed. Brother Lu, Brother Xiao and I plan to stay here to comprehend the sword intent here. I'm afraid we can't go to the Dragon's Cave with you. Jian Fengyun looked at Lu Ming apologetically. It doesn't matter. This sword intent was probably left behind by a peerless swordsman. For a swordsman, it's a supreme opportunity. If I were a swordsman, I'd probably stay and cultivate too, Lu Ming said with a smile. They were all martial artists, so he could understand what Jian Fengyun and the others were thinking. This sword scar was too tempting for a sword cultivator. It was hard to resist. If one could comprehend a trace of it, it would be very useful. Compared to the Dragon's Cave, this place was more practical for them. To Lu Ming, it was better for Jian Fengyun and the others to stay here. He would be able to do more by exploring the Dragon's Cave alone. I hope that Brother Lu will have a great harvest in the Dragon's Cave. Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu cupped their fists together. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned into a ray of light, soared into the sky and disappeared. After that, Lu Ming no longer slowed down to search for the spiritual herbs. Instead, he flew at high speed. Along the way, Lu Ming saw a few fights, but he ignored them and passed by them in a flash. Who's that? Half a day later, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was at least a few thousand miles long. It was winding and laid on the ground. Lu Ming could barely see the outline of the mountain range from a few hundred miles away. From afar, this mountain range really looked like a true dragon. It had 5 dragon claws and its body was covered in scales formed from various rocks. There were also 2 dragon horns on its head. Its shape was exactly the same as the true dragon in the legends. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. We've arrived at the Dragon's Cave. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he quickly headed toward the dragon's head. As they neared, they discovered that this mountain range was truly too majestic. Its high point pierced through the clouds. When Lu Ming arrived at the dragon's head, he realized that many people had already arrived. At a glance, there were no less than 2,000 people. More than 2,000 people were scattered around a lake, which was very wide. Above the lake was the dragon head of the Dragon Mountain. The dragon's head was open, revealing a dark cave. At that moment, something strange was happening. The water in the lake formed a column from the bottom to the top and flew into the dragon's mouth. It looked like a real dragon was absorbing water. This was the phenomenon of a waterspout. Legend had it that the real dragon's den was right under this lake. Once the lake water was sucked dry, the real dragon's den would be revealed. Thousands of people were waiting around the lake. Lu Ming landed and mixed in with the crowd. Brother Fong, why are there only a few of you left in the flowing water bay area? Someone was chatting beside him. The others are all dead. They were killed by people from the big areas. What about you guys? Why don't you have many people? Don't mention it. We also encountered a big region and attacked without any reason. The strongest people in our region were killed. On the other hand, we who are not strong escaped the disaster. However, the people from the big region behind also died. I saw their bodies and their blood was sucked dry. It was extremely terrifying. What? Did you guys see the corpses that had their blood sucked dry? We also saw it. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the incident of his blood being sucked dry was not only happening in the area that he had passed by, but also in other areas. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. After half a day, there were no less than 3,000 people here. A portion of the water on the lake's surface had also been reduced. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Dozens of young men and women stepped on the air and arrived. Each of these people had a terrifying aura. They all had one thing in common. The men were very handsome and the women were beautiful. The people from Phoenix Lake area are here. Someone exclaimed. It's over. I didn't expect that even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area would come. Are we still going to get a share of the Dragon's Cave? Someone sighed. Lu Ming's heart was moved. He had naturally heard of the Phoenix Lake region. It was a region that was even more powerful than a large region like the Thousand River region. It was known as a super region. In a large region, there would only be one high-tier empire. In a super region, there would be at least 2 or even 3 or 4 advanced empires. They were extremely powerful and had many geniuses. It was said that there were 3 high-level empires, medium-level empires and low-level empires in the Phoenix Lake area. There were more than 1,000 of them, which was much more powerful than the Cloud Emperor mountain range area. Look, the one wearing the phoenix robe is the strongest person in the Phoenix Lake region, the number 1 genius, Zhou Xian. It said that he is a 4-battle genius and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th grade martial ancestor realm. What? A 4-battle genius? The peak of martial ancestor 8 Dan, is that terrifying? Of course, that's the strongest person in a super region. He's known as a peerless genius. Lu Ming looked over as well. Indeed, among the people from Phoenix Lake he saw a handsome young man in his early 20s, who was dressed in a phoenix robe. He was Huang Qixian. However, his eyes looked extremely cold and arrogant. He was not the only one. The rest of the people from Phoenix Lake had similar expressions. They had cold and arrogant looks on their faces as they hovered in the air not far away from Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 406. 406 Extremely overbearing. Buzz. Buzz. Right at this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out in the distance, attracting everyone's attention. That's the genius from the Blazing Flame Mountain region. The people from the Blazing Flame Mountain region have also come. Another super region. How can we have a share in this? And the most powerful man in the Flaming Mountains, Bu Fifan, is here. When this group of people arrived, everyone burst out in another wave of exclamations. Even the geniuses from the Phoenix Lake area were frowning. Huang Qixian, I didn't expect you to be here too. The geniuses from the Flaming Mountain region stopped on the other side of the lake, putting some distance between them and the people from the Phoenix Lake region. A young man with long fiery red hair laughed. Bu Fifan, if you can come, I can naturally come too. Huang Qixian sneered. It's really lively. Let's join. With a loud laugh, dozens of rainbow lights came rapidly from the sky. The rainbow light dissipated, revealing dozens of young figures, who stopped on the other side of the lake. It's the people from the Yang Spring Valley area. The super region Yangchuan Valley. Some people were already in despair. Super regions had arrived one after another and the strongest people were all among them. The arrival of the Yang Spring Valley area made the faces of Bu Fifan, Huang Qixian and the others sink. To the north of this lake was the dragon head of Dragon Mountain. The 3 super regions stopped in the east, south and west of the lake. It was obvious that they were wary of each other. Following that, more and more people arrived, but no one was able to attract the attention of the 3 super regions. Half an hour later, a young man in a gray robe with a long sword in his arms appeared above the lake without a sound. This young man had an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a gray robe and looked very old. He stood quietly in the air. However, Huang Qixian, Bu Fifan and the strongest expert in the Yang Spring Valley, Sun Chu, all changed their expressions when they saw this person. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Huang Qixian said solemnly. As soon as he said this, it caused a commotion. What? Ancient desolate city? Could this person be someone from the ancient barren city? It's said that the ancient barren city is extremely mysterious. Very few people come out, but once they do, they're peerless monsters. If this person is from the ancient barren city, then he's terrifying. It seems like the Dragon's Cave is very attractive to these peerless geniuses. There's going to be a good show to watch this time. While the crowd was discussing, Xian Feng of the ancient barren city still held his sword in his arms and remained silent. His expression didn't even change. Huang Qixian and the others looked at Xian Feng with a little fear and did not say a word. Following that, the number of people increased and it quickly broke through 4,000. At a glance, the lake was surrounded by people. Huang Qixuan's eyes swept over and revealed a look of disgust. He said coldly, "A bunch of trash wants to get their hands on the treasures in the Dragon's Cave. They're really delusional and overconfident." Many people's faces changed, but for fear of the Phoenix Lake area and Huang Qixuan's strength, no one dared to say anything. "Humph, what a bunch of trash." Huang Qixian snorted, then said to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu, "Bu Fifan, Sun Chu, why don't we do this? Before we enter the Dragon's Cave, let's clean up all these garbage. What do you think?" "All right. I was thinking the same thing." Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. The others' expressions changed drastically. The people from the larger regions can stay. Fly to the sky. As for the trash from the smaller regions, get out of my way and don't get in the way. Huang Qishuan's eyes were like lightning as he looked around and scolded loudly. Upon hearing this, the experts from the larger regions all heaved a sigh of relief and flew up into the sky, distancing themselves from the people from the smaller regions. The rest were all people from small areas. The people in the small area had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, but no one left. Who would be willing to leave so easily? It seems that you guys aren't going to get lost, right? Huang Qishuan's eyes turned cold. Huang Qishan, you guys are too overbearing. The Dragon's Cave is a land without an owner. Anyone can come and get an opportunity. Why should it be occupied by you? I'm not convinced. There are so many of us here, we don't have to be afraid of you. Not bad. Someone shouted. Oh. It seems like you're not going to leave? Huang Qishan sneered, then he looked at Bu Fifan and Sun Chu and said, you two, each of us will take a direction. How about this? We'll each clear a direction and see which side is faster. Good, this is interesting. Just what I wanted. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both laughed. Then let's begin. Buzz. As soon as Huang Qishuan's voice fell, his figure flashed like lightning. Ah! A shrill scream was heard and everyone saw that a young man's heart was pierced by Huang Qishuan's claw. The young man let out a desperate roar and finally stopped breathing. You're just a piece of trash, yet you talk so much. Die. Huang Qishan sneered. Whoever doesn't get lost will die in the next moment. A cold voice came out of Huang Qishuan's mouth. Damn it, they're going too far. If we work together, we don't have to be afraid of them. A tall young man roared and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. He was a genius who was not weaker than Jian Fengyun. He was most likely the strongest person in a small area. Then we'll die together. Huang Qishan sneered and his figure rushed towards the young man. Kill. The young man roared and slashed out a shocking saber ray. But in the next moment Puchi. Huang Qishuan's claws seemed to be able to pierce through everything. The blade light was shattered and then, like the previous person, his heart was pierced. The strongest person in a small area had died. A piece of trash dares to make such a big fuss? You're looking for death. A red light flashed on Huang Qishuan's claws, but not a single drop of blood was stained. The others were extremely frightened. He was too strong and they were no match for him at all. The strongest expert of a small region was killed in a single move. The gap was too great. If you don't retreat within 3 breaths, kill without mercy. Huang Qishuan's eyes were cold as he scanned the surroundings. Buzz. Buzz. The masters of Phoenix Lake moved quickly, exuding powerful auras. Let's go, let's go. Finally, someone roared and retreated unwillingly. Let's go too. Helplessly, the people in the small area all retreated. As for the other 2 directions, they were in a similar situation. After a few experts were killed, they also retreated helplessly. After a few breaths, only the people in the area were left. Of course, Xian Feng had been holding his sword and did not move. Huang Qishan and the others naturally would not touch him. In an instant, all the people in the small area had left. No, there was only one person left. That was Lu Ming. Initially, Lu Ming was at the east side of the lake. Phoenix Lake was in charge of this side. At this time he was standing there alone and appeared very conspicuous. The geniuses from Phoenix Lake, Flaming Mountain Range, Yangchuan Valley, and other large areas all looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 407. 407 The Great Battle Against Yan Qishan. Ha, Huang Qishan, there's still someone on your side. It seems like you've lost. Bu Fifan laughed. It seems that Phoenix Lake's deterrence is only average. Sun Chu also sighed. Huang Qishuan's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. Then he looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of killing intent. Kid, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Huang Qixian said sinisterly. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Qixian and smiled faintly. I told you to get lost, are you going to get lost? Tell me to get lost? Kid, have you gone crazy? Do you have the right to do that? Huang Qixian sneered. Then that's it, you're telling me to get lost? Who do you think you are, do you have the right to do so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Ha ha ha. Bu Fifan laughed wildly and said, Huang Qixian, it seems that the deterrence of your Phoenix Lake is really not that great? Or is it that your deterrence is not enough? Bu Fifan's words made Huang Qixian so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he had no confidence in dealing with Bu Fifan. He could only turn his anger into a sharp killing intent. A killing intent towards Lu Ming. Kid, even if you kneel down and beg me now, you won't be able to get lost. You will pay the price for your words and actions. I will make you wish you were dead. Huang Qixian said gloomily. Nonsense, don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, hurry up. Lu Ming berated. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the other geniuses from the other regions were stunned. Where did this hothead come from? He actually dared to speak to Huang Qixian like this. This was simply courting death. Good, 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 very good. Huang Qixian said good 3 times in a row. His voice was extremely gloomy and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Senior brother Huang, there's no need for you to deal with this kind of trash personally. I'm more than enough to deal with him. At this moment, a youth with triangular eyes walked out from the Phoenix Lake area and called out. This guy is taking the opportunity to flatter senior brother Huang again. Someone whispered in the Phoenix Lake area. When the voice reached the triangular-eyed young man's ears, he chuckled and didn't care at all. No need, I'll do it myself. I'll make him regret every single word he said. Huang Qixian waved his hand and the triangular-eyed youth retreated. The triangular-eyed young man sighed helplessly. It was a pity that he had missed this opportunity. Kid, you have a sharp tongue. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Qixian's figure moved like lightning. He was so fast that he was in front of Lu Ming in an instant and clawed at him. However, he was fast, but Lu Ming was not slow either. The moment Huang Qixian moved, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Huang Qixian's palm. You want to stop me? Break. Huang Qixian shouted coldly, and his claws burst with sharp claw light, grabbing at Lu Ming. Boom. The spear and the claw collided with each other, producing a violent boom. A shocking wave of air swept out, and Lu Ming and Huang Qixian retreated at the same time. Each of them retreated 100 meters and stood in the air. What? That kid can actually block one of Qixian's moves. It looks like they're even. How is that possible? Could it be that this kid can fight Huang Qixian? Impossible. This kid's combat strength may be good, but it's impossible for him to fight Huang Qixian. If I'm not wrong, he didn't even use much strength just now, but that kid probably used 80 to 90% of his strength. Yes, that should be the case. The geniuses from the bigger regions were all discussing. Kids, you have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think you can fight me with that, then you're wrong. I'll let you know how terrifying my true strength is. Huang Qixian said coldly. His arms moved slightly and a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. At the same time, a powerful aura rushed out and a fiery red bird condensed above Huang Qixian's head. The bird's entire body was fiery red, and there were red flames burning on it. Its tail was especially similar to the tail of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix-tailed bird was said to be a mutant with the bloodline of a true phoenix. It was extremely powerful. On the phoenix-tailed bird's body, there were 6 Esilavir meridian cycles that were shining with an extremely bright light. King level 6th rank bloodline. His bloodline exploded, causing his aura to reach its peak. Flying Phoenix Claw. Huang Qixian's figure moved and his hand claw grabbed out. Chi-chi. Like the claws of a real phoenix, they swiped through the air, leaving a trail of cracks in the space as if it was about to be torn apart. This claw also contained a perfect fire force, which was several times stronger than the previous one. Boom. Lu Ming also activated his second blood meridian and thrust his spear forward. The power of wind and fire merged and gathered, forming a thick spear ray. Boom. With a deafening boom, the two of them were forced back again. This move was evenly matched. How is that possible? Die. Huang Qixin roared and his claws continued to claw out, almost tearing the space apart. It was really terrifying. Every claw caused the space to shake violently. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, fearlessly clashing with Huang Qixin. Boom. Boom. The energy swept across the world, stirring up the wind and clouds. Buzz. Lu Ming dodged a claw ray and flew thousands of meters away, grabbing a mountain peak. With a loud explosion, the mountain peak exploded, turning into broken stones that flew everywhere. It was a terrifying sight. Whoosh. A ray of spear radiance flew out and pierced a deep hole with a diameter of 10 meters in the ground. Quickly retreat. The surrounding spectators were shocked and quickly retreated, afraid of being affected. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Phoenix Wing Slash. At this time Huang Qixin roared and his true qi boiled. With a shake of his arms, a pair of phoenix wings vaguely condensed on his arms. Whoosh. Huang Qixin waved his hand and his phoenix wings were like heavenly blades, slashing down at Lu Ming. The power of the attack was much stronger than the flying phoenix claw. Die. Huang Qixin laughed. Let's see who dies. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and a dragon's roar sounded. Instantly, the world seemed to have returned to the era of ancient divine beasts fighting for hegemony. Boom. The phoenix wing slash and the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps collided heavily. The space trembled violently like a piece of cloth, and violent energy shot out in all directions. The people who were watching the battle retreated frantically. There were only 3 people standing in the air, motionless. They were Biu Fifan, Sun Chu and Xian Feng. The 3 of them released a powerful aura to resist the force. After the roar, Lu Ming and Huang Qixin flew back again. They were equally matched again. It had to be said that Huang Qixin was indeed extremely powerful. With a cultivation of the peak of the martial ancestor 8th realm, he had been through 4 battles. His battle power was enough to kill an ordinary half-step king. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level martial arts grandmaster realm, and he could only fight to a draw with him. Lu Ming estimated that even if he used the heavenly path palm, he might not be able to defeat Nai Qixin. As Lu Ming's physical body grew stronger, the power of the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven trampling steps was already infinitely close to that of the heavenly way palm. Chapter 408. 408 Entering the Dragon's Cave and Fighting. Who are you? Huang Qixin roared. Lu Ming was only surprised, but Huang Qixuan's heart was in turmoil. It was too shocking. Lu Ming was able to fight to a draw with him. He even suspected that Lu Ming was the strongest person in a certain super area. Not only Huang Qixin but the people who were watching the battle were also stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming was definitely not Huang Qixuan's opponent. They thought that Lu Ming was overestimating his own ability and was courting death. However, the truth was like a tight slap to their faces. Not only was Lu Ming powerful, he was not weaker than Huang Qixin. He was a genius on the same level as Huang Qixin. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and even Xian Feng, who had been expressionless all this while, looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Clearly, Lu Ming's ability had attracted their attention. Especially the triangular-eyed young man in the Phoenix Lake area. He was covered in cold sweat and his body was trembling in fear. Just now he had wanted to deal with Lu Ming. If he had really made a move, he would not even know how he died. When he thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Who am I? You don't have the right to know. Lu Ming sneered. You're pretending to be mysterious. Watch how I kill you. Huang Qixin let out a long roar and with a wave of his arms, the phoenix spread its wings, bringing with it a gust of wind and a hot aura filled the world. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, A loud rumbling sound came from the lake. The dragon mountain's mouth seemed to have increased its suction force, and the water in the lake was frantically pouring into the dragon's mouth. There wasn't much water left in the lake, and at this moment the bottom of the lake was quickly seen. "Ah! Look, the bottom of the lake is actually empty," someone exclaimed. "It's really empty. Amazing. The bottom of the lake is empty. Why is there water? Amazing, it's too amazing. Dragon's lair, this is the dragon's lair, the dwelling place of the true dragon." Some of the people who were close to the lake cried out in surprise. "Now you're lucky. I'll spare your life today." Huang Qishuan's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. "Spare my life? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue? It's still not certain who will kill who?" Lu Ming gave a contemptuous smile. Huang Qishuan's face turned gloomy. He really wanted to have a big fight with Lu Ming, but he was afraid of missing the dragon's cave. "Kid, just you wait," he snorted. Then he led the people of Phoenix Lake and flew toward the surface of the lake. Lu Ming smiled faintly and flew toward the lake. His thoughts were similar to Huang Qishuan's. If the two of them were to have a life-and-death battle, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Then they would have missed the dragon's cave. Lu Ming was secretly surprised when he flew in to take a look. At this time, the water in the lake was getting less and less, revealing a huge dark cave below. That's right, this lake wasn't a lake at all, but the entrance of a huge cave. The lake water from before was actually just floating at the entrance of the cave, making it look like a lake. When the lake water was sucked dry, its true appearance was revealed. In just a dozen breaths, the water in the lake was completely sucked dry, and the huge cave was completely exposed. The diameter of the cave was at least a few thousand meters wide. It was pitch black below. With everyone's eyesight, they could only see a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Anything further down could not be seen clearly. It was unknown how deep the cave was, but it seemed to lead to the abyss of hell. Charge! Someone moved and flew towards the cave. He was safe and sound. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally rushed in like a swarm of bees. There were more than 100 people in the 3 super regions, but all of them were terrifying geniuses. The weaker ones probably didn't come. Otherwise, it was impossible for a super region to have so few people. Even the Cloud Emperor mountain range had 98 people. The largest number of people were those from the larger regions. In total, there were no less than 500 people. More than 600 people flew towards the huge cave. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He followed the crowd and rushed down. The cave was too big. They had flown down for at least 10,000 meters. At this time, the cave did not go straight down but slanted. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a huge battle broke out on the wall of the cave. "Get lost, the dragon's saliva is mine." "Who said it's yours? I was the one who discovered it first." Buzz! Buzz! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Ah! The next moment, a scream was heard. One of them was killed. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He saw a young man plucking a green spiritual herb from the wall of the cave. Dragon's saliva, it's really dragon's saliva. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The dragon's saliva was said to be the saliva of a true dragon. It was a spiritual herb that had grown over a long period of time. It contained the aura of a true dragon and was extremely precious. It seemed that there really was a true dragon's dwelling here in the distant past. "There's one here too," someone exclaimed. "It's mine. You're courting death. You think you can get the dragon grass?" A great battle erupted and the slaughter began. Ah! Ah! Suddenly screams rose and fell. Huang Qishuan's figure flashed and 5 to 6 young experts had their hearts crushed by him. "A bunch of trash. How dare you think of getting the dragon's saliva? Die!" Huang Qishuan said coldly. "Go, whoever sees the dragon's saliva, seize it." Huang Qishuan instructed the experts of Phoenix Lake. Yes. Immediately, the dozens of masters of Phoenix Lake scattered and flew to different parts of the cave. It was not only the Phoenix Lake but also the people in the Yangchuan Valley area and the Red Flame Mountain area. Detestable. Some of the experts from the larger regions roared. Before entering the dragon's cave, the reason why Huang Qixian and the others let people from large areas in was that they were afraid that people from large areas would join forces. After all, there were geniuses above the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm in every large region. Once they joined forces, they would be a terrifying force. But now that they had entered the dragon's cave, everyone was thinking about treasure hunting and doing things their own way. How could they still join forces? Huang Qixian and the others were naturally unscrupulous. In the cave, treasure snatching, killing, and screams could be heard from time to time. 2 stalks of dragon's saliva. Lu Ming saw 2 green spiritual herbs on the stone wall of a cave. They were dragon saliva grass. His figure moved and he rushed over. On the side there were others who saw him, but they didn't dare to snatch it from him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 2 dragons' saliva. He continued to fly along the walls of the cave. Die. In front of them, a genius from Phoenix Lake had killed a young man with a single strike. He was so ecstatic that he was about to pluck a stalk of dragon's saliva from the wall. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed over and used his essential qi to pluck the dragon's saliva and put it away. You. The young man from Phoenix Lake shouted angrily. However, when he saw that it was Lu Ming, he immediately swallowed his words. He unwillingly retreated. After more than 10 minutes, they had flown another tens of thousands of meters. 3 caves suddenly appeared in front of them. The cave split open. Buzz. Buzz. The group randomly chose a cave and flew in. Each cave had more than 100 people. At least 100 people had been killed along the way. Of the 600 people, there was a sharp decrease of 500. Lu Ming chose the cave on the left and flew along the stone wall. Wait, that's the dragon blood flower. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a patch of bright red spiritual flowers in a pit in the stone wall. Chapter 409. 409 hit him in the face. In the pit there was a patch of bright red flowers. These flowers were actually in the shape of a dragon. It was as if a small dragon was soaring in the sky, and it was extremely lifelike. This was a dragon's blood flower. It was said that it could only grow when the blood of a true dragon was spilled. It was many times more precious than dragon saliva grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With these dragon blood flowers, Lu Ming's true war dragon technique would probably advance to the next level. Buzz. All of a sudden, an extremely sharp force slashed at Lu Ming. It was Huang Qixian. At that moment his eyes were cold as he slashed his phoenix wings at Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward without hesitation. Bang! Huang Qixuan's body flew out while Lu Ming hit the wall. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's hands moved quickly, plucking more than 10 dragon blood flowers and storing them in the supreme shrine. Seeing Lu Ming put away the dragon blood flower, Huang Qixian snorted coldly and turned to leave. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and a murderous intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he continued to move forward along the cave. This cave was still very wide, and it was definitely a place where true dragons could enter and exit. Suddenly there was a commotion ahead. A bone is embedded here. Could this be a dragon bone? Haha, it's mine. You're looking for death. Instantly, a loud boom and battle cries could be heard. Dragon bones? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he flew rapidly in that direction. If it really was a dragon bone, its value would be terrifying. It was much more valuable than dragon saliva grass and dragon blood flower. Phoenix Lake Huang Qixian, you're despicable. Ew. Before Lu Ming arrived, he could already hear angry roars and screams. Lu Ming turned into a flash of lightning and crossed several miles in an instant. On the wall in front of him, a bone the size of a water tank was embedded in the stone wall. The bone armor was crystal clear like jade, full of holy qi, and exuded a terrifying essence qi fluctuation. Huang Qixian led 5 or 6 masters of Phoenix Lake and killed more than a dozen young men from other areas. Haha, the dragon bone is mine. Huang Qixian laughed. He reached out to grab the dragon bone and pulled it out, but the dragon bone did not move at all. So tight. Again. Just as Huang Qixian was about to use all his strength to pull out the dragon bone. Boom. Lu Ming arrived and kicked instinctively. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Damn it. Huang Qixian was shocked and quickly abandoned the dragon bone, using the Phoenix Wing Slash. The other young men from Phoenix Lake also used their unique skills to block Lu Ming's attack. Boom. Huang Qixuan's body trembled slightly. For the other masters of Phoenix Lake, his face turned pale and he almost spat out blood. However, Lu Ming also retreated rapidly. Other than Huang Qixian, the other 6 people in Phoenix Lake were all in the 8th grade of Martial Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, they were all battle-hardened. Together they were extremely powerful. Brat, it's you again. The dragon bone is mine, you want to fight for it? You're looking for death. Huang Qixian roared. Yours. This is a dragon's den, when did it become yours? Lu Ming sneered. Fine, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's attack together and kill him. Huang Qixian roared. Then the Phoenix Wing Slash was slashed out. The other 6 Phoenix Lake experts also unleashed their ultimate moves and charged toward Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. A huge palm print was formed and blasted toward the people of Phoenix Lake. Boom. A huge explosion shook the dragon cave and energy spread out. However, the surroundings of the dragon's cave were extremely hard. Even with their strength that could destroy a mountain, they could only knock down a few rocks on the cave's stone walls. Bang! The Heaven Path palm print was pierced through. Huang Qixian and the others' bodies only swayed slightly before they continued to attack Lu Ming. Brat, you will die today. Huang Qixuan's eyes were cold. You're bullying me with numbers, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? Dan, smash it. Lu Ming gently patted the stone egg hanging on his hair. Dan. This was the name Lu Ming had randomly given the stone egg. Immediately, the stone egg trembled slightly, spun, and turned into the size of a human head. With a swoosh, it rushed toward one of the masters of Phoenix Lake. Break! The master of Phoenix Lake struck out with his claw, and the claw radiance was shocking. However, he was stunned the next moment. He completely ignored the claw radiance and rushed past it. Then he bounced up and smashed directly at the nose of the Phoenix Lake master. Bang! Gotcha! This time it hit him hard and the sound of bones breaking immediately rang out. Then there was a shrill scream. Lu Ming realized that it was really terrible. The bridge of his nose had completely caved in. His bones were shattered and his flesh was a mess. He could not even recognize his mother. Buzz! Dan flew back and jumped up and down in front of Lu Ming as if she was very excited. Huang Qixian and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it, what are you using? How dare you sneak attack me? Despicable! Huang Qixian roared. Despicable? Huang Qixian, you scumbag, you're actually talking to me about despicable, you're not worthy. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Damn it, kill! Huang Qixian roared. Dan smash! Lu Ming said. Dan jumped up in excitement, spun around and flew forward with a swoosh. Block it, smash it! Huang Qixian roared and struck out his strongest blow. The others were the same. However, it was useless. Dan completely ignored these attacks and rushed past. Bang! Another young man from Phoenix Lake was smashed in the face. Instantly, the sound of bones breaking and a shrill cry of pain sounded. This young man had also followed in the footsteps of the person before him. His nose and mouth had all caved in. It was unrecognizable. It was a terrible sight. Although he was not dead, he could not use much of his combat strength. Hiss. The remaining young men of Phoenix Lake gasped. Looking at the miserable state of the 2 young men, their teeth were chattering and they felt a chill down their backs. Who's next? Lu Ming's eyes started to look around. Damn it, this stone egg is not afraid of energy attacks. Use weapons. Huang Qixian roared. Oh really? Then it's you, Huang Qixian. Lu Ming pointed at him. Buzz! Dan directly flew out. Get lost! Huang Qixian wore his spirit weapon gloves and his claws grabbed towards Dan. Just as she was about to catch Dandan, she bounced up, changed direction and smashed towards Huang Qixian. Ah! Huang Qixian roared and quickly retreated. She tried her best to protect her face with her hands, but she was still too late. Bang! It hit his face accurately. A blood-curdling scream was accompanied by a furious roar. Huang Qixuan's claws waved, and at the moment when Dandan hit him, he also hit Dandan. Bang! Dandan was sent flying. She changed her direction halfway and flew back to Lu Ming's side. She bounced here and there, seemingly a little unhappy. Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixian. Although Huang Qixian was hit, he was not as miserable as the others, but he did not feel good either. His nose was completely crooked and a few of his teeth had fallen out, causing blood to flow out. He was in such a sorry state. Huang Qixian roared again and again. Someone passed by not far away and was dumbfounded. Huang Qixian and the others were actually beaten up so badly? Chapter 4:10. For 10 dragon bone in hand. What are you shouting for? Continue Heaven's Path palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and the Heaven's Path palm print blasted forward. At the same time, Dandan followed the palm print of the heavenly Dao and rushed forward. Huang Qixian and the others' faces turned green. He had to block the Heaven Path palm print on one hand and defend against Dandan on the other. How was he going to fight? You guys block the palm print. Huang Qixian shouted. He really didn't dare to be distracted or else he would be hit by Dandan. Boom. The other masters of Phoenix Lake worked together to resist the palm print, while Huang Qixian stared at Dandan. The palm force rumbled. Without Huang Qixian, the experts of Phoenix Lake could not withstand Lu Ming's palm force at all. Each and every one of them trembled and coughed up blood. At the same time, Dandan also rushed in and smashed towards Huang Qixian. This time Huang Qixian was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still heavily smashed. This time all his teeth were smashed out, his mouth was in a mess and his nose collapsed. His originally handsome face instantly turned into a pile of dog shit. Live goo, live goo. Huang Qixian roared, but because his mouth was full of holes he originally wanted to say, I. But in the end he said live. Buzz. Dandan flew back and jumped up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming felt that this guy was very excited. Get go. Huang Qixuan's mouth was leaking air as he roared. Now he no longer cared about the dragon bone. If he stayed any longer he was afraid that he would be crushed to death by the stone egg. With an angry roar he turned around and ran away with the people of Phoenix Lake. However, the grievance in his heart was needless to mention. Haha. Take care, I won't send you off. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Huang Qixian and the others almost spat out another mouthful of blood. In the distance, when the others saw this scene, they could only feel their eyelids twitching non-stop. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke the ruthless Lu Ming. Lu Ming came to the stone wall and sized up the dragon bones. The dragon bone was as white as jade and crystal clear. One side of it was embedded in the stone wall and the other side was exposed. What was exposed outside was about the thickness of a water tank and a meter long. He could clearly feel the surging essence chi in the bone banner. This might really be a dragon bone. Otherwise, it would still contain such dense spiritual essence even after so many years. Lu Ming's eyes were sparkling. With this dragon bone, his true war dragon technique might be able to advance by a few steps. Lu Ming then grabbed the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Gotcha. The stone wall made a cracking sound, but it was not pulled out. Again. Lu Ming growled. The muscles in his body bulged and his physical strength exploded to the maximum. At the same time, the true war dragon technique was fully activated. Lu Ming stepped on the wall, hugged the dragon bone with both hands and pulled it out with all his might. Bang. Bang. The stone wall under Lu Ming's feet exploded. However, the dragon bone loosened and was slowly pulled out. With a final bang, the entire dragon bone was pulled out. It was a bone that was 3 meters long and as thick as a water tank. However, the deeper it went, the thinner it became. It looks like a finger bone. Lu Ming sized it up curiously. It looked like a finger bone of a true dragon. Great harvest, what a great harvest! Lu Ming grinned and kept the finger bone in the supreme shrine. Not far away, the others were watching enviously, but no one dared to step forward to fight for it. What a joke! Didn't they see that even the geniuses of Phoenix Lake had been beaten up so badly? After keeping the dragon bones, Lu Ming continued to move forward. They didn't come across any precious treasures along the way. After about 10 miles there was light in front. That's a huge underground cave. That's the true dragon's dwelling place. Charge, charge. Immediately, everyone's hearts burned with excitement as they rushed towards the light. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed out of the cave and appeared in an extremely wide underground cave. The underground cave was too wide. It was more than 10 miles in both length and width and several thousand meters in height. The walls of the cave were inlaid with luminous stones that illuminated the cave. Buzz, buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that there were 2 huge holes in the surrounding walls. Figures were flying in one after another. It was Bu Fifan from the Flaming Mountain Range, and Sun Chu from the Yang Spring Valley. They had split into 3 paths before and they had entered the other 2 paths. It turned out that this was the final destination. This is the true dragon's final resting place. There must be supreme treasures here. There's a jade bed over there. It's so big. After the commotion, most of the people flew towards the center of the underground cave. Because there was a huge jade bed there about 100 meters in length and width. It was extremely shocking. You ants get lost. Boom. A burning aura burst out from Bu Fifan's body. He slashed out a huge flaming saber light and a dozen young men were killed. Quick, avoid the people from the super area. Those in the larger regions were shocked and dodged. Haha, kill. Bu Fifan laughed. He took the lead and slashed with his flaming saber. No one could withstand his attack. On the other side, Sun Chu was also rushing forward. Buzz. A sword radiance streaked across the sky. Xian Feng stepped on the sword radiance and the people around him avoided him. Get lost. Huang Qishuan's mouth was filled with air as he shouted and rushed forward with the people of Phoenix Lake. Almost everyone's target was the jade bed. Arg. What was that? A scale? That's a dragon's scale? Someone exclaimed. In the middle of the jade bed there was a scale. This scale was very special. It was actually flashing with 3 different lights. It was the size of a water tank and was filled with a powerful dragon aura. It was definitely a dragon scale. A true dragon scale was definitely a supreme treasure. Kill, it's mine. Sun Chu roared. Sun Chu, you wish. The dragon scale is mine. Bu Fifan shouted. Boom. Boom. Immediately a great battle broke out. As long as someone rushed forward, they would all be caught in a great battle. Screams rang out continuously. In almost an instant hundreds of people were killed. The smell of blood filled the air and corpses covered the ground. Boom. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan, Xian Feng, Huang Qishuan, the 4 experts were in a chaotic battle. No one wanted the other to get the dragon scale. Lu Ming did not move. His gaze was not on the jade bed but the depths of the cave. There were stone walls on all 3 sides of the cave, and there were luminous stones on the stone walls. Only that direction was pitch black. It wasn't a stone wall but seemed to be empty with wisps of black mist permeating. When Lu Ming entered this place he felt that the 9 dragon bloodlines were unusually agitated, as if they were very eager to go in that direction. Yes, very much so. What was in that direction? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Let's not worry about it for now. We'll talk after we get the dragon's scale. Immediately after, Lu Ming's figure moved and he pounced toward the dragon's scale. Brat, don't even think about it. Stop right there. Just as he was about to approach the dragon's scale, 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. It was a phoenix wing and a flaming blade. It was Huang Qishuan and Bu Fifan who had attacked him. Both of their attacks were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming could not ignore them. He could only block them with all his might but his figure was blocked. Chapter 411. 411 Conspiracy Dragon Burial Abyss. Buzz. Buzz. In a flash, Lu Ming, Huang Qixian, Xian Feng, Bu Fifan, and Sun Chu stood in the void, confronting each other and stopping for a while. The others were still fighting. Huang Qixian, you're getting bolder, aren't you? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming looked at Huang Qixian unhappily. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Huang Qixian said coldly. He condensed his genuine qi to replace his teeth to avoid the awkwardness of a slip in his speech. At the side, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Huang Qixuan's miserable state, of course they had discovered it. Could it be that he was beaten by Lu Ming? If that was the case, they had to re-examine Lu Ming. Everyone, this brat is very insidious. He has a kind of hidden weapon that is impossible to guard against. I was ambushed by his hidden weapon. I suggest that we work together to kill this brat first, then we can fight for the dragon scale. Huang Qixian said coldly. He really? Lu Ming suddenly patted Dandan. Buzz. It flew out and smashed towards Huang Qixian. What are you fucking for? Huang Qixian roared. He was so angry that he was bleeding internally. Lu Ming did not play his cards according to common sense. He could not win the argument and immediately took action. What kind of thing was this? Huang Qixian burst out with all his strength and desperately resisted. But dash. Bang. He was still smashed in the face by Dandan. His face, which had been slightly better, had turned into dog shit again. Arg. A fuck. Huang Qixian shouted like he had gone crazy, almost losing his mind. Having his face smashed so many times, Huang Qixian felt like he was going crazy. Hiss. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the others all gasped. Lu Ming's stone egg was too strange. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably and could ignore all kinds of energy attacks. It was impossible to guard against it. When they looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were extremely solemn. Everyone, now that Huang Qixian is injured, his combat power has been greatly reduced. Why don't we join forces and kill Huang Qixian first? That way we will have one less competitor. Lu Ming said loudly. Sun Chu, Bu Fifan and the others couldn't help but look at Huang Qixian. Lu Ming was right. The situation would be clearer if they killed one person first. As for killing Lu Ming, although they wanted to do so, they did not have the guts to do so. If they were hit by Lu Ming's stone egg, it would not be good. Being stared at by a few people, Huang Qixian felt a chill run down his spine. He screamed and retreated 100 meters, looking at Bu Fifan, Lu Ming and the others cautiously. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely unfriendly. He really wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Huang Qixian. Arg. What the hell is this? Help. At this moment, someone among the people who were fighting suddenly cried out in fear. Lu Ming and the group were shocked and could not help but look over. Wisps of bloody qi rose from the surroundings of the underground cave. The bloody qi rose and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. On the ground, strange patterns had appeared out of nowhere. Shockingly, blood-red tentacles stretched out from the ground and wrapped around some of the experts. The experts struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. They were tightly bound by the blood-red tentacles. Arg. Ah, my blood. The people who were entangled screamed in horror because their blood was being sucked away by the tentacles. In just a dozen breaths, a dozen people had been sucked dry and died an unnatural death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine and their teeth chattered. They thought of the large number of corpses they had seen outside before they entered the dragon's cave. Those corpses had also been sucked dry of their blood, just like the situation in front of them. How did this happen? What was it? Buzz. Buzz. The patterns on the ground glowed and the number of tentacles grew. More people were entangled. Run. This is Devil Earth. Run. Many people screamed in fear and turned to run. Let's go, we'll also leave this place. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the others gritted their teeth and gave the order to retreat. Although the dragon scale was precious, one needed to be alive to use it. This place was too strange. If he were to leave it here and lose his life, it would not be worth it. Today none of you will be able to leave. At this moment an eerie voice sounded. Buzz. Buzz. On the walls of the underground cave, figures suddenly appeared. These figures were dressed in black robes and had been hiding in the pits on the walls. No one had noticed them. There were about 100 of them. As soon as they appeared, they shot out beams of light from their hands into the ground. The patterns on the ground glowed brightly. And NBSP, then more blood-colored tentacles emerged from the ground, blocking everyone's path of retreat. There were at least a few thousand tentacles that were waving wildly, trying to wrap around the group. This time 50 to 60 people were wrapped up by the tentacles. They screamed in fear as their blood was sucked dry. After their blood was sucked dry, even more tentacles came out of the ground. This is an inscription formation. Who are you? Bu Fifan swung his saber and a burning saber light cut off 5 or 6 tentacles. However, the tentacles that were cut off quickly grew back. How can you break the grand burial array that we've worked so hard to set up? The cold voice rang out again. From the direction of the darkness, a young man in a blood-red robe walked out. A lifelike blood dragon was embroidered on the blood robe. The young man's face was extremely pale and he looked extremely sinister. Speak, who are you? Bu Fifan shouted. He, since you're going to die here today, there's no harm in telling you. We're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The blood-robed youth smiled. What? Are you guys from the Dragon Burial Abyss? Bu Fifan and the others exclaimed in disbelief. It wasn't that the other party was very strong. On the contrary, the Dragon Burial Abyss had always been very mysterious, just like the ancient barren city. However, from time to time, a peerless expert would walk out of the ancient barren city. However, the Dragon Burial Abyss was different. There were very few experts who came out from it. In the past, there had never been any geniuses from the Dragon Burial Abyss who participated in the selection of the Empyrean Heaven's divine guards. Therefore, no one understood the true strength of the Dragon Burial Abyss. It was just roughly classified as a large area. This time, not only did the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss appear, they had even set up a huge formation to kill them. It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Impossible? How did you guys get in? Sun Chu shouted. When they entered, they clearly did not see anyone from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Furthermore, from what the blood-robed youth said, they seemed to have set up the formation a long time ago. How naive. Do you think there's only one entrance to the dragon's den? The blood-robed youth sneered. Let me tell you, the reason why the dragon's den appeared was also because of us. We deciphered the inscriptions of the dragon's den in order to attract geniuses like you. As long as I kill you and absorb your blood, my dragon's devouring divine technique will be completed. I'll definitely become one of the 4 heavens divine guards in this time's Detian divine guard selection and lead the Dragon Burial Abyss to the peak. Haha. The blood-robed youth laughed. Chapter 412. 412. Only 4 people left. A trap. Everything was a trap. Everyone finally understood that this was all a trap set up by the people of the Dragon Burial Abyss. Although he did not know what method the people in the Dragon Burial Abyss had used, the dragon's lair had appeared because of them. The reason was that this genius from the Dragon Burial Abyss wanted to use their blood to cultivate his divine skill. You want my blood? Dream on. Zhou Xian roared, his arms shook and he used the scarlet slash. With one strike, more than a dozen tentacles were cut off. Unfortunately, it was useless. The tentacles would form immediately. It's no use. The plan I've set up is foolproof. You can just wait for your death. The blood-robed youth sneered. Let's join forces and charge in the same direction. Xian Feng, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. All right, I agree. I also agree. Bu Fifan and Sun Chu both nodded. Lu Ming also nodded. All right, then let's charge. Zhou Xian roared and used Phoenix Wing Slash, rushing in the direction of the exit. Buzz. Whoosh. Sword light, saber light, fist force, spear light. They gathered together and rushed towards the exit. In an instant, more than 100 tentacles were destroyed. Before the tentacles could recover, They had already covered a distance of a few hundred meters. Use all your power to control the formation and stop them. The blood-robed youth's expression changed as he shouted angrily. The 100 or so young men from the dragon burial pool shouted in unison. Their true chi surged and runes appeared in their hands, which were then plunged into the ground. Instantly, more tentacles rushed out from the area surrounding Lu Ming and the others. They were densely packed and kept winding around them. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to get out. Kill. Die. The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and rushed into the formation. His body technique was like a ghost, flashing among the tentacles, but the tentacles ignored him. Die. The blood-robed youth's claw was as red as blood and his target was Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was obviously injured, so he had to deal with him first. Zhou Xian roared and used the phoenix wing slash, clashing with the blood-robed youth's claw. Boom. Zhou Xian's body trembled and he staggered back. The blood-robed young man's body flashed and disappeared into the blood-red tentacles. Bu Fifan and the others wanted to help, but they were too late. Buzz. Buzz. In a few flashes, the blood-robed young man appeared behind Zhou Xian. His blood-red claws, like the claws of a blood dragon, grabbed at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian fought back with all his might. It had to be said that the blood-robed youth's own strength was extremely terrifying, no weaker than Zhou Xian at his peak. Zhou Xian was no match for him at all, and with the tentacles wrapping around him, Zhou Xian was completely at a disadvantage. After a few consecutive moves, Zhou Xian's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a tentacle wrapped around Zhou Xian. Break. Zhou Xian roared and struggled with all his might, but he could only break free from a few tentacles. Around him there were more tentacles that wrapped around him. No, save me. Zhou Xian panicked and shouted in horror. Slash slash. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and the others used all their strength to save him. Usually they would wish for the other party to die, but now they were all in the same boat. One less person meant one less force. If you still want to save him, take care of yourself first. The blood-robed youth sneered, his figure flashed and rushed towards Bu Fifan, exchanging a few moves with him, neither of them winning. Ah! Zhou Xian screamed. His body was rapidly shriveling and his blood was being sucked out. Save me, save me! Zhou Xian roared, full of unwillingness and fear. After a few breaths, his screams stopped abruptly and he turned into a dried corpse. Zhou Xian, the strongest person in a super region, a rare 4-battle genius, died in this place, turning into a dry corpse. Ah! Ah! Screams kept coming from all directions. At this time, less than 100 of the hundreds of people had died. Most of the blood of the young experts had been absorbed. After absorbing the blood of so many young geniuses, the power of the Grand Burial Array had become even more terrifying. The entire cave was filled with blood-red tentacles. At this moment, the tentacles were actually merging together. The power of the tentacles was even more terrifying. Even Lu Ming and the group found it difficult to defeat them. As for the remaining 100 or so young men, they were wrapped up by the tentacles in just a few breaths. Miserable shrieks continued to ring out as the Grand Burial Formation became even more frenzied. Only Lu Ming, Bu Fifan, Sun Chu and Xianfeng were left in the formation. At this moment, Bu Fifan and Sun Chu were terrified. Lu Ming frowned while Xianfeng's face was cold. Ah, only the 4 of you are left. All of you can die. The blood-robed youth laughed. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and took a step forward. This step was not in the direction of the exit, but in the opposite direction of the exit, in the direction of the pitch-black darkness. Boom! The 7 to 8 tentacles crumbled. Lu Ming rushed forward and whipped out his long spear. The power of wind and fire combined and destroyed the 3 tentacles that were coming at him. What are you doing? Bu Fifan roared. At the critical moment, Lu Ming actually dashed in the opposite direction. It was fine if he was courting death, but their strength had been weakened. Sun Chu's expression was also extremely ugly. Only Xianfeng's expression did not change. Even the blood-robed youth was stunned. Is this kid stupid? The blood-robed youth sneered. Heaven's path palm. Lu Ming did not say a word and continued to rush inside. Don't worry about that kid, we'll charge at full speed. Bu Fifan shouted angrily. The three of them worked together and kept charging outside. If that brat is charging in, that's a dangerous place and only death awaits him. Use all your power to control the formation and deal with those three people. The blood-robed youth instructed. At that moment, more than 100 young men from the dragon burial pool controlled the grand formation and sent more tentacles towards Bu Fifan and the others. In this way, the number of tentacles in front of Lu Ming decreased by several times and the pressure was greatly reduced. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming blasted out a few Heaven's Path palm prints in a row, crushing a large number of tentacles in front of him. Lu Ming charged forward at top speed. Lu Ming was about to rush out of the array and enter the dark place. The blood-robed youth's eyes flashed as he muttered, "No, this kid's behavior is strange. He might have something to rely on. Stop him first." In a flash, the blood-robed young man's body was like a ghost. With a few flashes, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. Stay here. The blood-robed young man shouted coldly and his blood-red claw reached out to grab Lu Ming. The strong wind whistled and was filled with the smell of blood. Whoosh. Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward and it collided with the blood-red claw radiance. A powerful force surged forth and Lu Ming could not help but take 2 steps back. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. I've said it before, none of you can leave the formation. All of you will become my nourishment and help me cultivate the divine technique. The blood-robed young man shouted coldly. He struck out with his blood-red claw and collided with Lu Ming's foot. Then the two of them took 3 steps back. Dandan. Lu Ming suddenly patted the stone egg. Buzz. Dandan turned around and turned into the size of a human head, flying forward. Chapter 4:13. 4:13 Under the Abyss. As soon as Dandan rushed out, the tentacles around her wrapped around her. In this formation I have the final say. Whatever methods you use are just a waste of time, goo. At first, the blood-robed young man snorted coldly and was calm and composed. However, the next moment he screamed in panic. Because Dandan completely ignored those tentacles and went through them, directly smashing towards the blood-robed young man's face. The blood-robed youth dodged with all his might, but in the end he died. Bang! Blood spurted out as the blood-robed youth's face was smashed into a pile of dog shit. Ah! The blood-robed young man roared. His figure flashed and he kept his distance from Lu Ming. He roared, damn it, take control of the grand formation and kill him. Walala. A portion of the tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lu Ming burst out with all his strength and rushed forward with all his might. The heavenly path palm and the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps were executed in succession. Before, because most of the tentacles had been used to deal with Bu Fifan and the other 2, his tentacles were relatively weak and he immediately blasted a passage. Bang, bang, bang. The tentacles exploded and Lu Ming dashed thousands of meters away in an instant. He was already close to the pitch-black area. When he got closer he saw an abyss. The other end of the cave was actually an abyss. The abyss was pitch-black and it was impossible to see how deep it was. Black mist filled the air, making it look extremely terrifying. Whoosh whoosh. The tentacles swarmed toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. They were many times more concentrated than before. Brat, go to hell. The blood-robed youth's eyes were extremely cold. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered and kicked out. The last tentacles in front of him were directly crushed by him. Then he leaped and jumped into the abyss. Damn it. The blood-robed young man's figure flashed and appeared beside the abyss. He looked at the abyss with fear, but he did not dare to pursue. Buzz. Buzz. 2 black-robed figures appeared beside the blood-robed youth. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? This guy jumped into the abyss. Should we pursue him? One of the black-robed men asked. No need. This abyss is the most dangerous place in a dragon's denver. Even if I cultivate the dragon's devour divine technique, I'll still die if I go in. This guy will definitely die if he jumps in. It's just that it's too easy for him to die in the abyss. The blood-robed youth said coldly. Now attack with all your might and kill the 3 of them. The blood-robed young man pointed at Bu Fifan and the other 2. Yes. Yes, the black-robed man replied and used all his strength to control the formation. Lu Ming had no idea what was going on above. He jumped into the abyss and suddenly felt a strong force sweeping over him. His body could not help but fall rapidly. Hoo-hoo. Gusts of wind blew past his ears and black mist surrounded him. Through the black mist, Lu Ming realized that the abyss was very wide. It was also very deep. Lu Ming fell for at least tens of thousands of meters before he felt his body lighten. The force disappeared and he could fly in the air again. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi and stopped his fall. He slowly floated down. After about 1,000 meters they finally reached the bottom. Gotcha. When Lu Ming stepped on the ground there was a cracking sound. Lu Ming lowered his head and was slightly shocked. On the ground there were white bones. Human bones. Lu Ming took a glance and gasped. The ground was covered in white bones. It was unknown how many of them were there. Moreover, they were all in human form. Could it be that all the human warriors who have entered this place for countless years have turned into white bones? Lu Ming thought to himself and his heart could not help but turn heavy. He focused his attention and observed his surroundings at all times. The surroundings were completely silent. There was not a single sound. Coupled with the white bones on the ground, Lu Ming seemed to have come to the abyss of hell. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is extremely excited about this place. There must be something here that is attracting the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Let's search around. Lu Ming pondered and began to walk forward to observe his surroundings. Lu Ming gathered his essential qi and walked in the air, ignoring the white bones. After moving forward for a few thousand meters they still found nothing. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew across the world. The wind was cold and gloomy and it gave people goosebumps. Roar. All of a sudden, a loud roar was heard and a black shadow pounced on Lu Ming with a terrifying momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He pulled out his long spear and collided with the black shadow. Bang! There was a loud boom and Lu Ming felt a surge of energy surging towards him like the water of the sea. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. This is a horned dragon. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see clearly what the black shadow that attacked him was. It was actually a huge dragon. There were 5 dragon claws on its abdomen and it was completely black. 5 claws, a true dragon. No, not a true dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming could clearly see that the true dragon was not a physical entity but was condensed from energy. It was formed by a black energy. This energy was filled with a brutal, fiendish and evil aura. Roar. The black dragon's attack missed. It roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming. Before it even arrived, it brought with it a violent wind whistling through the air. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took a step forward and collided with the black dragon. The next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. Strong. This black dragon was too strong. It was much stronger than Lu Ming. Let's go. Lu Ming did not linger in the battle. He turned and ran. The black dragon roared as it pursued. Roar. Lu Ming had not even run 100 meters when a roar came from ahead. A black dragon that was dozens of meters long appeared and pounced at Lu Ming. Another one. The front and back formed a pincer attack. Roar. Roar. And that wasn't all. On the left and right sides, loud roars sounded as 2 black dragons appeared. Lu Ming's expression changed completely. He wasn't even a match for 1 black dragon, let alone 4. Moreover, who knew if there would be more? As if to confirm Lu Ming's words, a series of roars rang out in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Lu Ming's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He wished he could give himself a tight slap. This was really what he wanted. As they roared, more than 10 black giant dragons appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. Now I can only try the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. In the next moment the blood light surged and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Roar. As soon as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared, it roared at the black dragons. The black dragons trembled and stopped, looking at the bloodline of the 9 dragons in fear. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The formation of these black dragons was definitely related to the true dragon, and the 9 dragons were even above the true dragon. As expected, they had a deterrent effect on these black dragons. Roar. At this moment the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and flew out. A powerful devouring power erupted from its mouth and enveloped a black dragon. The black dragon screamed in fear and struggled with all its might. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons rushed over and grabbed the black dragon's neck with its claws. Chapter 414. 414 consecutive breakthroughs. Then the bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled hard. The dragon roared as large chunks of mist were pulled out. The black dragon's body was made of these balls of mist. These balls of mist twisted and rolled in the air, looking extremely evil. Evil chi. These balls of mist were made up of evil chi. Bang! Bang! The bloodline of the 9 dragons pulled again, and an explosion burst out from the black dragon's body, causing a large amount of fog to explode. The ball of mist exploded and a milky white gas was revealed from the black dragon's body. The milky white gas was about a meter long and took the shape of a dragon. At this moment it was trembling in fear. Is this goo dragon essence? Lu Ming was dumbfounded at first, then he was overjoyed. The dragon essence was the essence of a true dragon. It was like the genuine chi of a warrior, but it was many times more powerful than that. The dragon essence could absorb the evil chi and murderous chi in the world to form a black dragon. It definitely contained the essence of a real dragon. This was a supreme treasure to a martial artist. When a martial artist refined dragon essence, it would definitely make his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming it was even more precious. The true war dragon technique that he cultivated was dragon-shaped vital energy. If he could refine this dragon essence, the true war dragon technique would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Haha, absorb. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and burst out with a powerful devouring power. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and swallowed the 1-meter-long dragon essence. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodlines and pounced on the other black dragons. Although the black dragons were extremely powerful, they were like mice in front of a cat in the face of the 9 dragon bloodline. They were scared half to death and their strength was greatly reduced. In a few moments one of them was caught by the 9 dragon bloodline and the evil chi outside was broken open, revealing the dragon essence inside. The bloodline of the 9 dragons opened its mouth and sucked, devouring another dragon essence. Then he continued to the next one. The black dragons roared in fear and turned to run. My dragon essence, don't even think about running away. Lu Ming gave chase. Just like that, a series of roars rang out in this underground abyss. After half a day everything calmed down. 18 dragon essences, a total of 18. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. He sat cross-legged on a stone wall, his face shining with excitement. He had killed 18 black dragons and captured 18 wisps of dragon essence. Then he turned around again to make sure that there were no more black dragons before he stopped. Now I'll begin cultivating the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. He released a wisp of dragon essence from his 9 dragons bloodline and began to circulate the true war dragon technique. When the dragon essence surged into his meridians, the essential chi in Lu Ming's body seemed to be excited all of a sudden. It wrapped around the dragon essence and refined it into essential chi. Instantly, Lu Ming's essential chi became even more lifelike, as if there were small true dragons, vivid and lifelike. His true chi had become more condensed. The true war dragon technique was quickly upgraded. After refining one, he followed up with the second, the third. After Lu Ming refined 5 wisps of dragon essence, the essential qi in his body roared. The true war dragon technique had broken through from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. His true qi was condensed and thick, 7 times that of an ordinary person. This wasn't enough. He continued to refine the dragon essence. Two days later, the remaining dragon essence had been refined. The true war dragon technique had broken through another level, reaching the 7th level. The density of the true qi was 8 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased by a notch, reaching the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the 9th martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with infinite power and his essential qi was extremely condensed. With a wave of his hand, his essential qi condensed into a spear's gleam and shot into the ground, creating a huge, bottomless hole. The long spear that Lu Ming condensed with essential qi was comparable to an ordinary 4th-level spiritual weapon. This was because Lu Ming's essential qi was too condensed. The weapons that he condensed were extremely strong. This greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. The true war dragon technique has been upgraded by 2 levels. My current combat strength is definitely at the level of a battle prodigy. Lu Ming pondered. The 2 levels of the true war dragon technique had allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to cross a limit and reach the level of a level 5 fighter. A talent of 5 battles, if it was spread out, it would scare people to death. Now I will fight with Zhou Xian. I can kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. His cultivation was the same as Zhou Xian's, reaching the peak of the 8th level of martial ancestor realm. His combat strength was also at the level of a 5 battle genius, while Zhou Xian was only at the level of a 4 battle genius. Lu Ming's combat strength was a whole level higher than that of Zhou Xian. It was not difficult to kill him in 3 moves. Lu Ming stopped and stood up. Let's see what else is in this abyss. Lu Ming started to walk around. The abyss was very large, dozens of miles wide. Lu Ming walked around for half a day but did not find anything. It seemed that there were only 18 of those black dragons and they were all killed by Lu Ming. He didn't find any other living beings or spiritual herbs. There was nothing else but bones. After an hour. There's a stone inscription there. In the depths of the abyss, Lu Ming saw a stone carving on a wall. The stone carving was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. A true dragon was carved on it. The true dragon scales were actually of 3 different colors. What a real stone inscription. Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription and sighed. This true dragon seemed to be real. It was like a real dragon embedded in the stone wall, and it gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the world. Boom. As Lu Ming looked at it, there was a sudden explosion in his mind. Then he realized that the surrounding environment had changed. He found that he was in the middle of a cloud which was actually formed by flames. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the cloud and the wind whistled. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar reverberated through the world. To Lu Ming's shock, he saw a true dragon with 3 colored scales, rolling and dancing in the clouds. It was more than 10,000 meters long and had 5 dragon claws. It was extremely terrifying as it stepped on the air. A true dragon. Lu Ming had actually seen a true dragon. Roar. The 3-colored true dragon let out a long roar. In an instant, the heavens and earth split apart and a long crack appeared. Lu Ming felt his brain rumbling. There seemed to be a piece of information flying into his mind. In the next moment, the world changed and the true dragon disappeared. Lu Ming realized that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings on the stone wall. What's going on? Was it just an illusion? No, there's a new piece of information in my mind. It's real. Lu Ming muttered. Then he began to organize the information in his mind. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god. The message in his mind was a martial technique called the Dragon God's 3 Absolutes. It was a spear technique. Spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now his strongest attacks were the 9 dragons heaven stomping step and the heavenly path palm. his spear technique was the weakest. He had always wanted to find a spear technique to cultivate, but spear techniques were much less desirable than sword techniques, saber techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. He had not been able to find a suitable one. Now, how was the spear art he had obtained from the true dragon stone inscription? Lu Ming could not wait to read it. Chapter 415. 415 The Three Absolutes of Dragon God. This piece of information recorded that the Dragon God's three absolutes was created by a true dragon named Lei Su. Lu Ming closed his eyes and studied it carefully. Half an hour later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Amazing, this is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with amazement. According to the records, the Dragon God's three absolutes required the comprehension of three types of heaven and earth intent realms. Furthermore, the three types of intent realms had to be completely fused together in order to cultivate it to the highest realm. Above the control force was the intent realm. They were the intent realms of wind, fire, and thunder. Only by comprehending these three intent realms and merging them into one could one cultivate the three absolutes of the Dragon God to the highest realm. However, it wasn't necessary for one to comprehend three intents before one could cultivate it. According to the records, one could cultivate it after comprehending one intent, but the power would be much weaker. Comprehending a kind of intent realm and cultivating the Dragon God's three absolutes, the power of the Dragon God's three absolutes was about the same as an upper earth grade martial technique. And if one comprehended two intents and fused them together, the power would reach heaven grade low rank. After comprehending three kinds of intent, its power could reach heaven grade top rank. According to Lei Su's speculation, three intents weren't the limit. If he could comprehend four intents and merge them together, the power of the three absolutes of the Dragon God would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Lei Su was born with three kinds of intent realms. In the end, he didn't even comprehend the fourth kind. Intent, I'm still far from it. I haven't even reached the peak of control force. Lu Ming sighed. Could it be that one can't cultivate without comprehending intent? Lu Ming was a little indignant. He carefully read the message in his mind. A moment later, he revealed a hint of joy. This time he had a new discovery. One didn't need to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth to cultivate it. As long as one comprehended the corresponding shur, one could also cultivate it, just that one couldn't cultivate it to a high level. Coincidentally, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of wind and fire, which corresponded to the wind and fire concepts. If he cultivated the three absolutes of the Dragon God, its power would be equivalent to a low-grade heaven-level martial technique. However, with two of Lu Ming's shur at the peak of phenomenal success, he could only cultivate the Dragon God's three absolutes to the first level at most. Only when both forces reached perfection could they be cultivated to the second level. This was the limit. If one wanted to cultivate to a higher level, they would have to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. Haha, the first level is good enough. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He was very satisfied. One must know that he had fused two types of forces and had already successfully fused them. The Dragon God's three absolutes was equivalent to the power of a low-rank heaven-grade martial technique. The power of the first stage of a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill was already at the highest level of an earth-grade martial skill. In other words, as long as Lu Ming cultivated the first stage of the three absolutes of Dragon God, its power would completely surpass the heavenly Dao Palm and become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. When my wind and fire power evolves into the essence realm of heaven and earth, I'll comprehend the essence realm of thunder. Then the three absolutes of the Dragon God will be even more powerful. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. This stone inscription actually contains such a powerful supreme art. How wonderful! Let me take a look again. Immediately, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and started to read it seriously. Buzz. The environment suddenly changed. This time Lu Ming appeared in a different place. This time he appeared in the starry sky. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. In the starry sky, a three-colored true dragon flew over. Its 5 dragon claws stepped forward. With every step, the world rumbled and the space cracked like a spider web. True dragon steps. Lu Ming's entire body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at the 3-colored true dragon's claw. The true dragon steps reminded him of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Although the 9 dragons were more powerful than the true dragon, Lu Ming was still too far away from that level. Not to mention the 9 dragons, even the true dragon was tens of thousands of times stronger than Lu Ming. There were similarities between the true dragon steps and the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. Lu Ming suddenly felt enlightened. Some parts of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps that he could not comprehend were instantly understood and became smooth. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not help but think of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He then took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled and heaven and earth suddenly shattered. The environment changed. Lu Ming found that he was still in the abyss, looking up at the stone carvings. 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, I'll try it out. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the supreme shrine. He didn't dare to test it in the abyss. He was afraid that if he took a step out he would destroy the abyss. Everything else was fine, but it would be a pity if he destroyed that stone inscription. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Suddenly Lu Ming said softly and took a step forward. Bang! He took a step on the Supreme Shrine's platform, and it seemed as if the entire Supreme Shrine was shaking. Fortunately, the Supreme Shrine was a treasure of the 9 Suns Supreme. Lu Ming could not destroy it with his cultivation base. The Supreme Shrine only trembled for a moment before it returned to its calm state. At this moment Lu Ming took another step. This step wasn't to start from the beginning, but to take another step on the foundation of the first. 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, 2 steps in a row. Lu Ming had finally cultivated to the second step. Buzz. The world buzzed and a mysterious aura rippled under Lu Ming's feet. Boom. With this step the Supreme Shrine shook violently again, even more so than before. Lu Ming then took a deep breath. What a powerful pressure. Lu Ming pondered. With every step of the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps, his body would feel a powerful pressure from heaven and earth. With 2 steps the pressure would be multiplied. Of course, its power was also extremely terrifying. It's even more powerful than the Heaven Path Palm. It's just barely at the Heaven Grade low rank. According to the records of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the first 2 steps are considered to be building the foundation. The increase in power is not very obvious. From the 3rd step onwards, the power will increase by several times with each step. That is the true horror. However, the difficulty of the cultivation will also increase by several times. This stone inscription is too wonderful. Let me take a look again. Next, Lu Ming looked at the stone inscription. The environment changed again. This time, the 3-colored true dragon was still in the starry sky. This time, Lu Ming only observed carefully and did not notice anything. Not long after, the 3-colored true dragon's body began to transform rapidly. In the end, it actually turned into a handsome middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a tricolored robe. A long spear appeared in his hand and he began to wave it. This is the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he began to take a closer look. The Dragon God's 3 absolutes were divided into 3 moves. They were the True Dragon Strike, the 10,000 Dragon Kill, and the Extreme Strike. The first 2 moves could be cultivated no matter how many intents or forces one had comprehended. Only the 3rd move, the Extreme Strike, could be practiced after one had comprehended the wills of wind, fire, and thunder and successfully combined them. Once it was successfully cultivated, the power was extremely terrifying. A spear thrust could penetrate everything and break everything. He did not expect that there would be a scene of Lei Su practicing his spear technique on the stone inscription. This was of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a closer look. A moment later the world changed and Lu Ming was still in the abyss. Chapter 416. 416 The place of the final assessment. Immediately, Lu Ming took out his long spear and started to wave it. The long spear danced like a dragon, bringing with it the power of wind and fire, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. However, after a moment, the dragon's roar stopped abruptly and Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Although he failed, Lu Ming was not dejected. Of course, the three absolutes of the dragon god could not be cultivated so easily. Moreover, his wind-fire force was only at the phenomenal success stage. It was already very good that he was able to produce the sound of a dragon's roar on his first attempt. It was all thanks to that stone carving. Continue. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. Just like that, Lu Ming was fully immersed in his cultivation. There were two main types of cultivation. One was the dragon god's three absolutes and the other was the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. This was because these two types of inscriptions could inspire one and greatly help one's cultivation. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye 2 months had passed. There were only a few days left until the end of the Detian Divine Guard selection. At this moment, all the geniuses in the eastern nether ancient battlefield were gathering towards the center of the battlefield. There he would take part in the final assessment. In the dragon's cave, blood chi was rolling like an ocean in the huge underground cave. Suddenly, the blood chi churned and formed a blood-red giant dragon. It rushed toward a blood-robed young man and entered his body in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The blood-robed youth suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of blood-red light shot through the air. Buzz. Buzz. More than 100 black-robed men appeared in front of the blood-robed young man and shouted, "Congratulations, senior brother. Ha, it's all thanks to the blood of those geniuses that I've achieved great success." Unfortunately, one of them jumped into the abyss and the other one escaped. Otherwise, I could have reached a higher level. But this is enough. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards, one of the 4 Sky Divine Guards, will be buried by me. The blood-robed youth laughed. Senior brother is invincible. The black-robed man flattered. Let's go. Let's head to the place of the final examination. The blood-robed young man smiled and led everyone out of the dragon's cave, rushing towards the central area. There was an extremely hidden valley some distance away from the dragon's cave. This valley was filled with rolling thunder and lightning, and it was filled with endless power of lightning. A young figure walked out of the valley. His body was covered in thunder and lightning and his aura soared to the sky. I didn't expect to cultivate for almost 3 months. Lu Ming, don't die. If you want to die, you'll have to wait until I find out the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. A cold voice came from the person as cold as the winter snow. This person was Qiu Chongkong. With a cold laugh, Qiu Chongkong turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon, heading towards the central region. At the same time, Lu Ming was still cultivating. In the abyss, Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription in a daze. He only came to his senses after an unknown period of time. True Dragon Strike. Die. Lu Ming said softly. The demon-subduing spear suddenly appeared. The power of wind and fire grew and he thrust the spear. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded as the power of wind and fire converged, forming a 2-colored true dragon that roared wildly. The dragon god's 3 absolutes are the limit of the first level. It's a pity that I'll need to perfect the power of wind and fire to break through to the 2nd level. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, he had finally succeeded in cultivating the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Moreover, he had reached the limit of the 1st level. One had to know that this was equivalent to a heaven-grade lower-level martial skill. To be able to successfully cultivate it in such a short period of time was already very rare. It's a pity that I still haven't successfully cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps. Lu Ming sighed. During this period, the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming felt that he was only 1 step away from cultivating the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Once he cultivated the 3rd step of the 9 dragons heaven-treading steps, his power would increase crazily. The power of the third step was equivalent to the sixth stage of a heaven-grade low-level martial technique. It's a pity that I don't have much time left. The 3-month period is almost up. I really want to continue cultivating here. Lu Ming sighed and looked at the dragon-shaped stone carving with bright eyes. Can we dig out this stone inscription? Lu Ming stared at the stone inscription and studied it carefully. After a while he flew up and took out a shiny big knife. He actually started to cut around the stone inscription. He wanted to take this stone inscription away. The stone walls here were extremely hard, equivalent to a 4th-level spirit weapon. Sparks flew when it cut into the stone walls, and the resistance was unbelievably strong. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to cut and dig. After a long time, Lu Ming was sweating profusely and he was only halfway done. Sure, let's continue. Lu Ming buried himself in his work again. Gotcha. Suddenly, the stone inscription made a cracking sound and a crack appeared in the middle. Don't! Lu Ming shouted. Gotcha. The sounds became more and more intense and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone. Bang! In the end, the entire stone inscription exploded and turned into ashes, scattering in all directions. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This stone inscription had actually exploded on its own. It seems like we can't take it away. Once we excavate it, the stone inscription will self-destruct. Lu Ming sighed in pity. In that case, he was the only one who knew the 3 absolutes of the dragon god. Forget it. Without the stone inscriptions, I can still cultivate the 3 absolutes of the dragon god to the highest realm. I have to set off now. Any later and it'll be too late. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew up. However, when he was more than 1,000 meters in the air, there was an invisible force that blocked Lu Ming's flight. Lu Ming slid to the side, stuck to the wall and quickly climbed up. A moment later, Lu Ming finally left the abyss and arrived at the huge cave. The underground cave was quiet, without a single sound. There were hundreds of dried corpses lying on the ground. They were all the young experts who had come in last time. As for that piece of dragon scale, it had naturally disappeared without a trace. I wonder if Bu Fifan and the others have escaped. Lu Ming muttered and walked forward. Suddenly he stopped. There were a few mummies here which attracted Lu Ming's attention. Bu Fifan, Sun Chu. Lu Ming sighed. Through their clothes he recognized 2 mummified corpses. They belonged to Bu Fifan and Sun Chu. It seemed that the strongest of these 2 super regions did not manage to escape in the end. However, he did not see Xianfeng's body. Did Xianfeng escape? Lu Ming pondered. The ancient barren city had always been mysterious. It was normal for Xianfeng to have some powerful escape techniques. Let's go. After that, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned into a ray of light and rushed up the cave. Very soon they were out of the dragon's cave. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure disappeared from the place. He was heading towards the central area with all his might. In the central region of the eastern nether ancient battlefield, there were 108 sacrificial altars built on a flat piece of land. Each altar was 100 meters tall and was extremely majestic. 108 altars were scattered in 4 regions. Each region had 27 altars, and the 4 regions were 900 miles apart from each other. Chapter 417. For 17 The Gathering of Geniuses. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of the air being torn apart rang out as figures appeared outside these altars. Each direction of the eastern nether ancient battlefield corresponded to a sacrificial altar. All the geniuses of the eastern region of the Xianxia region were scattered in these 4 directions. Lu Ming was in the east. At the altar in the eastern region, figures flickered and young men with powerful auras appeared. A few hours later, more than 3,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Buzz. Buzz. 2 rays of sword radiance appeared outside the altar. When the sword radiance dissipated, 2 figures were revealed. They were Jian Fengyun and Xiao Haoyu. Their auras were powerful, clearly much stronger than they were 2 months ago. Brother Jian. As soon as Jian Fengyun appeared, Someone in the crowd flew over to greet him. Brother Jiang. Jian Fengyun smiled. This person was Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Cloud Emperor board. In addition, there were also some familiar faces on the Cloud Emperor board, such as Su Yingying, who was ranked 13th. Lu Shaofeng, who was ranked 35th. When they first entered the Eastern Nether ancient battlefield, not everyone had gathered together. Most of the people were gathered together, but there were still some people who were scattered far away after being teleported in. Jiang Hongwen and the others were the same. Jian Fengyun greeted them with a nod. The number of people kept increasing and soon, it had exceeded 5,000. Guys, look. That's the genius from the super district, Fengyun Bay. The geniuses from White Feather City are here too. That's also a super region. Around them, people kept exclaiming in shock. This was because the geniuses from the superior super regions had all appeared. Look, what's that? A blood-red cloud? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted. In the distance, a mass of blood-red clouds surged over. As it approached, the cloud dispersed, revealing more than 100 figures inside. The leader was Zhou Xian, the blood-robed young man from the Dragon Burial Abyss. The others were the 100 over young experts from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Hee, a bunch of trash. Zhou Xian looked at the geniuses from the super regions and laughed in disdain. He did not hold back his voice at all, and it spread far and wide. What did you just say? You're looking for death. In the Fengyun Bay area, a genius roared angrily. His killing intent flashed as his body moved and he pounced forward like a corpse. His aura was as heavy as a mountain. This was a genius expert who had reached the early stage of martial ancestor 8 Dan. Whoosh. At this moment, Zhou Xian's figure flickered like a phantom. In the next moment, a mournful scream rang out. Everyone was shocked to see that Zhou Xian's claw was on the head of the young man from Fengyun Bay, and 5 holes were made in his head. The body of the young man from Fengyun Bay wriggled rapidly. In a few breaths, he turned into a dry corpse. All the blood chi essence in his body had disappeared. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Burial in shock. This was a genius in the early stage of the martial ancestor 8 Dan. Moreover, he was most likely a genius who had won 3 battles. However, in the hands of buried life, he was as weak as a little chick and had no power to resist. How strong was Burial? Boom. Boom. Powerful auras burst out from the Fengyun Bay area. Hundreds of young men stared at Zhou Xian with gloomy eyes. One of them, in particular, had an especially powerful aura that was extremely terrifying. He was wearing a wind cloud robe and stepped out. He stared at Zhou Xian with an unfriendly gaze and said, "Friend, isn't this too much?" He's the Aeolus sect, the most powerful person in the Fengyun Bay area. Someone recognized the young man. Too much. He's just a piece of trash. Is it wrong for me to say that? If you want to attack me, you're just courting death. What, you want to attack too? I don't mind sending you on your way to accompany him. Zhou Xian laughed in disdain and licked his lips. His eyes were cold and greedy as he looked at the Aeolus sect. Savage, he was completely savage. Even when facing the strongest person in a super region, he was still extremely savage. The Aeolus sect leader frowned. For some reason, being stared at by Zhou Xian, Aeolus sect felt a chill run down his spine. His hair stood on end as if he was being stared at by an extremely venomous snake. Where are you guys from? The Aeolus sect asked. Hee, you want to know? There's no harm in telling you, we're from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhou Xian sneered. Dragon Burial Abyss. The Aeolus sect leader's eyes flashed and he was a little surprised. He then said, "All right, I'll remember this." The Aeolus sect had retreated, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Clearly, the Aeolus sect did not make a move. They were planning to retreat. Wasn't the Dragon Burial Abyss an ordinary large area? How could there be such a terrifying genius? Could it make the Aeolus sect retreat? Everyone looked at Zhou Xian with great curiosity. Hee hee. Zhou Xian laughed in disdain. At this moment, more and more people were gathering and there were already more than 10,000 people. Whoosh! In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and a figure appeared. Chiao Chong Kong. The people from the Cloud King mountain range exclaimed when they saw Chiao Chong Kong. The moment Chiao Chong Kong appeared, he scanned his surroundings and saw Jian Fengyun and the others. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Jian Fengyun and the others. He looked around and said coldly, "Where's Lu Ming? Where did he go? Could he be dead? Do any of you have any news about him?" His tone was overbearing and commanding. It didn't sound like a question, but more like he was ordering Jian Fengyun and the others to speak. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen and the others frowned. They were all geniuses, so they were naturally displeased with Chiao Chong Kong's tone. Brother Lu is a peerless talent. Naturally he won't die. He's most likely on his way here. Jian Fengyun said. Brother Lu, seems that you have been with Lu Ming all this while. Tell me, where's Lu Ming? Send him a message and tell him to come over and die. Chiao Chong Kong continued to command. Chiao Chong Kong, mind your attitude. Even if I knew, why should I tell you? Jian Fengyun's voice turned cold. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Jian Fengyun, do you still think that you are the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor board? I'm telling you in front of me, you're just a piece of trash. Now kneel down. Chiao Chong Kong was incomparably arrogant as he sent a palm flying toward Jian Fengyun. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out as Jian Fengyun unsheathed his long sword. A streak of sword chi shot up into the sky. It was terrifying. The early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. It was obvious that Jian Fengyun had also made a breakthrough during this period of time. He had reached the early phase of the martial ancestor realm level 8. Chiao Chong Kong, you may have had a fortuitous encounter and your cultivation base has improved greatly, but you're too arrogant. Let me see how much progress you've made. Jian Fengyun said in a deep voice. Buzz. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword chi slashed toward Chiao Chong Kong. Supercilious? Why do I need to look at you guys in the eye? Chiao Chong Kong laughed coldly. He suddenly pointed his fingers together like a sword, and a bolt of sword chi with lightning flashing around it burst forth. With a crisp sound, Jian Fengyun's sword chi was shattered. Chiao Chong Kong's lightning sword chi continued on its way to Jian Fengyun's throat. The speed was so fast that it was beyond human reaction time. Jian Fengyun wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Chapter 4:18. For 18, the powerful Chiao Chong Kong. Just as Jian Fengyun was about to die under the sword, Chiao Chong Kong's hand gesture changed. His sword fingers turned into a palm and he slapped Jian Fengyun's shoulder. Jian Fengyun's body trembled and he knelt down. Bang! Jian Fengyun fell to his knees in front of Chiao Chong Kong. Ah! Jian Fengyun struggled with all his might. His eyes were red. This was worse than death. He would rather die than kneel in front of Chiao Chong Kong. However, with a flash of lightning from Chiao Chong Kong's palm, Jian Fengyun's body shuddered and he was no longer able to resist. Brother Jian. Shao Haoyu roared, a powerful aura rising from his body. Chiao Chong Kong, don't go too far. Jiang Hongwen and the others also shouted. They were shocked to see that Chiao Chong Kong's combat strength had increased so much in just 3 months. Jian Fengyun's cultivation had improved by a huge margin, but he was still defeated by Chiao Chong Kong in a single move. He was forced to his knees. How could Chiao Chong Kong be so powerful? What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? Chiao Chong Kong's eyes turned cold as he looked at Jiang Hongwen and the others. What's wrong? You want to interfere? Are you looking to die? Boom. Chiao Chong Kong's body exploded with killing intent and a powerful aura. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened. The powerful aura forced Jiang Hongwen and the others to retreat, their faces full of fear. At this moment, the strongest experts of the super regions were all looking at Chiao Chong Kong with grave expressions. This guy. Zhang Xian also looked at Chiao Chong Kong, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Hee hee. Seeing the expressions on Jiang Hongwen and the others' faces, Chiao Chong Kong let out a cold laugh and revealed a satisfied expression. He looked down at Jian Fengyun and said, Jian Fengyun, I won't kill you today. I'll let you see with your own eyes who is the strongest in the Cloud King mountain range. Haha. Qiu Chongkong looked at Jian Fengyun with disdain and laughed heartily. Jian Fengyun clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to flow. You're just a piece of trash. Qiu Chongkong laughed in disdain, feeling extremely carefree. The most powerful man in the Cloud Emperor mountain range was still kneeling in front of him. Next he was going to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the 4 Sky Divine Guards and make all the other geniuses bow down to him. Buzz. At this moment the 27 altars suddenly started to shake and gave off a bright light. The array has been activated. We have to leave this place and take part in the final assessment. This time I'll definitely become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. Sigh, I'll be satisfied as long as I can become a reserve Detian Divine Guard. Buzz. The 27 altars glowed with light and inscriptions. After a while, the light from the 27 altars gathered together and a huge whirlpool appeared above the altars. The teleportation path to the final assessment has been opened. All you have to do is enter the whirlpool and you will arrive at the final assessment location. A deep and majestic voice came from the vortex. Ah, the final assessment has begun. Let's go. Zhang Xian laughed and flew into the whirlpool, disappearing. The rest of the people from the Dragon Burial Abyss followed closely behind. Let's go. Let's go. More than 10,000 people flew into the whirlpool and disappeared like locusts. That Lu Ming is not here yet. Seems that he has died somewhere. Qiu Chongkong coldly snorted. Then he looked into the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, don't think that just because you're dead I won't be able to get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Once I become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard and flatten the Mystic Essence Sword sect, I'll get the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure from your father. Hee, don't think that I can't do anything just because that old man swore to die and refused to obey. Qiu Chongkong's mind raced as he looked at Jian Fengyun. He kicked Jian Fengyun away and said, Trash, get lost. Then he moved and rushed toward the vortex, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brother Jian, how are you? Xiao Haoyu, Jiang Hongwen, and the others quickly went over to help Jian Fengyun up. I'm fine. Jian Fengyun said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I didn't expect Qiu Chongkong's cultivation to have reached such a level. It's truly shocking. Jiang Hongwen sighed. Jian Fengyun's expression was ugly. He didn't say much. He looked into the distance and said in a low voice, Lu Ming, did something really happen to you? He's already dead? Lu Ming had not arrived yet. It was very likely that there was a problem. Suddenly, Jian Fengyun's expression changed. He saw a ray of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. This ray of light was too fast. It arrived here in an instant. Lu Ming. Lu Jianfengjian was overjoyed. The light faded and Lu Ming's body was revealed. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning and he finally arrived. Ha, Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Jian Fengyun was ecstatic. Haha, brother Lu. Xiao Haoyu also stepped forward to greet him. At the side, Jiang Hongwen and the rest were extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just Lu Ming? Did Jian Fengyun have to be so excited? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the previous qualifiers. What was there to be happy about? Brother Jian, you're injured and it seems like you've just been injured. Who injured you? Lu Ming could tell that Jian Fengyun was injured at a glance. Although the injury was not serious, Lu Ming could tell with one look. Ah, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Jian Fengyun smiled. Lu Ming frowned. Jian Fengyun seemed to be afraid of something and did not tell the truth. Brother Jian, why hide it? Lu Ming, let me tell you. This matter is all because of you. Jiang Hongwen shouted from the side. Brother Jiang, say no more. Jian Fengyun wanted to stop him. Because of me. Lu Ming frowned. That's right, it's all because of you. I know that you and Qiu Chongkong come from the same empire and have a grudge against each other. Just now, Qiu Chongkong couldn't find you, so he took out his anger on Brother Jian. Jiang Hongwen said loudly. Qiu Chongkong? He's actually this strong? Lu Ming said. That's right. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Qiu Chongkong had, but his cultivation base is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming, let me remind you, if you encounter Qiu Chongkong, you should stay as far away as possible. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder, don't doubt me. Jiang Hongwen said. The other geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range nodded. Brother Lu, Qiu Chongkong is indeed powerful now. You might not be a match for him. Jian Fengyun sighed. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Let's go. Lu Ming changed the topic and did not say anything else. Everyone nodded and rushed into the vortex. When Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, the familiar feeling of the world spinning around him happened again. After a while, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform paved with white jade. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings. The three sides of the platform were blurry like chaos, and the last side was a flight of stairs. The stairs were completely paved with white jade and they went straight up. This is the 1,000-step jade staircase. Only those who can climb it will be considered as reserve Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. Those who can't climb it will be eliminated. Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 419. 419 The Battle in the Spectator Stand. Lu Ming had long learned that the final assessment of the Detian Divine Guards was divided into several rounds. The first round would be this 1,000-step jade stairway. Only by climbing it could one become a preparatory Emperor Sky Divine Guard. After climbing the 1,000-step jade staircase, there was another test. Only by passing the next test could one become a true Emperor Sky Divine Guard. There was no one around. Lu Ming speculated that they should be in the inscription array. The 1,000-step jade staircase in front of him was most likely condensed by an inscription formation. Let's see what's so special about this 1,000-step jade staircase. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Buzz. As soon as Lu Ming stepped on it, a huge force between heaven and earth pressed down on him. What? Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he offset this force. This power not only affects the physical body, but also the genuine qi in the body. Even the mind is under pressure. Lu Ming's heart moved and he was secretly amazed. However, although this force was strong, it was like a Buddha's face in the spring breeze to Lu Ming. He did not feel much. Ta. Lu Ming walked up step by step. His body was straight and he was as unmoving as a mountain. Very quickly he had stepped over 100 jade steps. He discovered that the higher he went, the greater the pressure he felt. However, such pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked faster and faster. One by one he stepped on the jade stairs. In just a few minutes, Lu Ming had reached the 1,000-step jade staircase. Above the 1,000-step jade staircase was a platform. In front of the platform was a stone door. The stone door was open and there was a flash of light. The scene behind the stone door could not be seen clearly. Behind this stone door was the second round of assessment. After passing this round of assessment, one would be able to become a true Detian Divine Guard. On the left side of the platform there was a vortex, which was the teleportation gate. If one felt that they were not strong enough and could not pass the second round, they could leave this vortex and naturally be transported to the corresponding location. If one wanted to try, it was also possible. It was said that there wouldn't be any real danger. If there was really a crisis, the formation would teleport the person away to the area where the Emperor Sky Divine Guards were prepared. That person would be considered to have failed the trial. At this time, there was a huge circular building in the 10,000 Stars City. It covered an area of thousands of acres and could accommodate millions of people at the same time. This building was like a coliseum, but it was divided into 4 areas by 2 intersecting light screens. It was like a piece of cake that had been cut into 4 fan-shaped areas. They were the north, south, east, and west areas. The 4 areas did not see each other and their vision was blocked by the light screen. The eastern region was divided into 5 levels according to their distribution. At the center of the fan shape was the first level and there was a fighting ring. The outer ring of the battle stage was the second level. There was a stone tablet with the words, Detian Divine Guard, written on it. On the third level, there was also a stone tablet with the words, Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard, written on it. Further out, the fourth level was not written at all. Further out were rows of seats. This area was the largest, just like the outermost ring of a cake. Now all the seats were full. It was densely packed with people. No one knew how many people there were. Among these seats there was a rather special seat. This seat was occupied by the leading elders of each region. Lu Xiu, the leading elder of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, was sitting inside. Beside him were Zhao Sui, the leader of the Thousand River region, and Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace. Their eyes were fixed on the empty area of the few levels below. Those few levels of regions were engraved with profound inscription formations that led to the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. As long as someone climbed the 1,000-step jade stairs and chose to walk into that vortex, they would be teleported to the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. As for those who chose to continue the challenge but failed, they would also be teleported to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard Reserve area, which meant that they could only become one Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard. By the same logic, as long as one became an Empyrean Sky Divine Guard, they would be teleported to the Empyrean Sky Divine Guard area. As for those who had not even become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, all those who had failed would be sent to the open space on the fourth level. Hehe, Lu Xiu, you don't have to stare at me so intently. It's useless even if your eyes explode. I reckon that everyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range has died. Let alone becoming an Emperor Sky Divine Guard or a Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard. I'm afraid that there won't even be many who can come out alive. Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team of the Thousand River region, suddenly said coldly. Lu Xiu's face darkened and he said, Zhao Sui, she hasn't come out yet. No one knows what the result will be. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue by saying this now? Tongue? Ah, what a joke. I'm sure of that. Those useless people in the Cloud Emperor mountain range will definitely die unless they find a place to hide. Zhao Sui said with a cold smile. You. Lu Xiu's expression was unsightly. Zhao Sui, you're speaking too early. Every year, there are geniuses from small regions who join the Detian Divine Guards. On the side, the elders from the other smaller districts spoke up for Lu Xiu. Hehe, a bunch of trash that only knows how to console themselves. I feel that Brother Zhao is right. Trash from a small region should be better off dead. To think that they want to compete with us from a large region for the position of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard. They really don't know their own limits. A faint voice was heard. It was Han Sun, the elder leading the team of the Dark Demon Palace. His words were full of contempt, which made the leading elders of several small areas on the side look extremely ugly. Haha, you're right, Brother Han. Lu Xiu, if you want to watch, then continue. I'm afraid the more you watch, the more despair you'll feel. Zhao Sui revealed a mocking smile. Someone's coming out. Someone suddenly shouted. In the open space of the fourth level, people kept appearing. The people who had appeared all had looks of disappointment and unwillingness on their faces. Those who appeared in this area had failed and were completely eliminated. The elders' faces didn't change much. In every region, a large number of people would be eliminated. This wasn't surprising. What they were paying attention to was how many people would appear in the Reserve Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area and the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard area. After a short while, there was finally some movement in the area where the Emperor Sky Divine Guards were in reserve. A figure appeared in a flash. Ah, he's a genius from my region. I knew that this brat would be able to become a Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. An elder leader of a small district laughed excitedly. Following that, more and more people were teleported out of the area where the Detian Divine Guards were being prepared. Jiang Hongwen, Shangguan Yunyan. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan in the area where the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were preparing to be stationed. Lu Xiu's face was filled with joy. Jiang Hongwen and Shangguan Yunyan were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. It was within his expectations that they could become reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. However, there were always accidents. He was really afraid that, as Zhao Sui had said, all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range had fallen in the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. When he saw the two of them, he was naturally overjoyed. Ah, Zhao Sui, it seems that not a single Detian Divine Guard has appeared in your Thousand River region. Lu Xiu felt much more at ease now that two of them were on the way to becoming Emperor Sky Divine Guards. He looked at Zhao Sui and mocked him. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.